Her British Billionaire Best Friend. By Chelsea Hale.
Chapter 1. Bennett awoke to his favorite ringtone. He pulled the phone off his nightstand, where it had been for just over 2 hours. Addie's face illuminated his bedroom. He turned on his light and smoothed down his light hair before he swiped the screen to answer it. "Why, if it isn't my American beauty," he said into the video chat. She groaned. "Why did you have me call you no matter what the hour with a no excuses promise? I thought you'd be working late on a project, not already in bed. Now I feel bad. I'm so sorry." Her American accent was just what he wanted to hear. He stifled a yawn. "I finished on the plan," he said. "And of course my meeting went long. We can talk about it tomorrow." "I'm sorry I missed you during my lunch today," she said. "Good luck on your presentation tomorrow morning. I'm sure you'll be amazing. Addie, don't you dare hang up on me until you tell me your news." "I'm up." He repositioned himself, sitting. "I'll always be up for you. Did you get it? Did they decide?" He watched her for facial cues that would tell him exactly what he wanted to know, but she kept her face neutral. That must be a good sign. She was trying to trick him, he knew it. He raised his eyebrows, hoping she'd answer him quickly. The suspense was killing him. "It was a grueling interview process," she said. "The whole time they kept asking all the hard questions, and honestly I wasn't quite able to follow some of their lines of thinking. One guy was in there, I swear, just to throw me off." He breathed easier. She'd received the promotion. He'd helped her, coached her, but really, she was just amazing. But he knew she'd draw her story out longer. He settled in against his pillows, grateful that phone technology had improved over the years, making their long-distance friendship something that didn't feel so distant. "What did you do?" "I just remembered what my best friend said." Her eyes sparkled like she was enjoying this. He played along. "Oh, what did Liz say?" "Wear your hair up." "What?" "No. You know I can't pull off an updo." She made a face. "Besides, my best friend isn't Liz. My best friend happens to be British, and he's ridiculously smart about these sorts of things." Bennett put a hand to his forehead. "You have another British bloke? Should I be jealous?" She didn't, but he liked to tease her about it anyway. Addie laughed, the musical sound sending a wave of happiness to his heart from where she was in New York all the way to where he was, just outside of London. She shook her head at him playfully. "Oh yes, you should be so jealous. I call him every day because my day is just not complete without hearing his annoyingly proper accent." Bennett smiled. "And what did he tell you that you remembered at exactly the right time, this time? To speak in an accent?" She brushed a strand of honey-colored hair out of her penetrating hazel eyes, and Bennett wished he lived closer. "He told me to just be me. To forget all their tricks and games and to let them see me. He said I was amazing, and if they couldn't see that, then they didn't deserve me and all I could bring to the new position." He looked straight into the camera. "I believe it. Don't ever doubt that, my dear. I know you mean it, and that's why we are best friends. Because you always tell me what I need to hear. And it worked." She smiled broadly. "You're looking at the newest senior executive over mid-sized portfolios at Tricor Financial. This deserves a proper celebration. Congratulations, Ads. I'm so proud of you." "Thanks. I really don't think I could have done it without you." He couldn't take the credit for it though. "You would have done it without me, because you are brilliant. So for our celebration, how about over your breakfast? And over your tea time," she added. "A video chat as you eat a crumpet for me? As long as you promise American scrambled eggs are on the menu for you to eat for me. I'll even add your favorite salsa, though it's a little hot for me." She laughed. "Choose your favorite preserve, even if it's apricot, I'll eat it for you. It's been a long time since we've celebrated like this," she said. "I'm excited." It had been too long, over 4 months since they'd done their silly tradition that stemmed back from their summer camp days when they were 13. 16 years had gone by since the first time they'd celebrated. "Me too," he said, stifling a yawn that wouldn't leave him alone. How will you be celebrating tonight? Dinner with Tanner? Addie gave a half smile. Yeah. We'd already planned to go out. He's going to be picking me up soon. I'll tell him about my promotion over dinner. Bennett nodded, trying to keep his face neutral. After all, he'd asked about Tanner. Besides, Addie was happy and that was what was important. You'll be celebrating with him soon, right? 6 months of dating next week. Her eyes widened. You never cease to amaze me at how good you are with dates and time frames. My incredible brainy best friend. No wonder you are a billionaire. It was a skill at which he only excelled when it came to Addie, but he kept that to himself. For everything else he had an assistant. So, you like him a lot then? She shrugged. It's the longest relationship I've had in a while. He's really nice. Bennett nodded, not wanting the details about what made Tanner so attractive to her. I'm happy for you, he said. You always are. And I just love you for it. She smiled brightly. He sat up straighter. It must be an American thing to throw that word around about everything. Food, movies, walks, accessories. She'd used the word love to describe lots of things over the years, and each time she said it about him his heart seemed to do jumping jacks. Bennett heard a knock in the background. That's Tanner, Addie said. I guess I better let you get back to sleep. Have a good night, Bennett said. Sweet dreams, my favorite Bennett, she said. I'm your only Bennett, he said. That's why you're always my favorite. You're my favorite, too, he whispered, but the call had already ended. He lay awake for the next hour, trying to fall back asleep and follow Addie's instructions. They made some sort of contact almost every single day. It was torture to talk to her late at night, but he was a glutton for punishment. Someday he'd tell her that.
Chapter 2. Addie opened the door, and Tanner greeted her with a kiss. Are you ready to go get some food? He asked. Truthfully, she wished Tanner had been a little later. She'd wanted just a few more minutes with Bennett. He was her rock, and she wanted to give him more details and ask him about his day. She'd worked through her lunch break, only sending Bennett 2 texts to apologize that she couldn't talk to him. Normally when they were at work they only talked on the phone during her lunch, but it wasn't every day. Some days they only texted a little or sent each other emails. The time difference wasn't too bad. Her lunch break was about his dinner time. They saved video chats for after she left work, because Bennett had always been a night owl, staying up until well after midnight most evenings. But tonight, she'd run late, not finishing with work until it was almost 2 a.m. his time. Or are you not hungry? We could order in. Addie shook her head, reminding herself she was with Tanner and needed to focus on him for the evening. Let's go out. I have something I want to tell you. At the restaurant, they both ordered before Addie started her story. She drew out the suspense of telling Tanner about her promotion, leaving out the part where Bennett had coached her and given her an extra boost of confidence this morning while she ate breakfast. Bennett had told her that no matter what the time, she should call him and let him know if she got the job. He'd said he wouldn't be able to sleep until he knew. She still felt bad for waking him, but he'd made her promise, and she couldn't break it. This is huge, Tanner said. I'm so excited for you. Thank you, Addie said, wondering why she always felt the need to compare her boyfriend's excitement levels to Bennett's. There was no comparison. Bennett was much more excited for her than her boyfriends ever were. Sigh. It was easy to believe Bennett was more excited when he was half a world away and only able to share his excitement by overdoing his facial expressions and tone. Or maybe it was the accent. They texted often, and she always read the texts with a British accent in her mind, but it wasn't the same as hearing his voice. And this is a huge step for us. We need to celebrate, Tanner said. Us? Addie asked. What do you mean? I mean, this is the first time something big has happened and you told me first. It's a big step in the right direction. We're coming up on a very important day next week, he said. 6 months, she said, thanks to the reminder from Bennett. But what do you mean about telling you first? I always tell you first. Disbelief crossed Tanner's face and he made a scoffing sound. You're kidding, right? I'm always second to know things about your life. Your English friend is the one you tell things to. Bennett preferred being called British, but Addie left that one alone. That's only because of the time difference, she said, feeling her defenses rising. Tanner shook his head. You get texts from him all the time, and you call him and talk to him more than you talk to me. Her heart pounded at the accusations. You and I get together a lot. I have to share things over the phone with him, that's how our friendship works. Tanner waved his hand in the air. Well, it's no matter because you told me this time, and that gives me hope that our relationship can grow. That soon you'll talk to me as much as you do to him. We see each other almost every day, Addie said. What more did he want? Yes, but this promotion shows that I'm becoming more important than him. She couldn't handle it anymore. Tanner wasn't the first boyfriend who complained about Bennett, and she didn't want to hear more right now. Look, I'm sorry this is an issue for you, but the reality is that Bennett has been my best friend since I was 13. He's an important part of every day for me. More important than me? Tanner asked, with a tone of disbelief. His eyebrows rose at the same time his jaw fell, and he looked completely dumbstruck. Addie reached her hand across the table, trying to grasp his, hoping to smooth this over before it escalated. It's not like that. She said each word slowly. Tanner shook his head. Yes, it is, Addie. We've been dating for almost 6 months and this is the first time I've felt more important than him in your eyes. Addie was about to say something, but then closed her mouth. It would do no good to admit that Bennett already knew about the promotion. It would feel like a slap in the face to Tanner, and she didn't want to do that to him. She liked Tanner, but he had to realize Bennett was a part of her life too. She glanced down at her plate, trying to eat something, then looked up to find Tanner still staring at her, his fork raised, ready to take a bite, but not moving. What? You already talked to him, didn't you? He asked, his voice quiet. Addie knew she couldn't lie about it. He asked me to call him when I got out of my meetings and let him know how it went. He dropped his fork onto his plate. The clattering sound made Addie jump. It's in the middle of the night for him, Tanner said, frustration letting his voice rise. She couldn't explain that she never broke her promise when it came to Bennett. Tanner wouldn't understand. She grasped for something to say, some way to make this better. I'm sorry this upsets you. She paused. I can do better. I will tell you first when big things happen. Would Bennett be okay with that? No, you won't. You may try, but it won't work, Tanner said, throwing his napkin onto his plate. What are you doing? Addie asked, looking around the restaurant. Their conversation hadn't been a quiet one. She ignored the couples staring around them and focused on Tanner. I can't do this anymore. I can't keep pretending that your relationship with that English guy doesn't bother me. It does. Tanner blew out a frustrated breath. It's either him or me. The ultimatum was not a pleasant one, but Addie never took long to answer it. She thought things with Tanner were different than her other boyfriends, but no, he had the same hang-ups they all did. Him. He's my best friend. You have to understand that. You can't take that away. Tanner's eyes flashed. Fine, we're done. He stormed away from the table. Addie jumped up. 6 months was going to be a new record, longer than any relationship she'd had in a long, long time. Tanner, wait. Don't be like that. We can work this out. I won't talk about Bennett at all. Tanner turned around and rolled his eyes. But he'll always be there, Addie. And you'll always choose him. Regardless of where you are or what promotion you get, you're always going to text him first or call him first, aren't you? Guilt flooded her. Not always. Tanner looked like he didn't believe her. Look, except for today, I respect his sleeping hours, so obviously I don't choose him first then. If it's 4 a.m. for him and something happens, I'm going to tell you first. She swallowed, realizing her logic didn't help her case. Goodbye, Addie. I wish we could keep what we have, because I think we'd be great together, but I'm not going to play second fiddle to him anymore. Tanner turned and walked away. Addie stopped in the middle of the restaurant, staring after him until he left. There was nothing she could do to change his mind. She walked back to the table to retrieve her purse and pay for the meal. How many times would this happen to her? A perfectly good guy would walk out of her life, all because she had a male best friend who talked to her on a regular basis. She left the restaurant avoiding the judgmental stares aimed her way. It was almost comical how routine this felt for all her breakups, though usually it didn't happen in a crowded restaurant. She sighed, there was a first time for everything she supposed. The emotional wave would come soon enough. The frustration of putting forth the effort into another failed relationship would sink in, and then anger at herself for this whole mess would come into play, but Bennett always knew how to get her over those moments. Thankfully, she already had an early call with him. She paused on that thought. She wouldn't unload being dumped on Bennett during breakfast, since it was their celebratory video chat for her promotion. She'd wait until they were just talking during her lunch to tell him what happened, then he wouldn't be able to read her expressions.
Chapter 3. Over FaceTime the next afternoon, Bennett held up his plate, angling it to show Addie the world's most perfect crumpet. She smiled, but there was a crease in her forehead as she showed him her breakfast eggs. Addie looked beautiful. She always did. Her blonde hair was styled in large curls, but her eyes caught him. They seemed radiant, like she'd taken extra time with her makeup. That combined with the forehead's crease could only mean one thing. "What's wrong?" he asked her, instinctively guessing last night hadn't gone well for her. She gave him a brave smile and took a bite of her spicy scrambled eggs. She waved her hand in front of her mouth. "Nothing. I got the promotion, maybe I'm just a little nervous. You know I know your tails too well to buy that, right? Something happened with Tanner, didn't it? We broke up." She sniffed as she explained how Tanner left her in the middle of the restaurant. Bennett drew in a breath. It was always a painful thing to reassure her after a breakup. He knew how amazing she was. "Sorry," he said. "This keeps happening to me. I thought I was finally going to make it to 6 months before someone." She let her words trail off and put a hand to her forehead. "You did seem to have something more with this bloke." The words didn't feel as scary to say, now that they'd broken up. She blinked rapidly, her half-laugh turning into a hiccup as she nodded. "Your use of the British language always cheers me up. What happened?" Addie sighed. She ate another bite of eggs. "He doesn't like how committed I am to my work." Bennett shook his head. Pretty much every guy she'd dated had had the same reason. "Can't they see that you being dedicated to something you care about is a positive trait?" Her smile returned. "What would I do without you as my best friend?" Her question made him pause. He'd been in love with her for years, but she didn't see him like that. He was the best friend, a point she emphasized frequently. Between each breakup she'd swing through the full range of emotions from despair to anger. He would give her time to cool off from the last idiot who dumped her, determining each time that this would be the time he'd tell her his true feelings. Each time she would find someone new, right before he'd been about to tell her. He put on a brave face. She didn't need him complicating things today. He needed to be her best friend right now. "I could call him a lot of other improper names if you need," he said. "Anyone who doesn't see you the way I see you doesn't deserve you. You're amazing." He wanted to say more, but he tried to tell her his true feelings once after a breakup, and she had just chalked it up to him making her feel better, nothing more. That earned him a full smile. "You always have the words that melt me." She dabbed at her eyes. "Seriously, how are you not already snatched up?" He tilted the corner of his mouth up, giving her the half-smile she loved. If she only knew the reason he hadn't had a serious relationship for years. We're talking about your love life right now. I wouldn't dream of making this conversation all about me. He swallowed at the one raised eyebrow she gave him. It was the look that said she would wear him down one of these days. Maybe she would, but it wouldn't be right after a breakup. He couldn't bear to be her rebound. Better to just offer her support right now. What kind of best friend would I be if I changed the subject on you like that? Similar to all my girlfriends who think sharing their own misery of past breakups will make me feel less miserable, she said. Does that ever work? He could see her becoming annoyed by that kind of behavior. No, it feels like a competition of who has the worst breakup story. Then I have it on privileged authority that changing the subject would not be the proper thing to do. She shook her head, smiling bigger now. The effort seemed less forced than before. That's why I love you, she said. You always know what I need. I love you, too, he said. He knew she'd take it as the American form of the word, just another synonym for like or prefer. She would never take it seriously, like his heart was completely bursting to tell her. But he couldn't help himself. He had to say it, he had to let her know. This time, once she had just a couple of days away from Tanner, he'd tell her for real. He'd make her understand. She took a small bite of her eggs. A good sign. She was processing. I'm feeling better already. That's what I'm here for, he said. You're here to make me feel better? It's also the accent. I'm pretty sure I can't live without hearing it. He laughed. Really? You can't live without the way I form the words? It's just so proper and fun. I actually heard someone in a store the other day with a British accent. I kept my distance, but I followed her for probably 10 minutes just to listen to her. You know, if you want to hear the accent, you should come to the island. She laughed. Someday I will. It was her typical answer, but she said it with such excited eyes, maybe she meant it this time. But who would I follow around if there were hundreds of people all using a British accent? That's an easy problem to solve. You'd follow none of them. How does that solve it? Simple. You wouldn't have to follow them around because you'd be with me. You'd really give me a tour of London? I promised you that when we were at camp together, he said. They met somewhere every other year, though the last scheduled time was cancelled last minute and never rescheduled. Yes, but you also said you don't love being in the city, she said. He waved a hand above his head, but she missed it from where the screen was angled. I'd make an exception for you. London is a beautiful city, but I do spend the majority of my time at my country estate. She closed her eyes for a moment. How would that be? Multiple residences, a house in the country. It just sounds so extravagant. I was going to say Regency, but I suppose extravagant is another word for it. Says the woman who owns a New York flat, he said. Well, that came from inheritance, she said. I've seen the view of Central Park from your windows. It's impressive, he said. So how about it? She tilted her head. How about what? Come to London, take a holiday. Just like that? Why not? I mean, I just broke up with Tanner, and my job starts. He held up a finger to his lips. Your job starts in 2 weeks, and you have holiday time that you could take. And as for Tanner, well, London could be just as good a place as any to help you get over a breakup. He held his breath. Would she come? I think you're wrong, she said. How so? It doesn't sound as good a place as any. It sounds like the perfect place to get over a breakup. You'll come? His heart rate quickened. It had been 3 years since he had seen her in person. He chalked that up to her focus on her career after the last plan to meet up fell through. You just invited me. But what about you? Will you have a day to give me a tour? A day? My dear, sweet Addie, that's like saying you could see New York City in an hour. I don't want to pull you away from your empire. I can rearrange my schedule. How about it? A week in London? Dared he hope she'd stay longer? I'll have the London house ready. I wouldn't be an imposition. Of course not. You know you're welcome anytime. Okay, let me see if I can arrange some things at work today, and I will let you know what I can work out. Fair enough. I could send you a jet if you need, he said. Do you still own a jet? I thought you got rid of it years ago. I did, but I could pull a few strings. His jet had been for corporate use, but it was a hassle to maintain. I can get a flight from here, she said. We have this newfangled system called airports. They come with lots of airplanes. I could pick you up at an airport here, he said. Or I can take what do you call subways again? Oh yeah, the tube. She said it with a slight accent and it made him laugh. I promise I will always pick you up from the airport, anytime you come to London, he said. Anytime? I'll take that promise, she said. I'll text you as soon as I can figure out work. I just accepted the promotion yesterday. I want to make sure asking for time off right now will be okay. Read through your paperwork. I bet they have a clause in there that allows for some vacation time during your transition. I'll look for that, she said. Assuming I can get the time off, you're going to give me a tour. Of course, he said. This is the perfect distraction to stop pining over Tanner. You promise you'll help me get over him? His smile felt slightly forced. She wasn't thinking about seeing him, only trying to get over Tanner. My job is always to help you, he said. She nodded. It might be too soon to celebrate my upcoming holiday, as you say, but let's plan on it.
Chapter 4. Addie walked into work with much more purpose than she'd felt even yesterday after receiving her promotion. Bennett had successfully talked her off her ledge about the Tanner breakup. She'd been an emotional wreck last night once she'd gotten home from the restaurant. After a restless night, she had applied her makeup perfectly over her puffy eyes. But he knew. Somehow Bennett always knew. He knew what she needed, and he always said the right things. She was lucky to have him in her life. The July sun was up, already shining brightly over the New York City skyline. Light bounced from the windows on other buildings, and the city seemed to sparkle with excitement as she made her way to the Tricor Financial Building, in the heart of New York City's financial district. She breathed in the scent of freshly baked bread from the nearby bakery with a smile. She loved her city. She entered the building through the automatic revolving doors with a bounce in her step and headed directly to the elevators. Inside the elevator, her finger hovered over the button with the number 17 on it. Her floor for only 2 more weeks. She smiled as she pushed the button. She'd have to get used to working on the 20th floor instead. Mr. Carlyle, her boss, had also been promoted and was moving to the 24th floor, into a beautiful corner office. She'd be moving to Mr. Carlyle's old office, a window office in the middle of the long row of window offices. Senior executive. She would manage everyone working on the mid-sized financial portfolios, putting her stamp of approval on every document that was sent out from her team. The idea thrilled her. Her attention to detail had surely been one of the biggest contributing factors to her getting the promotion. She smiled and put her purse down on her desk, in her small windowless office. Others had cubicles outside her office door, but they only saw the natural light if an office door was open, and that was rare. Offices were a prized commodity. And soon she would have a larger office with windows. It wasn't the corner office, not yet, but she was working her way toward that goal. In a week, if she could get her replacement trained quickly, she'd be in a completely different country. Her heart rate picked up speed. In college, she and Bennett had often talked about visiting each other and seeing each other's cities. But it had always been with a wishful, maybe someday attitude because of the schooling. It hadn't ever seemed like an actual possibility. She'd taken a day or 2 off work when family or a friend came into town, but she rarely left the city she'd called home since college. He'd come to her college graduation, but only stayed a couple of days. They tried to see each other in person somewhere every couple of years, but last time there had been a huge work assignment deadline, and she couldn't pull away from it. It wasn't that she didn't want to travel, it was just, well, she had a job, a prestigious job, and now she had her promotion. boyfriends, too, had taken their fair share of her vacation time. She tried to imagine telling Tanner she was going to go visit Bennett in London, what he would have said to that. He'd have dumped her much earlier. A wave of emotions flooded her system which she immediately shut down. She wasn't going to think of Tanner today. She was only thinking of going to London. Bennett was going to show off his city to her. "Thinking about your promotion?" Sarah said, coming into her office. Sarah was Mr. Carlisle's assistant, and she worked closely with all the executive team underneath them, but Sarah was also one of her closest friends at work since she started here 5 years ago. "What?" Addie said. "You're grinning up a storm in here." "You must have had a fun time with Tanner celebrating," Sarah replied, dropping a manila folder on her desk. "Actually, I wasn't. I was thinking about," she paused. She'd been thinking about Bennett. "Going to London. I'm headed there next week." "London?" Sarah asked. "I'm so jealous." "By yourself or is Tanner going for work?" "Tanner and I broke up last night," Addie said. After talking with Bennett, the breakup hadn't seemed so devastating. He always had such a calming effect on her. He was her rock in so many ways. "Sorry to hear that. Are you doing okay?" "I am. Bennett invited me to come to London for a week. He said he'd give me a tour of the city. I figure, now might be the best time. My paperwork for the promotion says I can take vacation time before I start." Sarah squealed. "It's about time. And Bennett sounds like a dream." Addie had seen Sarah drooling over her pictures of her and Bennett from when he'd come to her college graduation. It was one of her favorite pictures they'd taken together. Addie couldn't deny that he was handsome, but she laughed off Sarah's observation. "It's the accent. It always gets me." "So are you guys. I mean, you're going to get together finally?" Sarah looked hopeful. "Wait. What do you mean?" "We're just friends." Why did everyone assume that if she had a best friend who was a guy that somehow meant something more? They'd always been friends, since the first day they met at summer camp. Between him teaching her defense, and her explaining the fine cuisine of American camp food, they'd created a strong bond. "I mean, you like him," Sarah said. Addie rolled her eyes. "Of course I like him. We're best friends. But there's nothing else between us," she said. "Is he dating anyone right now?" Addie had to think hard. It had been a long time since they'd talked about his dating life. That was probably her fault. Hers was such an up-and-down mess most of the time, and Bennett was such a good problem solver. But, come to think of it, it had been a while since he'd mentioned someone seriously. 2 years? Maybe 3? How had it been that long? "I don't think so," she finally admitted, puzzled. "He's not with someone, and you've just broken up with someone." "That sounds kind of perfect to me," Sarah said. "Ha. Except that we are best friends. I wouldn't want to ruin that. Besides, he once said that he'd never fall for an American. So why would she even bother considering that line of thought?" "Huh. Well, he still sounds perfect to me," Sarah said. "I'll put in a good word for you, but really, since you're an American," Addie let the words trail off, remembering the time she'd overheard him at camp when he was talking with another friend. That moment had stayed fresh in her mind even after all these years. Sarah laughed. "I hope you have fun. Bring me back one of those metal tins of shortbread cookies," she said. "I'm going all the way to London, and that's the souvenir you pick? Something that can be imported? It's just not the same." "Done." Addie laughed. She'd bring her a commemorative tin with the newly married prince and princess on it. Addie looked at the stack Sarah had placed the manila folder onto. The idea of going to London was thrilling, and the timing seemed perfect, but she still had a mountain of work to wrap up and hand over before she could feel confident enough to step away for a week. "Do you think you can help me get ready? I have some training I need to do with the new hire once orientation is finished for him tomorrow." Sarah nodded. "Yeah, I'll help you." "Thanks, Sarah." Addie stood in line at her gate, waiting for her zone to be announced over the crackling speakers. She'd spent a week getting ready for her trip to see Bennett in London, and she could hardly believe how fast the time had flown by. She'd finished training her replacement, started training for her new position, and delegated everything that didn't feel like an immediate fire. Despite the amount she had to do, work had never seemed so easy. Packing, on the other hand, took longer than she'd imagined. She guessed at what to wear, texted pictures of different outfits to Bennett asking for his opinions, and still felt like she was completely unprepared. She knew she wouldn't be meeting the Queen of England, but everything about London felt more formal than New York. She pestered Bennett with more texts as the week went on, and of course, he always said he didn't mind the questions. But she knew sometimes he was just being nice. He had to be. He was always too nice to her. It was one of his best qualities. He was just a genuinely nice person. Her zone was announced, and she made her way up to scan her ticket and then headed down the slender walkway to the plane. She rubbed her small necklace back and forth almost absently as she made her way to her seat. Bennett had sent her the necklace one Christmas when they were in college, and she wore it so often she had to have the clasp replaced twice at the jeweler's. It was one of her favorite pieces. She debated packing it but decided to just wear it on the plane. In a matter of hours, she'd be seeing him in person. It had been too long. The flight was smooth and enjoyable. Addie stepped off the airplane in the Heathrow London airport, blinking at the morning light that filtered through the large glass windows. After going through customs and picking up her bag, she headed toward the middle of the waiting area. Through the crowd of men in dark suits holding signs with last names on them, she saw him. His blonde hair was unmistakable. Her heart rate picked up as anticipation filled her. She hadn't seen Bennett in person in too long. They'd met each other a few times in person. He'd come to her college graduation, and they'd made plans to see each other every other year, but last year, she had to cancel last minute, and he'd been more involved in his tech company that summer, and she could tell it wasn't a good time for them to reschedule. So, he'd never come back to America, and she'd yet to travel to London. She circled the group, but he was looking the other way, so she wheeled her suitcase until she stood behind him, then tapped him on the shoulder. "Excuse me, sir, could you help me find a dashing Englishman?" He turned, the look on his face making her melt. "Addie, you're here." He scooped her up in a bear hug and she felt light as a feather. Her cares about Tanner and her stress over her wonderful but complicated new job, all of it melted away. "Hi, Bennett," she said, breathing deeply after their hug. "It's so good to see you." He grinned at her, a schoolboy grin that had her grinning back. It had been too long since she'd seen Bennett in person. His bright blue eyes seemed even more piercing. "The car is waiting out front. Let's get out of the crowd." He took her bag, then grabbed her hand. They stayed together as Bennett navigated the crowd and stepped outside into the blinding morning sun. When he directed her to a sleek dark gray Rolls-Royce, she raised an eyebrow to him. He shrugged. "I have others in the country, but the sports car I drove to London is only a two-seater, and I didn't want to deal with the traffic today." She laughed. "Yeah, how would that be?" Which car should I take?" She didn't have a car. It made no sense in a city like New York. But she supposed it made sense with Bennett spending most of his time in the country estate. The driver got out of the car, loaded her suitcase, and then opened the back door for both Addie and Bennett. Once they were both seated, the driver pulled into traffic, and Addie settled against the seat. Even the inside of the car smelled expensive. The white leather seat molded to her like it was custom-made just for her. Dials and buttons located in the console between their 2 seats in the back seemed ready to cater to her every comfort. It was like being in a first-class seat in a private jet. They pulled out of the airport and Addie was immediately taken with the view. She smiled at Bennett as he pointed out a few things, but she couldn't concentrate when she was soaking everything in. London was already set up to be an amazing vacation with her best friend.
Chapter 5. Bennett laughed at the way Addie kept her face glued to the window, observing everything. What do you want to see first? Your text saying museums and castles wasn't very specific. There are a lot of those around. He'd been asking her about things she'd wanted to see while she was in London throughout the week. Where do I start? Of course I want to see Big Ben and the London Eye. I love museums and history. I wouldn't mind getting in a few tours. The Tower of London is a must, and of course Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace. She ticked off her fingers, like she was remembering a list. Westminster Abbey, and maybe a few garden tours would also be amazing. The Globe Theatre, maybe a few shows, though I can go to a theatre production in New York anytime, so maybe something else before that. We can do all of those, though not on the first day, he said. I have a feeling I won't be able to see everything I want to, even if I stay a month, Addie said. Well, you'll have to come back again. One cannot see all of London in just one holiday. It's impossible. I suppose I will have to come back then, but I still want to cram in as much as I can. She paused. You'd be okay if I came back to your city? Of course I would be. Thanks, she said. Look at this place. It's just charming. Bennett laughed. We're not even in London proper yet. We'll be driving for almost an hour in this traffic. I don't mind the traffic. These houses are just what? He asked. I don't know, just what I imagined, I guess. The double chimneys, the brick, it's beautiful. She pointed out his window to a cluster of homes. It's more spread out than I would have guessed. He looked at his world through her eyes. The outskirts of London are like that. We could have gone to my country home if you were looking for land, he said. I thought you wanted to see the city. Oh, I do. I definitely want to see the city. But there is something about coming into a city, too. It's nice. I guess I don't think too much about that when I'm at home. You don't get out of New York City often? He knew the answer, of course. Not by car. Once again, she turned to gaze out her window, craning her head this way and that to catch sight of everything they passed. Bennett smiled as he answered her questions, content to watch her while the traffic thickened around them as they entered the city. Wow, she said. Welcome to London, Addie, he said. Where do we start? She asked. Are you tired from your flight? Or are you up for a walk? New Yorkers know how to walk even with jet lag, she said, stifling a yawn. Fair enough, he said, then gave directions to his driver, Richard. They headed directly to the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. Kensington Palace. The dark brown and red brick building lined with windows held a stately presence just beyond the brilliantly white statue of Queen Victoria, honoring the late Queen's birthplace. The palace had been home to many of the British royal family for centuries. He'd visited the official London residences of a few of the royal family, but it had always been on business, never for social calls. His London home wasn't far from it, and though he'd walked Hyde Park often since he was a child, when he was in London, he rarely went into the palace unless he was hosting a guest or entertaining a client from out of town. Drier summers would have browned the grass, leaving the entire park looking bleak, but this July had had a decent amount of rain, and he was grateful the green grass adorned the park. He wanted his London to impress Addie, and the thought twisted his insides. He continued walking beyond the statue, heading for the entrance through the gates toward the palace. Wait, Addie said. I'm taking it all in. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of her as she studied the statue. Turning, she looped her arm through Bennett's and hopped a little. He'd forgotten how much he enjoyed her energy and excitement for life. It came across in their phone calls and video chats, but it wasn't the same as seeing it in person. Are you all right? He asked, when she paused again in the middle of the dirt path leading up to the palace. She pulled her arm away, and he immediately regretted breaking the moment. Yes, sorry. I'm just excited to be here. I'm in London. She turned in a circle. How have I never done this before? It was a brilliant question. How had they both never done this before? He had no answer, but the timing seemed right this time. I adore your excitement, he said, casually looping his arm through hers again. She looked down at their arms as they walked toward the palace. I suppose I should do this every time I break up with someone. Come to London and forget all about it. She laughed. Her musical laugh hit him like a wave, and he remembered why she was here. She was here to see London, to forget her ex, and he said he'd help her with both those things. Bennett took a breath. He wouldn't be a rebound. With her here, he needed to remember they were still just best friends. They toured room after room, and Addie commented on everything throughout the stateroom museum. She loved the wall hangings, the floors, the views from the old bubbled windows. Rooms filled with period dress and old-fashioned dollhouses and other toys were also things she loved. He took pictures with her and of her for over an hour as they listened to different tour guides and read different plaques explaining about the rooms. She loved it all. And there it was. The American use of the word. His heart seemed to pay more attention each time she said the word, but he focused only on it, not really catching everything she said. They ended the tour in the gift shop. See anything you want? He asked. She browsed for a minute, then shook her head. I think the pictures will do for a souvenir from here. You took so many through the whole tour. They went outside and stood in the shadow of the building, sandwiched between the small cafe and the hedges. I'd love to see the gardens, she said. There it was, that word again. They'd been together for less than a day and she'd already used it more than a dozen times. He needed to not hyper-focus on it. They're open, he said. My favorite part is the sunken garden. I'll show you. He led the way through the winding hedges, the air cooling though the sun still beat down on them as they entered the sunken garden. A large rectangular pool was recessed from the rest of the area, giving it a sunken feel. Tropical plants and exotic-looking flowers graced the entire space. They took more pictures outside with the beautiful scenery in the background of their selfies. Wow, she said. This really is my favorite thing I've seen so far. More exciting than the palace. No, I like the palace, too. You'll think me so uninformed if I admit that I assumed all palaces looked like, I don't know, what I imagine Buckingham looks like. Or maybe Versailles. She ducked her head. Ah, yes, palace is used as a description, but some of them aren't as lavish as others. We'll see Buckingham and we can go out to Windsor Castle, if you'd like, and you'll get your fill of the lavish. I can enjoy both styles of palaces, she said. But this garden, it's just so different, and so well taken care of. It is beautiful, he said. I suppose it's a rare treat in the middle of a city to have the gardens like this. Makes sense that it's part of the royal grounds. He nodded. One definitely needs land for a garden like this. Most people don't own more than a few flower boxes in London. His detached white and brown brick London house had enough land for several trees, hedges, and some outdoor potted plants, and his southwest-facing garden backed onto Holland Park, but it was nothing compared to the palace gardens. Still, the fenced-in house had been in his family for generations. Remodeled inside and restored to its original historic beauty in some rooms, it still had an appeal today. He thought of his estate in the country and wondered if she'd like the landscaping there. The house wasn't as large as Kensington Palace, but it was comparable in size to the staterooms open to the public. His own manicured garden didn't have as many exotic plants like the sunken garden, but it was tended by 3 expert groundskeepers, not to mention the rest of the staff who maintained the hill and pastureland surrounding his estate. Someday he would show it to her, but she wanted to have a taste of London her first time here. Traveling 3 hours north, sometimes longer when traffic was bad, was a long way when she had limited time and a long list of sights to see. He pointed out some of the different plants, and they walked under the lattice tunnel on the outskirts of the sunken garden. I'd love a place like this, she said. It's so beautiful and peaceful. It is, he said, knowing that it wasn't just the grounds, but the company that he was enjoying. There was something about walking arm in arm with Addie around the garden outside the historic palace. She was here in London, with him. He would definitely have to show her his estate in the country sometime. He knew the estate was always well kept and of the finest quality, but having Addie's approval of it seemed more important than ever.
Chapter 6. Addie glanced up at Bennett's house. It felt taller than the 5 floors she knew it had, but maybe that was just from her vantage point. Maybe some of the floors were vaulted. She knew he was a billionaire, thanks to family inheritance and selling artifacts to the Royal Historical Society, but he also ran a successful tech company that allowed him to spend most of his time in the country, working remotely. But his London house was incredible, even from the street. Richard pulled the car in front of the house, dropping them off. Bennett took Addie's suitcase, wheeling it behind him as they made their way toward the black iron gate that guarded the house's entrance. "Do you miss the country?" she asked, wondering what his estate was like if his London residence was so massive. "When I'm in the country, I prefer the country. But when I'm in London, I can enjoy it." "That's nice you can adjust since you are here so often on business." "You're here for a week every 4th week, right?" she asked. They climbed 7 steps before reaching the massive green door, and Bennett knocked. He smiled. "Right. I will sometimes stay a little longer than the business trip requires. Drew is in London, and before last year, I spent more time with him." "He got married last year," she said, tapping the side of her head. "I remember, even though I'm not as good at dates as you are. You probably remember all the dates off the top of your head. You always remember the dates and times of things." He shrugged. "What can I say? Some are easier than others to remember." The door opened, and a butler ushered them inside. Bennett acknowledged him, then handed over Addie's suitcase. The entrance hall opened to a higher ceiling than she would have imagined. A large chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting brilliant light everywhere. The floor had a decorative design, with dark wood panels dividing marble tiles in a diagonal pattern. Dark cherrywood stairs went both up and down from the hall. White rails held up the dark banisters, adding contrast to the turning stairs as she looked up through the floors. 4 dark doors led from the hall. Each was surrounded by ornate decorative molding. Crown molding graced the ceilings. One door led to a powder room, the other to a small coat closet. Bennett pointed to the door directly ahead of them. "That is the dining room, and to your left," he said, pointing to a pair of large double doors, "is the drawing room." He took her hand. "Ready for a tour?" Addie nodded, excited to see his house in person. A few years ago, he'd given her a tour over a video chat, but she knew seeing everything in person would be much more impressive. Bennett opened the doors to the drawing room, and Addie gasped. "This is beautiful." The front of the room had 3 large bay windows looking out the front of the house. The room was mostly decorated in gold and crimson. The ceiling was white, but the rest of the walls were painted, and different colors and textures added to the molding that ornamented everything. Several sets of couches and upholstered chairs were arranged through the entire room. The floor was the same marble and wood design that graced the entrance hall. The ceiling held 2 more large chandeliers. Addie walked through the room, taking it all in. Not even Kensington Palace had felt this ornate, with such attention to every little detail. The drawing room extended the length of the entire house, with matching French door windows on the opposite ends of the room. The door led out onto a small patio. Next to it, another set of double doors led into the large dining room. Half pillars added beauty and decoration to the walls. They were painted to look like marble, but Addie guessed they were most likely wood. A large fireplace split the drawing room in half, adding structure and a focal point. Above the fireplace was a red family crest with 3 silver swords on it. Large oil paintings hung on the walls on either side of the fireplace in gold-gilded frames. Addie guessed the paintings were each over 15 feet in length. Below each painting was another decorated marble-topped table holding antiques. The room had seating for over 25 people, and the floor space felt like it could hold many more than that. Large rugs covered up some of the floor, adding a cozier feel to the room. Opposite the fireplace was a large oval mirror in a heavy, ornamental gold frame. All the lamps were on, adding warmth to the inviting space. "Do you like it?" Bennett asked. "Like it?" She shook her head, noticing that Bennett looked disappointed for just a moment. She grinned. "I don't just like it. I love it." Bennett smiled. "This room is one of my favorites." "I can see why," she said. She followed him through the double doors leading to the dining room. The entire room was much smaller than she would have imagined after seeing such a large drawing room. The dining room was roughly half the size. This room also had a set of angled windows and a small French door leading outside to the back patio. Every wall was paneled from floor to ceiling with wood. Multiple layers of wood added decorative moldings and designs. Even the doors into the room looked like part of the walls, completely blending in except for the doorknob. The round glass table held a large vase with fresh-cut flowers. There was seating for 10 people, and Addie wondered how often it was filled. "Bennett, this is incredible," she said, touching the back of one of the chairs. "Thanks," he said. "Let me show you outside before it gets too dark." She hadn't realized it was getting late. Time had started to get away from her. They stepped out onto the patio overlooking the lowered garden. Addie realized that though they were on the main level walking into the house, the raised steps they went up to the front door of the house meant they were on a terrace instead of the actual ground floor. From her view on the patio, she could see over the high back fence to where a large park stretched out behind it. Several trees surrounded the yard, along with stone walls that created raised beds for plants. The ground was covered in stone rectangles and squares of all different sizes, fitted together, making it look like a large patchwork quilt. Several planters full of flowers and topiaries lined the stone wall that was enclosed by another black iron fence marking the border of the property. They toured the yard before re-entering the house through the lower ground-level entrance, which opened directly into breakfast room. Through a small set of doors was the kitchen with a large attached pantry. Much of the main floor had a historical feel to it, but the lower-level breakfast room felt modern. The table was rectangular, but still held 10 chairs. A large bookcase lined one wall, and Addie smiled. It was just like Bennett to have books in his breakfast room. Bennett pointed out different features in the kitchen, all of which were modern, complete with stainless steel appliances. "The rest of this floor is for the staff. They live here full-time and keep the house in order when I'm not here." Addie nodded and stifled a yawn as her body tried to adjust to being up for almost 24 hours straight. "I'm afraid I'm boring you," he said. "Not at all. I want to see your house, but maybe I do have a bit of jet lag." She hid another yawn behind her hand and then laughed. "How about a cup of tea?" He leaned in, and his whisper tickled her neck and sent a shiver running down her back. "My chef in the country house is impeccable at making peppermint tea. He taught me when I was younger and too energetic in the kitchen." "It sounds soothing," she said, though she knew as soon as her head touched the pillow she'd be completely asleep. Addie leaned against the granite counter as Bennett made the peppermint tea. "This isn't some secret family recipe you don't want me learning, is it?" He laughed. "You're practically family, so I'd tell you anyway, even if it was a closely guarded family secret." Warmth spread through her. She felt like family to him. Well, she supposed that's how best friends were supposed to be, comfortable with each other's families. "Careful now. After all, I am an American. The British may not like having a spy in their midst." "Really? You're going to pull out some colonial joke like that?" "Bad form, Addie. No need to rub it in our faces that we lost to you, that was hundreds of years ago." She smiled. "I suppose we used to joke like that at camp, and I never thought how it must sting. I really only thought it was funny, at the time. Your teenage version of the joke was quite endearing, but I secretly knew that one day you'd see things my way. Come to England and learn the truth and all that." "Is that so?" she asked, always loving insights from when they first met at camp. They sat in the high back chairs around a small breakfast nook. "Of course," he said, pouring her tea into a beautiful bone china teacup. The cup looked like it should be on display in a museum, like many of the other beautiful things in the Kensington Palace, not something someone actually drank out of. "What's wrong?" Bennett asked. She loved the way he knew her so well. What gave her away? Or could he just sense it? "I feel like I'm sitting at the Queen's table in Buckingham Palace. This cup is just so fancy. Makes me feel quite plain with my collection of coffee mugs from random places. These aren't even the fancy ones. You should see the country estate. Well, anyway, tomorrow you'll see Buckingham Palace, if that's what is on your list next." Addie ran her fingers around the handle of the cup and admired the delicate matching saucer underneath it. "You know, after seeing your house, Buckingham Palace might be a disappointment." "Better than Buckingham? And you've only seen 2 of the 5 floors." "You flatter me, but I doubt it. If you want British pomp and circumstance, tomorrow's changing of the guard and the tour after lunch will be quite the thing." "I can't wait," she said and pulled out her phone. She knew it was silly, but there was part of her that just wanted to write out her excitement to him, even when he was sitting next to her. Their conversations were almost like journaling. She recorded all the things she wanted to remember and sent them to Bennett for safekeeping. Pulling up her text app, she wrote to Bennett. "You'll never believe where I am, and I'm having so much fun." He chuckled when his phone dinged. He took it out of his pocket and typed a quick reply. She drank the peppermint tea while she read his text. "Old habits die hard? I'm right here." There was something about receiving a text from him. How could she explain it? She set down her teacup. "Yes, but my day is never complete until I text you at the end of it." "What was your favorite part of the day?" "You're asking all the hard questions," she said, scrunching up her face. Everything seemed to blur together as her brain became more tired. She put down her phone, enjoying the warm liquid running down her throat. The peppermint tea was surprisingly soothing, even at the end of a hot day. "You can't leave a question unanswered, Addie." "That's bad form," he said. "Yeah, that phrase has been in my head forever." "Was it from a movie or something? How did that even get started between us?" Bennett closed his eyes and rubbed his chin, like he often did when he was thinking. Addie used to tease him, telling him that the proper thinking pose was a clenched fist underneath his chin. Sometimes she wondered if he rubbed his chin just to tease her about that moment, but the gesture seemed effortless. In the few seconds his eyes were closed, she studied his features. He was much more handsome and chiseled than the boy she met at camp 16 years ago. His chin was more defined. Had she noticed that the last time she'd seen him in person? Video chats were nice, but sitting at a table with him, she realized the small phone camera never quite did him justice. Her best friend was gorgeous. "I think it started that night after I tried teaching you fencing," he said. "That would have been our first year at camp. You asked me a question, and I didn't answer right away. You called me on it." Addie blinked and looked away, not wanting to be caught staring. "I'm always amazed at how well you can recall things." Bennett shrugged like it was no big deal. He was always so modest. "Some things just stick." She nodded. "I think I do remember that moment. You wouldn't answer my question, so did I tell you that it was bad form, or did you say those words first?" "I think it was the next day when I asked you a question at lunch, something about the ingredients." "In the chili, I remember," she chimed in. "I'd never experienced such an interesting American dish before, and you wouldn't tell me what was in it when I asked. And then you said, turnabout is fair play. And that's when you said that it was bad form," she said. "I do believe that is how I remember it as well," he said. "Well, I don't want to be in bad form on my first day in London," she said. "We definitely wouldn't want that." "So, what was your favorite part?" She bit her lip. She'd loved all the sights. Kensington Palace had been incredible and walking through the parks had been beautiful. They even rode rental bikes for a couple of miles through Hyde Park. They'd driven around, and he'd given her an overview of London. She pulled out her phone. "Call me crazy, but I think my favorite part was spending time with you." She looked up, putting her phone on the table. She poured herself another small cup of the peppermint tea as she watched him. He didn't look up from his phone, just continued to study her words. The pause had her tired brain slightly wired, but maybe that was just the tea. Being in London was exciting. And she was with her best friend. Anything she saw would be remembered as a highlight. "What was your favorite part?" she asked aloud. He looked up at her, and his features smoothed out. "I suppose I'd say the same as you. I enjoy just being in your company. I've seen London a time or two before." He winked at her, and she laughed. There it was, that smile that seemed to light up his entire face. How was he not already snatched up by some beautiful British heiress? The thought poured sadness around her middle. Would an heiress have a problem with Addie being Bennett's best friend, just like all her exes? She hoped not. It was nice that he was currently unattached, though, for the life of her, she couldn't figure out why. Maybe she'd ask him tomorrow, when her brain was less foggy.
Chapter 7. Bennett looked over his paper when Addie came into the sitting room. Poor girl must really be jet-lagged. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Bennett said. "How did you sleep? That bed is seriously the most comfortable one I've ever slept in." She yawned. "Why didn't you wake me? Aren't we supposed to be at Buckingham Palace by now?" Bennett looked at his watch. He hadn't wanted to rush her on her first morning in London. Besides, they could adjust their plans. "We still have plenty of time to see the changing of the guard before our tour if that's what you still want to do." He didn't have to ask the question to know it was important to her. She enjoyed pomp and circumstance, and the changing of the guard was the perfect event to witness the tradition of all the guards marching out of Buckingham Palace in full uniform, even in the humid summer. She'd once mentioned that a tour of the palace wouldn't be the same unless she saw the changing of the guard first. So of course, he would oblige. She nodded vigorously. "The website said to get there a couple hours early if we want a good spot." He poured her a cup of tea, and she accepted it. "I've got a couple of people reserving our spot for us. We'll be just fine." She laughed, shaking her head. "What?" he asked. She took a seat next to him, helping herself to the small shortbread cookies. "It seems kind of like a fairy tale. I'm eating cookies for breakfast and you have people to hold our places in a line." She shrugged. "Is this how it always is for you?" He swallowed. She knew he was a billionaire. She'd teased him about it for years, but he had never explained all the perks that came with his money. He wasn't one to idle away his days, so he stayed connected with his tech company, but some things he just didn't have to wait for. Money could buy a lot of things, and he found ways to pay for more time each day. "I usually eat breakfast before mid-morning tea time, but I wanted to wait until you were up." She finished her cookie. "Thanks for waiting for me. You didn't have to do that. How would it look if I ate without you?" "Bad form." He handed her a jelly-filled cookie. "You should try one of these. They're my favorite." "Thank you. I'm sure I'll love it." Bennett and Addie made it to Buckingham Palace with time to spare. Richard, Bennett's driver, couldn't bring the car too close, but they only had to walk a couple of blocks. Bennett looked toward St. James Park, wishing they had time to walk through it before watching the changing of the guard. But it didn't matter. They could do it after lunch and their tour of Buckingham Palace. "I can't believe how many people are here," Addie said, shading her eyes as she looked around. "Tourists, mostly," he said. The vast crowd swarmed around the gates of Buckingham Palace as the regimental band played renditions of several popular foreign songs. Addie recognized several of the American songs and named each of them. Of course, the band tailored its selection for the tourists. Bennett was glad they were able to secure a place on the Victoria Monument, directly facing the entrance to Buckingham Palace. Police riding horses back and forth in the street kept the crowds crossing at the proper times. The crowds felt thick, and the air was stuffy. It wasn't quite 11 a.m., but already the sun beat down hard, reflecting off the red pavement, the monument and the palace, and blinding him in the process. "This is so exciting," Addie gushed. Bennett nodded his agreement. It was exciting because he was here with her. He didn't usually attend the changing of the guard, unless someone was in town who'd never seen it before. But he'd brave the crowds and the heat for her. Several people tried to push their way into the crowd, and Bennett grabbed Addie's hand before they were separated by another large group. Next time he'd pay to have the entire monument to himself. "Stay close," he said. Addie nodded, not removing her hand from his. As the rows of men in red uniforms and tall black hats approached, the crowd seemed to quiet until the only things that could be heard were the police on horses reminding everyone in the crowd to beware of pickpockets. "It's a lot to take in," Addie finally said as they watched the procession. "All the royalty, the pomp and circumstance, it's all beautiful and just a little overwhelming, isn't it?" Bennett nodded. "I suppose it can be. Not to you though. You seem quite comfortable with it," she said. "Perhaps I'm used to the tradition of it." She smiled, shaking her head. "We have nothing like this in America. I can't even think of a comparison. Inaugural addresses aren't this lavish, and the changing of the guard happens every day. It's just incredible. Royalty is a completely different ballgame. I went to school with several dignitaries. Some of them are from different countries. That's quite the mix," she said. "I think I always dreamed of being a princess when I was little, not realizing there were still princesses in the world." She laughed. "The things we don't pick up on until we're older." He smiled at her phrase. The things we don't pick up until we're older, indeed. Like how he'd been in love with her. After the changing of the guard, Bennett took Addie to one of his favorite cafes for lunch. It was a small restaurant across the street from St. James Park, serving a variety of foods. With their late breakfast, it was a little early for a large meal, but Buckingham Palace was often crowded, and it took over an hour to complete the tour, so it was nice to eat before going inside. "How is the business deal with your friend going?" Addie asked Bennett. "They seemed pretty interested after your presentation last week, didn't they?" Bennett nodded. "It's going really well. We're doing a trial run of working together on a few shipments for my tech to a few other European countries. But if everything goes as planned, we'll have negotiations started in the next couple of months." Addie smiled. "That's great, Bennett." They received their food and began enjoying their meal. "So, what about you personally?" Addie asked. "What about me?" Bennett asked. "You're always so quiet about your love life. Why is that, Bennett?" Bennett tried to keep a neutral expression on his face. "Oh, there's not really much to tell. I mean, I know you're a billionaire, and you have royal blood somewhere along your lines, but remind me, how are you related to royalty again? I saw your family crests on your wall. There are certainly a lot of them." He nodded. "You are always so observant," he said. "My maternal great-grandparents were royals, but grandmother was disowned when she fell in love with and married a commoner. It's been enough time I could probably try and get reinstated, but it would never lead me to a throne or anything at this point. Mostly we don't associate with that side of the family though. Still bad blood." He laughed it off, but he really didn't want to get into that story. That's why having an arranged marriage for you would be so crucial. It gets you back on the throne, right?" She laughed. "Is that why you never talk about your love life?" she asked, studying him. She could interpret his looks, just like he could hers. He tried not to laugh, keeping his features smooth. "No. Thankfully my parents weren't into that sort of thing. Besides, I'm not in that kind of royal." Well then I'm baffled." She leaned back in her chair and studied him some more. "Baffled? By what?" "By you, of course. You don't have an arranged marriage to some foreign princess or duchess or something, and you never talk about your love life. I think it's probably been, I don't even know because I'm not as good at dates as you are, 5 years maybe." "More like 6, he said. She waved her hand in the air. See, you even know that date, too. I guess after less than 2 days with you touring London, I just wonder why you don't talk about anyone. He cleared his throat. Maybe there's no one to talk about. She pointed. Except, your eye did that slight twitch thing, which means you don't believe what you just said. There is someone in your life, isn't there? He sighed. It's only wishful thinking most of the time. His heart picked up, and he raised an eyebrow at her, willing her to go on without him asking the question he really wanted the answer to. If she came to the conclusion on her own, he would tell his secret. Then he could hold her hand, and it would mean something besides not just wanting to make sure he didn't lose her in a crowd. How come we never talk about it? Maybe I'm not good at talking about it. Except you are good about it. We talk about my love life all the time, and you give great advice. She looked him straight in the eyes. I think I know why, she said quietly. You do? He asked, daring to hope even as his breaths grew shallow. Of course. It feels so obvious, she said, rubbing the side of her head with her hand. I can't believe I didn't see it before. Her eyes seemed to glow with the revelation. He paused for a heartbeat, knowing they were finally on the same page. He soaked in this moment. Sometimes it's hard to see what is in front of us because we get so used to it. Bennett swallowed and drew in a deep breath, the idea of her knowing his true feelings for her rushing at him. He'd wanted to tell her so many times, especially over the last 6 years. I know, but I just can't believe you'd let me go on and never interject. His brain replayed her last statement. How did that apply to his true feelings for her? I'm a little lost, he finally said. The reason why you don't talk to me about your love life is because I talk too much about my own. What kind of a best friend does that? Not a very good one, let me tell you. I feel awful. Here all this time we could have been talking about you too, but we don't. Bennett's stomach dropped as realization crashed around him, and he knew if he wasn't careful his expression would betray him, and Addie would know how wrong she was on this point. He smiled, trying to make it feel relaxed. No, I don't mind talking all about you, Addie. Like I said, there's just not much to say about my love life. Addie pursed her lips. You're sure it's not because of me? It was exactly because of her, but not for the reason she was thinking. How could he talk to Addie about the person he'd been crushing on for years, when they were the same person? He rubbed the back of his neck. She was putting him in the most awkward situation. It's not because of you, or because you think you've monopolized the conversation. You and I talk equally. I tell you about my day, and my work. Addie nodded. I know you do. I just hope that I'm not the reason you don't tell me about your relationships and your dates. I tell you about my dates, he said. She nodded thoughtfully. I suppose you have. He'd gone on a few dates here and there when he was set up by one of his friends, or when he needed to host a party, but none of them ever amounted to anything like what he had with Addie. He could tell her that, couldn't he? From now on, I'm going to talk less about my boyfriends, Addie said, interrupting his thoughts. You don't have to do that, he said. Besides, he'd never find an opening if he didn't know if she was seeing someone else. And I want to hear about this mysterious person you have on your mind, Addie said, wiggling her eyebrows. Mysterious person? He asked. Addie rolled her eyes. Don't play dumb with me, Bennett. From the moment we started talking about this you've had this look on your face. I can read your expressions, and they're much clearer in person. You like someone, and I want to hear all about her. You're in London to get over your last boyfriend, not to talk about my love life, he said slowly. What better way to help me get over my own failed relationship than by helping you with yours? It's just not that simple, he said, knowing there would be little he could say that would change her mind. She was stubborn that way. She put a hand over his on the table. Her touch was smooth and soothing. Come on, Bennett. I'm your best friend, and I feel so out of the loop on this. Let me help. He focused on her hand, the rest of his brain going blank. They'd held hands during the last 2 days of touring, but only out of necessity as they walked through the crowds, or not wanting to be separated like at the Victoria Monument outside of Buckingham Palace. There's not much to help with, he said. Besides, I'm supposed to be helping you get over your ex. She waved her hand in the air. I haven't even thought of him since I arrived. Could she get over Tanner that quickly, or was she just saying that so he would let down his guard? They finished their lunch and then strolled through St. James Park. For all of the years that Bennett had walked through this park, the grass had never looked so green, and the trees had never seemed so inviting. The little walkways seemed to be more vibrant and the sunlight seemed to dance around them as the clouds rolled through the beautiful sky. We're not going to focus on my love life while you're here. There's not much to tell. At least nothing to tell her at this point. She grinned like he remembered her when they were at camp and she beat him at a kayak race, which meant she might be thinking that she could wear him down on this.
Chapter 8. London is so beautiful at night, Addie said as they walked across the Golden Jubilee Bridge toward the London Eye. They could see Big Ben peeking over the other buildings. The glow from the Palace of Westminster cast a light behind it. The London Eye looked spectacular reflected in the Thames. I agree, Bennett said, looking at her. Do you want to go up in the London Eye? Addie bit her lip as a familiar queasy feeling hit her stomach. I don't know. Crammed in with so many people, up so high. It doesn't sound exciting, it sounds terrifying. Bennett nodded. Perhaps it's less terrifying in the day? Not likely, she said. She shivered. Her short sleeves hadn't bothered her until now. July was a beautiful time in London and so far, they hadn't had any rain. The morning clouds had burned off quickly, leaving the day beautiful with a bright blue sky. But now, with the sun down and walking next to the river, the air felt chillier. Bennett rubbed her arms, and she appreciated the gesture. Sorry, it is a little cold out tonight. I didn't expect that, he said. It's okay. It's not too bad when we keep walking. They had paused on the bridge, taking in the scene, and Addie couldn't remember the last time a city had pulled on her so much. Walking across bridges in New York at night didn't create this effect in her. There was something almost magical about this moment. I don't remember you being afraid of heights when we were at camp, he said. We did the zip line several times one year. We did, didn't we? I guess that was because of you. I never thought about it when I was with you. I just knew that no matter what, if you were brave enough for both of us, I could do it too. He took her hand. I'm still brave enough for both of us, he whispered. No pressure, though. She studied his intense eyes watching her, and her stomach flipped. She ignored the sensation, it was probably just the thought of the heights making her nervous. But there's so many people, she said back, wondering how she could stand the nausea of soaring into the air while dealing with claustrophobia. Even from their view on the bridge, the London Eye soared into the darkness, making it appear high even from far away. I'll take care of the crowds, if that's what is stopping you, he said. She squeezed his hand and took a calming breath. I suppose I'm here to try new things. Maybe this is a good way to do that. Right then. That's the spirit, he said. They continued down the bridge, making their way down to the river's edge where sweets were being sold next to a brilliantly lit merry-go-round. Addie let her gaze wander to the top of the London Eye as they approached, craning her neck to see the top of it. The line wasn't long, and within a few minutes most of the crowd loaded into the capsule, whisked slowly into the air as the next capsule came to a stop at the ground and everyone disembarked. Bennett went inside the building next door to ask about tickets. Addie watched him, then let the London Eye come back into focus. She breathed slower, trying to calm the pulse that raced erratically in her chest. When Bennett exited the building and came toward her, but her pulse didn't slow. Bennett smiled. We don't have to worry about crowds. She swallowed, not wanting to back out. She looked back at the line of people waiting to get in. It says up to 25 people can fit in each capsule. He held up 2 tickets. I booked us on a private capsule. It comes with champagne and chocolates and our own private host. He paused as he studied her, most likely reading her expression, and then worry lines etched his face. We don't have to go up, Addie, he said, lowering the tickets to his side. It's really okay. The tickets are non-refundable, she said, reading the sign. I don't care about that, he said soothingly. This is about you. If you want to go, we'll go. But if you don't want to go, then we won't. I said no pressure, and I meant it. She glanced at the top capsule, watching it move slowly to its next position. Okay, she said. Where would you like to go instead? He asked. There was no hint of disappointment as he asked the question. Let's give the London Eye a try, she said. Are you sure? She nodded. It'll be just like the zip line. I'll be fine. You're my best friend, I trust you. She took a hesitant step toward the line. No pressure for you, but much more pressure for me, he said. She laughed. Don't expect me to reassure you on this. If I get sick or hysterical, it's your job to help me through it. He put a reassuring arm around her. I'll get you a sick bag and everything, he said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Addie took Bennett's hand as she stepped over the threshold into the capsule. In the center, a small table was set up with chocolates and champagne. When the doors closed, a man in a tuxedo and bow tie spoke. His accent sounded like he should be starring in some British aristocracy film. Welcome to Cupid's capsule. We are delighted you have chosen to spend part of your unforgettable evening with us. Seeing the city from the London Eye is one of the most romantic ways to experience London, especially at night. Over the next 30 minutes, I will be serving your truffles and champagne. Feel free to sit at the table, move the chairs, or stand as you enjoy the views. Addie lifted an eyebrow when Bennett looked at her. He shrugged, looking almost embarrassed by the attention from the host. It was the only way I could get us a private capsule on such short notice, he whispered. You wanted to avoid the crowds. Addie nodded. Thank you, she said, wondering how much it cost for him to ensure that they were the only two in the capsule during the prime evening time. The capsule moved slowly, barely rising above where they were when they loaded. She was grateful for the slow movement that didn't jostle her around. She took a steadying breath as she braved holding onto the railing and looking out of the capsule. Bennett came next to her. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. It really is beautiful. It really is, he replied. She looked back at the chocolates set out on fine china dishes. It's a shame to let the dessert go to waste, she said, though she'd stay away from the champagne at least until she knew her stomach could handle being so high in the air. They'd barely moved a couple of spots. Agreed. They sat at the table and ate a few of the truffles. She laughed, taking in the whole scene with Bennett. He'd booked a private capsule for them because she was nervous about losing her stomach in front of a capsule full of people. They were being wined and dined by a very fancy host, though he kept his gaze mostly outside the capsule, allowing them their privacy. Not that she needed that with Bennett. They were best friends, but she supposed the host didn't need to know that. This is quite the romantic setting, she said, focusing on another truffle and letting her mind wander from the height they were slowly climbing to. You should bring your special someone here, she said. He looked at her thoughtfully before he spoke. Before I bring anyone here ever again, I'd want to make sure they are okay with the height. That's a smart move, but just because someone is nervous around the heights, don't discount the idea of coming here. I mean, look at me. I'm not usually one for observation decks and being high up, with the exception of my flat in New York, and I'm doing okay so far. Besides, you inspire confidence. I don't think I would feel as good about this if we were in the middle of a group of people, especially if you weren't here. So think about that. Perhaps you'll inspire the same kind of strength in her that you do in me. I'll keep that in mind. He paused. I really inspire confidence in you? Of course you do. Ever since ziplining, maybe even before that. When you tell me I can do something, I know I can do it, even if I don't believe it. Like the job promotion. I never would have gone for it had you not nudged me and helped me. You would have gone for it. You're perfect for the job. I might have figured that out eventually, but I wasn't really thinking about the change when I told you about it offhandedly. Then I guess it's a good thing I was bold. She kept her grip tight on the rail and tried to enjoy the view looking straight out, instead of looking down. She had read that during the day it was possible to see up to 25 miles away, and on a clear day that meant spotting Windsor Castle. She peered into the distance, but she couldn't see anything past her immediate surroundings. You're always bold, she said, stepping toward the end of the capsule. He stood next to her, his hands close to hers on the rail. Not always, he said. He pointed out several buildings beyond Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament. As they approached the top, Addie's stomach did a little flip, but she wasn't feeling nauseous. Maybe the chocolate had calmed her stomach. Well, just know that this has my stamp of approval as a great date spot. He raised an eyebrow. Good to know. Not that I'm thinking of this as a date, obviously. Obviously. He turned his body so he was leaning against the rail, his back to the outside glass they stood next to. Is this the kind of date you'd go on? With Tanner? She furrowed her brow. She hadn't thought of Tanner at all. It was so easy to not think about anyone else when she was with Bennett. Was that some sort of sign? Like maybe Tanner had had a point when he broke up with her? She pushed the thoughts into a corner of her mind, determined to pull them out later and analyze them, but not while she was with Bennett. She turned her thoughts back to the original question. Maybe he was asking if this would be a good date spot for him and the girl he hadn't quite given her enough details on yet. Bennett had always been so helpful in all her relationships, giving advice and a listening ear, and she felt bad she hadn't returned the favor for years. It was time to focus on him and on his love life. Hers wasn't going anywhere at the moment, especially after the very public breakup with Tanner in the restaurant. Addie was surprised at how quickly she'd stopped thinking about Tanner unless Bennett mentioned him. The pain or heartache that should have accompanied the ending of an almost 6-month relationship, longer than any of her other relationships in a long time, wasn't there. More than anything, she wondered why it had lasted as long as it did, especially when Tanner had such major issues against her best friend. She let the images of Tanner fall away, like the nausea she refused to feel. She wasn't about to do jumping jacks in the capsule, but she was feeling much more confident than she originally anticipated. As long as she didn't look down. She kept her gaze straight ahead, looking at Big Ben. I think I lost you, Bennett said. Where did you go? Addie blinked, realizing she'd been lost in her own thoughts. It was time to focus on Bennett and on how she could be a better friend to him. He'd asked her about her own preference for dates and if Tanner would have done this sort of thing, but she could tell what he really wanted to know. Sometimes she felt like she knew him so well she could read his thoughts through his expressions. He wanted to make sure the girl he was thinking of would like this. He was looking for support from his best friend, and she could help him with that. Tanner would never have done something like this. He wasn't super romantic like that. Besides, even if he thought of it, he wouldn't have convinced me to come on it. I'm way too scared of the heights. You're very brave for someone who doesn't like heights. That's the benefit of an amazing friend. You're brave enough for both of us, and I've really been enjoying myself. Me too, he said. It was the way he looked at her that made Addie pause. Bennett was smitten, she could see it in his eyes. She was thrown for just a second by that realization. Of course she wanted the best for him. What best friend would want anything else? But even still, a well of sadness seemed to seep in around her. If he had a girlfriend right now, she'd probably be joining them for the tour around London, and Addie would have missed having Bennett all to herself. It was a silly thought to think. Even if she had a boyfriend, she still would make time to hang out with Bennett if he ever came to visit her in New York. The thoughts crowded in on her and she pushed them away. She needed to reassure him this was a great place to bring the woman he kept thinking about when he was with her. Her feet felt unsteady underneath her and she swayed slightly. Addie, Bennett said, looking concerned. You're not getting dizzy, are you? He held her close, an arm wrapped around her waist. His touch was comforting. I'm okay, she said weakly. A worry line appeared on Bennett's forehead, and Addie wished she could smooth it away. The truth was, the idea of losing her friend had left her in need of air. Let's sit for a minute, he said, helping her to the table. He moved the chairs so they were in front of the table, instead of on opposite sides. Once Addie was sitting, Bennett moved his chair closer to hers. Eat this. He held a chocolate and instead of handing it to her, he popped it in her mouth. Addie savored the decadent sweetness, then swallowed. Thank you. He held her hand, squeezing it lightly. Anything for you, he said. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and he put one arm around her. The lights from the surrounding buildings reflected off the Thames. Now that she had seen this view at night, she knew she'd want to see it during the day, too. The moment felt like an intimate one, stars peeking through the clouds above and golden lights reflecting off years of history in the historical buildings that graced the river's edge. Now that she was seated, she could think more clearly. She had to reassure him that this would be the perfect date. Back to our conversation from a few minutes ago, she said quietly. Yes? This is definitely the kind of date any girl would enjoy. The view is amazing, and look at this, a whole capsule to enjoy without worrying about anyone eavesdropping on your romantic conversation. It's magical. Magical, he mused. I can't decide if you should take her during the day though, but I guess it depends if she's already been on the London Eye before. I mean, it's so beautiful at night, but it would be spectacular to be able to see farther away. I suppose I'd have to see both to compare. You liked it well enough that you'd consider coming during the day? He asked. She nodded against his shoulder. Who'd have thought I'd love it as much as I do? Not me. Just when I think I know everything about you, you surprise me, he said. I never would have guessed that you'd move so quickly to being okay enough with the heights that you'd come back during the day. Oh, I might be completely terrified during the day, she admitted, though she doubted it if he was with her. But between the truffles and being here with you, I suppose I would try it again. Her heart seemed to flutter at the idea of it. Bennett really was the best friend she could ever ask for.
Chapter 9. The next morning, Bennett took Addie to the British Museum. You know, I've been to the Met, but the Egyptian wing here is just incredible, Addie said, as they looked at another glass case with mummies and partially intact bowls. I could spend a whole week just in this museum and not get to all of it. Bennett enjoyed seeing the British Museum through Addie's eyes. Her enthusiasm was contagious. He always came to at least one museum when he was in London, but the visit usually revolved around obligations to attend events or exhibit reveals. Being on the board of one of London's most beloved museums foundations, he was invited to them all. Addie stopped at a large wing that was blocked off with a velvet rope attached to gold posts. A woman stood on the other side. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun that seemed to stretch her face as well. I'm sorry, this exhibit is closed to the public. Addie nodded, reading the sign. Does it open soon? She asked. The exhibit will be revealed in 2 days. Addie's face brightened at the words. That's great, maybe we can catch it before I leave. The woman shook her head. For the first month of the visit, it is by invitation only. Bennett put his arm around Addie, turning her away from the woman. He didn't recognize her, but he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself. You're interested in the new Chinese Fifth Dynasty exhibit? He asked. I always love seeing exhibits when they first arrive at the Met. He racked his brain to remember if his personal assistant, Patrick, had sent a formal decline of the museum's invitation. It just so happens that I can get us in, he said. She looked at him wide-eyed, practically squealing with delight. Really? That would be amazing. I told Patrick to clear my schedule for the week, completely forgetting about this event until you saw the sign. Can we go anytime? She asked. My invitation is for the reveal, he said. Oh, wow. Like the official thing? She eyed him. Of course it would be. Of course you've downplayed all these events to me when you tell me you've gone to a museum with friends, or to a garden party, or... She clutched her hand around his arm. Wait, a garden party? You went to a Buckingham Palace garden party, didn't you? He shrugged. It wasn't that big of a deal. Of course not, it's just perfectly normal for you to sip tea with the Queen in her garden. Technically, the Queen was away the last time. She laughed. The last time? You say it like there has been more than one. Wait, of course there has been more than one. Your life is like a fairy tale, parties with royalty, exclusive invitations to elite parties. You have not given me enough details about all these fancy things. You make it sound much more glamorous than it is, he protested. Besides, I did give you all the details. You did, except you forgot to mention where it was being held and who all the famous people attending were. Bennett straightened. He was proud of his heritage, but some events came with his family legacy, not because he'd done anything. He liked that Addie was interested in his life without being too caught up in the hype that came with it. She could good-naturedly joke with him about his wealth, and because of that he was okay with staying modest about his connections. I'm invited because I inherited a name, and because I decided to donate some rare articles of historical and intrinsic value to the museum. The rest of the invitations come because I like to stay connected with my company. So you're invited to the exhibit reveal, which is the most exclusive event. That feels like a big deal, she said soberly. He shrugged. Sometimes I send others in my place. I don't always need the recognition personally. But if you want to go, we can. I think you should definitely go, and it does sound amazing, but, she let the sentence trail off. He looked in the direction where she stared at a large marble column that held nothing of interest. But what? He asked. Don't you, wouldn't this be a very impressive first date with the girl you like? Wouldn't you want to take her to this? If she only knew how maddening it was that she was talking about herself. He couldn't tell her, not yet. It would still feel too much like a rebound if he brought it up so soon after her breakup. I don't want to take anyone but you. Will you do me the honor of accompanying me? I'd love to, but isn't this a big deal? I didn't pack an evening gown. The closest thing I have with me is a cocktail dress. The last thing I'd want is for you to make the wrong impression because of me. He waved a hand in the air. She was overthinking this, but he should have suspected that, especially after she made the connection that last month's garden party was held at Buckingham Palace. You'd look perfect in whatever you decided to wear, but I can help, if you're up for an evening of elegance and stuffy art connoisseurs who think they know everything. The food is decent, but sometimes the speeches drone on. She bit her lip, glancing back toward where the exhibit was roped off. It sounds amazing. He laughed. Of course it sounded amazing, but only because she was there with him. Then it's a date, he said. Right. A date. A date to the biggest party I'll probably ever attend. He pulled out his phone. I'll make the arrangements. If we can get the car here in an hour, we should have just enough time to head to Giovanni's. It was the most exclusive designer shop in London. Addie coughed. Right, getting a last-minute appointment, there should be no trouble at all. Well, it might be some trouble, but it will be worth it, he said. Addie was always worth it.
Chapter 10. 2 hours later, Addie stood on a pedestal surrounded by several mirrors all angled her way. Giovanni's was everything she'd imagined. Half of New York tried to get an appointment here for events, only to be turned away because the bookings were full. She'd once seen someone wear a Giovanni dress at a gala in New York, but she never dreamed she would be standing on the top of a Giovanni pedestal. And yet, Bennett had been able to secure a private after-hours design and fitting with barely 2 hours' notice. She knew he had prestige and money, but the ability to get the attention of designers and royalty, it was not what she expected at all. To her he was still her very best friend from summer camp, not some London billionaire bigshot. For all the attention Addie was receiving through this spontaneous fitting, she felt like royalty. She could easily name half a dozen European royals who had worn dresses from this premier designer, likely standing on this very spot to have their own gowns fitted. Attendants came in every minute or two offering her water, checking to make sure the temperature in the room was just right, and generally making a fuss over her. Bennett was in the next room being fitted for his tuxedo. "How do you like it?" a man with a hint of an Italian accent asked when he had pinned the final piece of fabric from the front to the back. She gravitated toward the pale silvery blue color when they showed her the swatches after she and Bennett first arrived. The brilliant spotlights shining on her must have had something to do with the extra shimmer in the fabric, but even without the pedestal, lights, and several floor-length mirrors showing her a view of every angle, it was easily the most beautiful gown she'd ever worn. She wouldn't be more excited about her wedding dress after this gown. Not that she was planning a wedding right now, but a piece of her had always assumed she'd be pampered and doted on like this only when she was being fitted for a wedding gown. But now, it was hard to imagine that even a wedding dress fitting could be more magical. She swayed slightly on the pedestal, letting the motion move the fabric that felt smooth and weightless against her skin. The gown swished around her legs. The bodice was simple, but the V-cut was elegant. A large piece of fabric draped down the front of the dress, and Addie couldn't tell if it was going to be part of the top of the dress or if it was just representing a potential design that would eventually be put into the front of the gown. "I love it, Mr. She said, not having caught his name when they arrived. "I'm Giovanni." The man pinning the dress smiled. "I am very glad you approve and so quickly. But what changes do you imagine?" Giovanni was personally helping her? How had she not realized that when he introduced her to the store? "No changes. It's perfect," she said. She wasn't a designer, and this entire experience had taken her breath away. She couldn't imagine trying to give any feedback. Giovanni scoffed. "You are teasing me. Americans always come here and want me to make changes. This is a rushed job. I have no time for changes after we finish. Perhaps you will be okay if I surprise you with my own flair? I'm sure it will be perfect when you are finished. I'm not a designer. I trust your taste." Giovanni nodded approvingly. "You are a smart American, no?" He tapped the side of his head. "That is a rare thing in this shop." "That she is," Bennett said, escorted into the room by one of the women who had been bringing her water. "Smart and beautiful. You have to say that," she said. "You're the one paying for the dress." "I don't dish out compliments like cheap frozen desserts on a hot day," he said. "And you are beautiful." Bennett often complimented her, and she had done the same with him. That's what they did. They were friends. It had to be the lights, or maybe just standing on the pedestal as Giovanni walked around her surveying her hem, but her breath caught. Bennett wore his tuxedo as comfortably as if he were in jeans and a polo. The tuxedo was obviously made for him, and it fit him perfectly. His bow tie was a jet black, but the pocket square peeking out was made from the exact same material as her dress. Bennett was good-looking, and the tux only enhanced his strong build and defined jaw. "You look really beautiful, handsome, too," she said. Heat rose to Addie's cheeks as she fumbled her words. Bennett spoke to Giovanni rapidly in Italian, and Addie couldn't pick out any words with clarity. As he spoke, the Italian designer moved his hands animatedly through the air, gesturing with some fabric in his hand, and pointed to Addie. Addie watched the conversation from the mirror and wished she could understand what they'd said, but there would be time to ask Bennett later. Bennett glanced toward her, then gave a slight nod. It was almost imperceptible, but Addie had noticed him use it over the years. A hidden gesture, showing that he had everything under control. Giovanni slapped Bennett on his shoulder, then shook his hand. They looked like they'd known each other a long time. Giovanni clapped his hands twice, and immediately four assistants entered carrying brightly colored boxes. The first assistant opened her box, revealing a pair of navy blue heels. The other three women did the same thing, shoes ranging in blue hues and then one that was bright yellow. Bennett reached a hand out to Addie, helping her down from the pedestal. "What is this?" she asked. "I have shoes I can wear with this gown." "Nonsense," Bennett whispered in her ear. "We would never offend the greatest designer in London by saying that." Besides, he can't finish the hem without the shoes. Addie nodded. Are you getting new shoes? Bennett gave that slight nod. I didn't pack my other shoes this time to London. But they already know my size and preferred style. You'd probably be getting new shoes regardless. Addie watched him, waiting for the telltale sign of his slight smile, trying to hide his grin. The shrug came first, and then, there it was, the hint of a slight smile. You know me well. Well, if I didn't know you well, I might think you were a stuffy snob. He touched her nose lightly with his finger. I guess it's good for me that you know me better than that. Yes, it is, she said. The next 20 minutes felt like a whirlwind as shoes were brought for her to try on. Some matched the dress, others felt like they would boldly accent against the silvery blue. She was surprised this part wasn't figured out before the dress, but after thinking about it, it kind of made sense. They were making her a custom-designed tailored dress. It would be hard to find shoes to go with it before they finalized the design. I feel like Cinderella with all these shoes, she said as she walked from the stuffed plush bench to the mirrors and back. With a knowing smile, Giovanni clapped his hand and two of the assistants turned to him. He said something in Italian, and one of them hurried out of the room. The other assistant began removing boxes. In no time the first assistant came back, revealing shoes from a silver box. A Cinderella should have glass slippers, no? She handed one of the shoes to Addie. If these shoes were even sort of comfortable, Addie knew she would pick them. The 2.5-inch heels weren't as tall as some of the others she tried on, but the shape was classic and elegant. She slipped both feet into their respective shoes, feeling no pinching as she stood and walked toward the mirrors. She lifted the hem of the gown. The silver shoes were almost iridescent. Tiny diamonds and pearls were arranged in swirly patterns, making them sparkle as they caught the light. Wow, she whispered. The shoes were beautiful, and at the same time she had the sensation that her feet felt cradled in pillows as she walked. Bennett smiled. Looks like we've found the right ones, he said. Addie nodded. They're perfect. Giovanni finished with the hem, then took the shoes and waved everyone out of the room. Two women helped Addie out of the dress, and Addie changed back into her clothes. Her lace blouse and Gucci pants suddenly felt very plain. She picked up her Cali purse, at least it could hold its own at the Chinese exhibit unveiling, and hurried out in the entryway of the store. Several mannequins held different dresses ranging in design from wedding gowns to dresses for other major social events. All the displays were labeled with a gold plate above them explaining who had worn the dress and when. Addie drew in a deep breath. Being in this store was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and thanks to Bennett, not only had she been in the store, but she would be wearing a genuine Giovanni gown to a major event at the British Museum. Gratitude welled up inside her. Thank you for this, she began. Bennett smiled. I'm happy to do it. The Italian designer offered them more refreshment, which they declined. I will bring everything by your house in 2 days, say 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we will have plenty of time to get you both ready for your evening. Thank you, Giovanni. That will be brilliant. Thank you again for getting us in so quickly. Ah, for you, my friend, I am happy to. Giovanni took Addie's hand and then kissed the back of it. It was a pleasure meeting you, Signorina Addie from America. Thank you, she said to Giovanni even as she thought of Bennett. Her breath caught again as she remembered stumbling over her words earlier. Bennett looked amazing in his tux, and she just hoped she'd be able to focus on some of the new exhibit while she was next to him.
Chapter 11. Bennett looked up at the stately grandfather clock in his parlor when he heard the doorbell ring. Precisely 4 p.m. He'd known Giovanni would work quickly on Addie's dress, but he appreciated his friend's punctuality, especially on such short notice. The museum's exhibit gala wasn't until 7 p.m., but since they hadn't originally planned on this in the first place, he didn't want Addie to miss out on any sightseeing. They had spent all of yesterday and this morning touring more houses and palaces, taking pictures everywhere. They'd listened to a piano concert and walked through more gardens and parks, and even ridden a bright red double-decker bus so Addie could experience it. Bennett couldn't believe how much they had covered in such a short amount of time. His butler answered the door, and soon Giovanni was ushered into the room, along with 2 assistants to help him carry in boxes and 2 long garment bags. "How did it go?" Bennett asked, knowing that his friend had probably worked round the clock for the last day because of him. Giovanni smiled. "You only get to know that once I see the look on your amore Bella's face. She's not my amore, though she is beautiful. Like I told you in the shop, we are just friends," he said. Giovanni nodded. "Right. Of course, my mistake. It is very normal for someone to pay as much as you are for a rush job for a dear friend." "Yes, quite normal." Giovanni obviously didn't believe his own words. There was no use in trying to convince his friend. After all, Bennett did hope for something with Addie. He shook his head. He couldn't think of that right now. Giovanni cleared his throat. "Where is your Addie?" "She went upstairs a few minutes ago." Bennett used his phone to link to the audio in Addie's room. "Addie, are you ready for your gown fitting?" "Send them up," she said. He showed the way to the 2 assistants, and then Giovanni handed him the garment bag with his tuxedo in it. "I thought I would switch out your cufflinks," Giovanni said, and he pulled a black box with gold trim out of one of the bags he brought up the stairs. Bennett opened the box. The cufflinks were silver with a blue and silver stone in the center. "Nice choice." Giovanni nodded. "I will wait for you both downstairs. My assistants will help Signorina Addie with her hair and makeup. They'll have her ready in no time." "I wonder if Addie was expecting that," Bennett said, not that there was anything he could do about it now. He changed into his tuxedo, then joined Giovanni down in the drawing room. He didn't want to rush Addie, but a nervous anticipation spread over him as he tried to look calm and unaffected while sitting in his own house. Giovanni methodically put boxes into bags, cleaning up the excess. Everything now fit into 2 large designer bags. "How long have you known Signorina Addie?" "We've been friends for 16 years, he replied automatically. "Best friends all that time?" Giovanni asked. Bennett nodded. He scratched the side of his head, feeling like he was waiting for his first party to start and wondering if he'd be able to dance without looking like he had 2 left feet. The assistants came down the stairs. "She is ready for her grand entrance," one of them said, holding 2 large bags, probably filled with makeup and hair tools. Bennett and Giovanni stood, moving toward the entryway. Addie held onto the banister as she walked gracefully down the stairs. Bennett willed himself to slow his breathing, but it did nothing to calm his erratic heartbeat. Giovanni had added extra pearls and crystal beading over the bodice, as well as detail around the hem of the dress. Addie was breathtaking. "You look magnifico," Giovanni said, cutting through Bennett's thoughts. "There are no words to describe how much I adore that dress on you. You will outshine the museum's exhibit, but I can't tell if that would be good or bad for business." Addie's smile lit up her face, and Bennett wished he had said something first. "I love the beading you added. It's amazing. I feel like a princess." Giovanni waved a hand in the air. "I have made countless dresses, several for princesses. You are definitely much better to work for." He paused, then leaned closer and whispered loudly, "But if you ever tell anyone I said that, I will deny it until my dying breath." Addie laughed. "I won't breathe a word," she said, then turned to Bennett, and raised both of her shoulders, grinning. "Your designer is amazing," she said. Bennett was about to say something, but Giovanni spoke first again. "I'm your designer now too." He took her hand and gave it a lingering kiss. "You come back to my shop the next time you are in London. I would love to make you another dress." "That's very kind of you, thank you," Addie said. Giovanni handed Bennett a bag. "The rest of what you ordered," he said, clapping his hands, and his assistants followed him, picking up the boxes and bags. They departed. Addie bit her lip. "I tried to tell them I can't pull off curls in my hair when it's all piled on top of my head, but the assistants didn't seem to care." "You're stunning," he said, finally getting the words out. She blushed. "For the price you probably paid for this dress, I should be stunning." He took her hand, squeezing it reassuringly. You're always stunning. Ha! You're nice. I mean it, Ads, you really are. Even when we talk late at night, or early in the morning, and you have no makeup on, you're gorgeous. He took a breath, wanting to explain just how much she meant to him. She squeezed his hand back. Thanks, Bennett. You really are the best friend a girl could ask for. He swallowed his disappointment at her words. He liked being her best friend, but each time she said it the word friend seemed to be punctuated. He wouldn't be the rebound, he couldn't, and that meant he'd have to keep his feelings to himself. He gave her a brave smile. That's what I'm here for. What's in the bag? She asked. I got you something. Well, I thought of it, but Giovanni picked it up for me. He pulled out a large midnight blue velvet box and handed it to her. Surprise filled Addie's face as her eyebrows rose. You didn't have to get me anything else. You've already done so much for this evening. It's already done. Go ahead and open it. Addie opened the box and stared at its contents. He held his breath, hoping he'd picked well. He had spoken to Giovanni in Italian to let him know Addie needed some jewelry to go with the dress. Giovanni said he would do better than that, and he'd add embellishments to the entire gown. Bennett also asked him to pick out a necklace and earring set to go with it. Then Giovanni had ribbed Bennett, trying to get him to admit he and Addie were together. Bennett smiled a little at the memory. There was not a point in trying to hide his feelings from Giovanni. He'd called it a date originally and now it almost felt real. He liked that thought better than just taking his best friend to the museum. She gasped. Oh, Bennett, I don't know what to say. It's beautiful. It's yours. I love it, but this is too much. Her eyes widened. Nonsense. A Giovanni dress must have matching jewelry. She tilted her head. They're exquisite. Not quite the crown jewels, he said, trying to downplay their brilliance. She laughed, and he savored every second of the melody in his ears. They're better. Thank you. You spoil me.
Addie squealed, looking at the exquisite sapphire and diamond necklace Bennett had just given her. She set the box down on a table and took necklace carefully out of the box. She put it around her neck, trying a few times to clasp it together, but her fingers trembled with excitement for the start of this magical night. Before she could voice her desire for help, Bennett asked, "May I?" "Thank you," she said, turning around. He stepped up behind her, when his hands reached up to take the delicate chain and clasped from her fingers. Their hands brushed against each other. Her heart stuttered and her breathing slowed, but she enjoyed the sensation of his breath against her neck. He worked to secure the fancy clasp, but his fingers grazed across her skin, causing goosebumps to erupt, betraying how the simple movement affected her. Her breath caught at the movement and tingles shivered down her spine, surprising her. It was only Bennett, after all. Once the clasp was secure, he stepped back, and she suddenly missed the warmth of him behind her. She picked up the earrings from the same box and put one in each ear, unsure how she secured them with her trembling fingers. "I suppose it's a good thing they did my hair up, now my earrings will show for once." Bennett's smile melted her. "Ready for our first date?" he asked. Suddenly the word date caught her. She raised one eyebrow. "Our first date? Aren't you forgetting we had one of those? And here I thought your memory was perfect." "I only admit to it being nearly perfect," he said, handing her one last package. "This is from Giovanni." He insisted. She opened the box to find a clutch purse with details matching both her shoes and her dress. Inside was a stock of makeup supplies. Next to the purse was a beautiful wrap. She put it around her shoulders and allowed the extra fabric to drape through her elbows. Addie smiled. "He really does think of everything, doesn't he?" Bennett nodded. "He knows how to make a statement." With a bow, the butler opened the door for them, and Bennett escorted her down the steps and toward his waiting car. Chapter 12. Addie slid into the backseat of the Rolls-Royce, and Bennett came in after her. Bennett's driver asked a couple of questions, complimented them on their attire, and pulled into traffic. When did we have our first date? Bennett asked again. Addie let her mind wander back to their second year at camp. She'd spent the first summer hanging out with him, but she marked the second year of camp as the year that really solidified their lifelong friendship. Now here together, it felt like time hadn't changed that friendship. You called our first fencing match during our second year at camp a date, and then you took me out for ice cream at the little shop down by the lake. Not much of a first date, was it? I didn't buy you a fencing uniform or a necklace. She rolled her eyes. Don't forget the earrings and the shoes. A woman must have her accessories, she teased. What was I thinking? Probably not much, we were only 14 at the time. Hopefully our second date is shaping up to be better in your mind, he said. It is shaping up to be a wonderful evening, though it has little to do with you showering me with expensive gifts. You're unique in that way, not caring about that sort of thing, he said. Am I? I mean, don't get me wrong, I still feel like a princess, but I don't think it's necessary for a date, she said. Good to know, he said. Some people care a lot about that sort of thing. I hope that's not true with the woman you're currently crushing on, she said. Bennett tilted his head, looking confused. She tried to think of the British term for crush and how that word translated to him. You know, the woman you were telling me you were going to ask out? Bennett looked toward Richard, then back to Addie. Right, he said quickly. Addie wondered how much she should say with his driver listening and shook her head. All of a sudden, she felt self-conscious, but she couldn't ask him about how much his staff overheard his private conversations while they were in the car. Anyway, just know any woman who expects lots of gifts from you isn't one you should spend much time with, even if you are a billionaire. Bennett glanced at his driver again, and then finally said, wise words. Her stomach fluttered as she thought about Bennett and his crush. She wanted to help him with the possibility of his new relationship, but it was clear that in the car was not the time to talk about it. She studied his features. His bright blue eyes had a way of drawing her in and not letting her go. She touched the sapphire necklace he'd given her. The large deep blue gemstone was surrounded by a ring of diamonds. It wasn't an uncomfortably heavy piece, but it had substantial weight. She couldn't even guess if the necklace or the dress cost more. It was all expensive, though Bennett probably didn't see it that way. They were both dressed to the nines, so he probably looked at this as a way to make sure he was making a good impression at the museum exhibit. The thought made her feel a little better. He pointed out buildings and different statues as they drove toward the museum. She asked questions about the architecture and the style of certain buildings and tried to keep the conversation neutral until they reached the museum gates. While Richard waited in a long procession of cars letting other patrons out, Addie closed her eyes and breathed slowly, mentally walking through what the next couple of hours would look like. Bennett would be networking, and she might find herself alone in a room full of royals and dignitaries and who knew how many other important people. The last thing she wanted to do was to make a blunder of the evening. She didn't want to let Bennett down. He'd been nonchalant about the whole event, but that woman guarding the exhibit when they were at the museum had made it sound like tonight was the most important event of the season. And for London, that was saying something. Perhaps Addie should have asked for a guest list with pictures and tried to memorize them. Bennett brushed her arm gently and she opened her eyes. He raised his eyebrows, silently asking her if everything was okay. She nodded. He lifted one side of his mouth into a half-smile. You're going to be fine, Addie. I'll be with you the whole time. Oh, I'm not worried about being alone, she said quickly. He didn't need to use words. Raising one eyebrow at her said it all. She sighed. Okay, maybe I am. Call me crazy, but what are people going to think when I'm by myself and they realize I'm an American who has no clue about any of the things they will be discussing? What does being an American have to do with it? I'm not going to feed you to the wolves. Nobody will be discussing politics or international relations here. It will be okay. What did her being an American have to do with it? It had everything to do with it. She still remembered overhearing Bennett tell one of his camp friends that he would never date an American. It had been the moment where she knew nothing more than friendship would ever happen between them, and she had decided that being Bennett's best friend would have to be enough. The car pulled forward and stopped. The valet opened the rear passenger door and Bennett stepped out of the car. Turning around, he held out his hand. She put on a brave smile as she placed her hand in his. The moment felt like the perfect beginning of a date, and she didn't want to ruin that. I know it will be okay. As long as I'm with you, she said, and slid out to stand next to him. He smiled. That's what I'm here for. Now, let's go and see this exhibit. He straightened his bow tie and drew his mouth down at the corners as he coughed before he spoke with a snooty accent. I hear it's all the rage in London. But if you ask me, I'd much rather be at the theater. She laughed. Would you? Which show? I still haven't seen Harry Potter and the Cursed Child yet. Perhaps we will see if we can get tickets to that before you go, he said. You have connections there too, do you? He shook his head. I don't, but I know where the box office is, and what do you know, sometimes they have extra tickets. Ha. Well, tonight I don't want to be at the theater. I only want to be at the museum. With you. You're in luck then, he said as they walked up large marble staircase. That's exactly where we're going. Addie followed Bennett around the museum. The reveal wouldn't happen for another hour, but the museum was already full of people. Addie smoothed her hand down her gown, grateful she didn't feel out of place at all in the dress. Bennett had been right when he said people would dress up for this event. They were stopped by several different groups, and Bennett introduced her to all of them. The names slid effortlessly off his tongue, and she was amazed at the introductions he gave as she shook hands with everyone. He really was well connected and seemed to go about with ease and grace. The catering staff held large silver platters as they roamed the room. Bennett picked up a shrimp cocktail and Addie did the same. She tried a few other finger foods as they mingled. A dark-haired man about Bennett's age approached them, laughing as he shook Bennett's hand. Bennett, the man said. I was told not to expect you tonight. It's good to see you, mate. Watching them, Addie could tell they were good friends, and she wondered if Bennett was just formal with everyone, or if it was a cultural difference. It felt like a moment for a backslap or something, although none occurred. But maybe that was just what she was used to. Even in New York City, old friends hugged. Well, we had a change of plans, Bennett said. Drew, this is Addie. Addie, Drew. Drew and I went to Oxford together. And Addie. Ah, yes, Addie the American. I know all about you. I feel like we should be swapping old stories about Bennett. I have some great ones about the scrapes we got into our first year at university. It's nice to meet you in person, Drew. She held out her hand to him, which he took. Then he indicated the woman next to him. This is my wife, Chloe, Drew said, beaming. Chloe was a stunning woman, taller than Addie by easily 3 inches, with a willowy frame and short midnight black hair. Her makeup was flawless, highlighting her extremely high cheekbones and large green eyes. She looked like a runway model. Addie! Bennett speaks of you so often I feel like I know you already. I have a feeling we are going to be great friends. Chloe spoke English with a strong French accent. She embraced Addie, then gave her an air kiss on both cheeks. Nice to meet you too, Addie said, smiling at Bennett's other friends. She felt a connection to them through Bennett and the stories he'd related to her about them over the years. Drew pulled Bennett aside. While you're here, there was something I've been meaning to talk to you about. Bennett looked at Addie, searching her face, and she knew he was torn. He had told her he would stay with her through the entire night. Addie smiled when she said, I'll wait for you here. Bennett squeezed her hand and then followed Drew toward the edge of the crowd. You have a good one there, Chloe said, gesturing toward Bennett's retreating back. I'm so glad you've finally decided to come to England. I can't imagine a long-distance relationship all the way across the ocean. Just across the channel nearly ended things between Drew and me when I was in Paris. Addie coughed. Oh, no, we're just friends, she said, returning her gaze to where Drew and Bennett were talking with a couple of other men in a circle. Were they discussing business? Chloe clicked her tongue and looped her arm through Addie's as she turned them to walk toward one of the smaller exhibits set out in the main lobby. She admired several different artifacts, only after noticing the plaques under 3 of them said, graciously donated by the Bennett Reed Foundation. The antique vases, all set with precious stones, looked priceless, and he donated these for others to enjoy. Her heart swelled. Ah, you don't need to pretend with me. Drew is one of Bennett's closest friends. They do business together and they have managed to stay friends in the process. Quite a feat if you ask me. Addie smiled. That's good. So, we are practically like family to Bennett, Chloe said. You can tell me. Drew might tease him that Bennett followed in his footsteps in falling for a foreigner, but that just means we are all in good company, non? Besides, London is so cosmopolitan now. So, are you thinking a spring wedding? Addie's eyes widened. Her heart pounded at Chloe's misassumption. What would happen to his business negotiations if the room started buzzing about Bennett being engaged? It wasn't true, and she had to set the record straight. Chloe, you really have the wrong idea. I'm just his best friend from America. The woman that he is crushing on, that he likes right now, I don't even know her name. How much should she say about Bennett's love life? Maybe it was breaching his trust, but she had to set Chloe straight. Addie pushed down something that felt like jealousy. It was probably just the surprise of the situation. Besides, Chloe seemed to be confused about Bennett's love life. Surely, if he was thinking about marrying someone, he would tell her, wouldn't he? She wouldn't be left out of the loop. The way Bennett speaks of his American girlfriend, Chloe said, pausing, I just assumed that was you. I mean, I'm an American, and we are best friends, and I'm a girl, she said. Her friends at home had made similar wrong assumptions about Bennett. He is a very handsome man, you must agree, non? Chloe wiggled her thin, dark eyebrows up and down. Addie looked at Bennett, who was laughing with Drew. The two seemed jovial together. She'd always known Bennett was handsome and funny and charming. He was perfect on so many levels. Yes, he's very handsome. I think you would make an amazing couple. Chloe's eyes sparkled with excitement, encouraging Addie to spill all her secrets. Butterflies swarmed in Addie's stomach. Chloe's observations and statements were not what she'd expected at this gathering. Bennett had assured her they wouldn't be discussing politics or other international issues, and she believed him and left her fears and worries at home. But this conversation felt worse. Her cheeks heated as she thought of Chloe's statement that they would be an amazing couple. Bennett didn't think of her in that way. He never had. He was always the one asking about her love life and giving her support when she broke up with someone. He was there for her when she graduated from college and had walked her through all her interviews when looking for her job. She'd been there for him in the same way, even though lately he'd been much quieter about his love life. She couldn't imagine her life without him, but that was because they'd known each other more than half of their lives. They were friends. That was how their relationship worked. But looking at Bennett now, her cheeks burned. There wasn't really something between them, was there? He'd been the one to say he'd never fall for an American when they were at camp, and she'd never thought about what it would be like to be his girlfriend again. Only once at camp had she ever thought of kissing him. She shook her head. This was a silly, pointless debate. We're really just best friends, Addie finally stammered. Chloe studied Addie, and Addie looked away. Finally, Chloe patted Addie's hand. I did not mean to make you anxious. I only thought. Well, you'll have to excuse me. Blame it on me being French. Sometimes Englishman. Well, anyway, let's just say love is more obvious to the French and leave it at that. She laughed. Addie blinked, trying to follow Chloe's train of thought. Her accent had become more pronounced, and at the end she started speaking in French, probably to herself. Addie just smiled. Sure, she said. If we aren't going to talk about love, let's talk fashion, Chloe said, changing the subject much to Addie's relief. You're wearing Giovanni, aren't you? I can spot his style from across the room. The moment I saw you, I said to Drew, the woman with Bennett is wearing Giovanni. You must indulge my curiosity and tell me if I was right. Addie smiled, grateful for the change of topic. Yes, Giovanni made this gown. He was so helpful and so fast. She spun in a small circle. He did a good job, I think. Giovanni made it for you personally? Chloe's mouth hung slightly open, completely shocked. Addie nodded. He said he'd make me another dress the next time I come back to London. Chloe huffed a little. Perhaps I will have to talk Drew into adding something into his contract with Bennett. She laughed. I've been trying for months to get on Giovanni's personal calendar, but the best I can do is his second assistant, and even that was a great feat. If Bennett has Giovanni's ear, I should have him put in a good word for me. Addie wasn't sure if she should offer Bennett's help without his permission, so she stayed quiet. Chloe's lips pulled together in a small pout. Look at my bad manners. I should have been introducing you around. Oh no, that's okay. I don't mind just talking with you, Addie said, happy to not be grilled by all Bennett's acquaintances about her relationship status with Bennett. Chloe scared. Nonsense. Drew will not like it if I am not a good hostess, and I don't want to get on Bennett's bad side. Remember, he must help me get into Giovanni. Her laugh sounded like tinkling glass. I'm just not sure what to say to everyone here, Addie admitted. Leave that to me. You are the center of the conversation, so you will hardly have to say anything. Watch. Chloe worked magic around the room, and as predicted, Addie was in the center of a flock of women all asking her questions about her dress and Giovanni. She hardly had any time to answer as each question seemed to pile on the last, like reporters all clamoring for the inside scoop. It was the perfect situation. Once or twice she caught Bennett's eye. He raised an eyebrow, and she gave him a slight nod, letting him know she was okay. He smiled like he understood, and she couldn't help but smile back, realizing just how much they could communicate from across the room, without any words. She thought about what Chloe had said about Bennett. Had she possibly misread him over the years? Could there be more between them? Her stomach felt like it was doing a cartwheel at the thought. She wouldn't expect it, she couldn't, but as she looked at Bennett again, she wondered if it was possible. She'd ask him tonight, and then she'd know. She wouldn't think about it again. She'd just clarify with him. In the meantime, she needed to figure out how to stop her stomach from flipping. She would chalk it up to nerves and all of the attention.
Chapter 13. Bennett was relieved Addie was having a good time. He knew she had wanted to see the museum exhibit but had wondered if putting up with the rest of the evening was really worth it to her. He kept an eye on her as she walked with Chloe around the room, shifting his stance so he could see her. She looked beautiful in the dress. She was gorgeous anyway. Bennett? Drew waved a hand in front of Bennett's face. Bennett blinked, focusing back on Drew. Sorry, mate. Where did you go? He asked. Bennett shook his head. Just distracted. Drew looked over his shoulder and took in the scene Bennett had been watching. She's more beautiful than you ever told me, he said. And Chloe seems to have taken her under her wing. Bennett nodded. It looks that way. He gave his full attention to Drew again. He'd been meaning to talk business with Drew for the last couple of weeks, but with Addie in town, he'd rescheduled all his meetings. It had been good to catch up. Where were we again? Just finalizing the date for delivery, Drew said. I don't have firm plans over the next month, he said, his gaze wandering back to Addie without permission from his brain. Drew just laughed. It's a good sign that she finally came, he said. It's not like that. We're just friends. Bennett blew out a frustrated breath. Drew rolled his eyes. Right, and I've been given detailed information about her since Oxford because you're friends. Bennett lifted one shoulder. She just got out of a relationship, she was dumped last week. She came to London to get over her ex and wanted to see the new exhibit when we were here earlier. So, here we are. Think, Bennett. You brought her to an exclusive museum exhibit reveal. You know the press are here, right? They're here to capture everyone who is attending the party. I know. Bennett hadn't given the situation any real thought. You took her to get the dress? Drew asked. Of course. Giovanni was more than happy to have her wear a new design at such a function. He made it in record time. Drew just shook his head. Right. Are you really going to let everyone think she is just your friend? That's all she is, Bennett said, though he wished there could be more between them. I get that, Drew said. But that's not what the press will say. They'll put it together that you never come to these events with a +1, and now you've brought her. Bennett shrugged. Let them think what they want. Drew stared at him. They'll say Britain's most eligible billionaire is no longer on the market. That was fine with him. He wasn't really on the market anyway. He made eye contact with Addie. She was surrounded by women. She smiled at him, and his heart melted. He really was a glutton for punishment. She was going to be bombarded by questions about him and their relationship, and the protective side of him didn't want the world knowing just how much he loved his best friend. Especially because she didn't feel the same way. What was I thinking in bringing her here? He asked Drew. Drew put a reassuring hand on Bennett's shoulder. Do any of us think when we're in love? No, it's not like that. I don't want her exposed to the gossip. It could ruin our friendship. Then just make sure that what they say isn't gossip. Drew looked pointedly at his friend. Tell her how you feel. She needs more time before I can tell her that. She needs to want a relationship, not just a fling after being dumped. Drew whistled. Tough spot, mate. Bennett nodded. I should warn her though. She was worried about politics as the conversation topic, didn't want to get into any sort of British-American debate. Drew laughed. She knows we're not still at war anymore, right? Bennett laughed too, letting some of the tension in his chest go. I imagine so. You might want to prep her on the reporters. They'll be swarming around the exits, waiting to talk to everyone who viewed the exhibit. Your appearance, especially, will draw a crowd. Bennett nodded in the direction of Addie and Chloe. They're drawing a fantastic crowd of their own without us. See or be seen, Drew said. My wife prefers the second option. You can't blame her for that. She's still one of France's top fashion models. Drew shrugged. When she wants to be. She enjoys consulting models now. Bennett and Drew pushed their way through the crowd of women. There you are, Bennett said. He kissed Addie's fingers and the crowd collectively swooned. Drew looked at Bennett. I knew my wife would be at the center of the party, but Chloe, did you have to drag Addie into it too? Chloe said something quietly in French and then raised her voice. Nonsense. Addie enjoys the attention. Besides, Giovanni made this gown personally for her. Several of the women still surrounding Addie sighed and broke into more questions. Addie shook hands with several more people. Bennett nodded. Thank you for taking care of her, Chloe. Happy to do it, she said. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine. Speaking of friends, you have not told me how good of friends you are with Monsieur Giovanni. Chloe raised an eyebrow high on her forehead. You know he makes all my suits and tuxedos, Bennett said, surprised. Yes, but personally, and ahead of his regular orders. How do I get on his list? Bennett shrugged. I wasn't trying to get on his list when I saved his favorite puppy before he became famous. He gave me a deal on a suit that day, and I've never gone anywhere else since. Chloe rolled her eyes. How is it that you have all the luck? He looked at Addie, still being adored by so many. Not all the luck, he thought. The speech is about to start, Bennett said, leaning down to speak in Addie's ear. Then we'll get to see the exhibit. We'll be taken in smaller groups, and we're in the first group. Addie shook her head. You really are the VIP around here, aren't you? He looked around and shook his head. Definitely not. Everyone in this room is much more important than me. Ha! You're much too modest. How does one get into the first group? I believe it is a random assignment. Not likely. Are Drew and Chloe in our group? She asked, curious. No. They will be in the third group. He led her away to where the first group assignment gathered, listening to the speech by one of the major donators to the museum. Bennett had heard similar speeches before, and he began tuning out the words as he tried to think of how to prep Addie for the reporters outside. Her life could quickly turn into a circus if reporters thought he and Addie were together. Sure, he was hiding his feelings for her, but that was beside the point. This was not the way for her to discover how he truly felt. Addie leaned toward him. I like Chloe. She is very nice. I wouldn't mind spending more time with them. It's too bad they aren't in our group. You'd like to spend more time with them? The thought pleased him. She was amusing to talk to. She had a lot to say, Addie said. Oh, about what? Bennett asked. Oh, fashion mostly, Addie said. He looked at her. Addie didn't usually stumble over her words. Fashion, he repeated. Anything else? Addie's cheeks pinked. She talked quite a bit about you, she said. Don't believe everything you hear from her, he said. She likes to exaggerate the truth. And whatever she said about the fish, just ignore it. She never mentioned anything about fish, but now I'm intrigued. What about the fish? Bennett shook his head. I'm sure I told you about that one already. I don't think I remember a funny fish story. Probably this isn't the time to retell it, he whispered and escorted her into the middle of a small group entering the new wing of the gallery. She did ask about us, Addie continued. Bennett froze. Had Chloe already prepped Addie on the reporters? Now he wished Drew and Chloe were in their same group so he could ask her what she said. What about us? He whispered. Oh, she just thought we were a couple. I told her it was ridiculous, she said, watching him closely. Bennett flinched. He caught his reflection in one of the lit cases and smoothed out his features before Addie had a chance to see them. You said that? He asked, wanting more information. Of course. I mean, the thought of you and me together, that's just silly, right? She raised both eyebrows, waiting for his response. Silly, right? Bennett repeated as he figured out how to respond. They walked around the large glass case that held ancient Chinese artifacts, but Bennett was only paying attention to the woman who had her arm linked through his. Addie nodded. That's what I said. I mean, we're friends. Just best friends. His mouth went dry. We are that, he said, his heart seemed to beat like an ancient Chinese war drum, leaving him wondering why he'd even dare to hope. Perhaps she was confused because this is a couples event. I thought of that. But we're friends. We can enjoy art together. It doesn't have to be weird between us, she said. It's never weird between us, he said, though every muscle in his body was screaming at him as he held his feelings at bay. He couldn't do anything, couldn't say anything. It was too soon. Addie gave a nervous laugh as they stood back from the impressive case, waiting to be led to the next part of the exhibit. Can you imagine how strange it would be if we actually got together? He'd imagined it 1,000 times, maybe more, but he could honestly say he'd never imagined them being together was strange. Wonderful, yes. A dream. But strange? No. I can't imagine that at all. Addie nodded, then swallowed. Yep. Me either. Is that what you told Chloe? Basically. She asked if I wanted a spring wedding. Can you believe that? Addie's laugh was higher than usual, but maybe that had something to do with the fact that she was whispering. Could he picture her in a spring wedding? No. She'd mentioned a long time ago that she wanted an autumn wedding. Bennett bumped her side. She obviously doesn't know you well enough to know that you're not really the spring kind of bride. You're an autumn kind of bride. She laughed. Your memory is crazy amazing. He gave her a small smile. Some things one just doesn't forget. They walked around silently for a few minutes. The Chinese exhibit was vibrant, almost overwhelming in its colors and patterns. Addie stopped to admire one of the jade statues carved into the shape of a dragon. After reading the sign, she said, "What would you picture?" "About what?" he asked, their conversation leaving him feeling slightly dizzy. "Oh, I mean, wedding-wise. Was Chloe right on guessing yours? A spring wedding?" Bennett cleared his throat. "I always thought. I mean, not that I think much about it, but I suppose my bride would have stronger opinions than me on the season. I think I would defer to her choice. That, and he'd always pictured getting married in the fall to Addie. But after she brought up the possibility of a relationship between them as ridiculous, there was no way he was going to admit that right now. His heart sank at this conversation, but he couldn't let Addie see how uncomfortable he was. I suppose that's something to find out when you date someone. I mean, don't ask her on the first date, obviously." Her cheeks pinked. "Well, I suppose we're on our second date anyway," he said, laughing. "I meant when you take out your mystery woman," she said, pushing against his shoulder. Bennett nodded. "Good to keep in mind." After spending a couple of hours in the museum, Bennett and Addie said their goodbyes to Drew and Chloe, who wanted to stay longer, then left. The reporters weren't nosy, much to Bennett's relief. Besides, there was nothing to hide. He and Addie were only friends. At Chloe's suggestion, he head things off by announcing to the sea of reporters that yes, Addie was wearing Giovanni. That kept the conversation on her clothes and her connections, and less on the two of them as a couple. As they walked down the steps together, past all the reporters now clamoring for the next guest's attention, Bennett let out a sigh of disappointment. Part of him really wanted to announce to the world his feelings for his best friend. But the memory of her laughing at the ridiculousness of the thought stung. He knew he shouldn't care. He knew they were best friends. He could tell her everything, well, almost everything. And there was value in that kind of friendship, but the one thing he wanted to admit more than anything else was now something he could never tell her. Heaviness sat on his heart, weighing down his chest. No one would know how much this social event had taken out of him, especially his best friend. He tried to keep his shoulders back and his posture straight, but after he got into the car, he crumpled.
Chapter 14. Addie watched the way Bennett entered the car. His confidence and appearance were everything calm and self-assured. But as they pulled out of the gates of the museum and into traffic, his features changed. His shoulders rolled forward, and he rested his head lightly in his hands. She put her hand on his back. "Bennett, are you okay?" He looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "I will be." He paused before saying, "Social events are always stressful." He put his head back in his hands, facing the floor. She rubbed his back, then moved her hand upward toward his neck. His muscles were tight. She slid closer to him, rubbing his neck. She hadn't realized until that moment how much social pressures got to him. He carried a lot of weight on his shoulders. No wonder he sometimes declined going to these types of events. He moved his head to the side, seeming to enjoy her touch, and she moved to reach the other tight knots in his neck, massaging them out as best she could. She thought back to when he had told her about the garden party he had gone to last month. Granted, at the time she hadn't known it was at Buckingham Palace, but maybe that was part of the stress of it. It was another obligation. Just getting attire for such an event was an ordeal, even if it was done in advance. While she was awed by the glitz and the glamour of it all and wanted to attend the museum exhibit reveal for the sheer delight in seeing it, his perspective was completely different. While he networked and talked, he still had to be on top of his game the entire time. His muscles relaxed, and she went back to stroking his back. They drove through the London streets for several minutes in silence. They were away from the nightlife side of London, and while she'd enjoyed seeing the city come alive at night, she enjoyed the peace of knowing there were parts of London that were calmer. The buildings lit up by street lamps and glowing windows added a stillness to the air. "Thank you for tonight," she whispered. "It was a beautiful party." He nodded. "It was. Did you enjoy the exhibit? Was it everything you hoped it would be?" He glanced at her for a moment before she moved his head, then she worked on another knot in his neck. He leaned into her movements. "I loved the exhibit," she said, though it was only half true. She'd loved the exhibit, but the conversation throughout had been raw and painful. She knew if she'd asked Bennett outright if there could be anything between them, the conversation would move into dangerously heavy territory. She couldn't risk that. She had to approach the idea in a roundabout way, and Chloe had provided the perfect conversation starter. Addie knew when she'd asked him that the idea of them together was far-fetched. He probably hadn't thought about it, just like she didn't think about it. But the way he'd laughed it off with her, it was almost as if he had thought about it before. As if he'd thought about what they would look like together as a couple and had laughed off the idea before. The idea stung. Chloe had been wrong. Bennett would never fall for her. And she was stupid to even think there was a slight chance of it. He'd already said he would never fall for an American, so why would she even start to think that would change? She'd fallen in love with being in London and taking a real vacation for the first time in years. Bennett was her tour guide here. It had been years since she'd seen him in person, and so of course she was excited to spend time with him. No wonder her emotions were caught up in the idea. But that was all it was. She was done with relationships for a while. She was going to need to reevaluate her dating life and her boyfriends before jumping into another relationship. She couldn't keep putting herself into situations where she kept getting hurt. But she could help Bennett, and after tonight's conversation, she knew she needed to push him toward his own happiness. Chloe had been right about one thing. Bennett was a catch. Addie knew that, and she was going to help him. Part of her hoped he didn't regret taking her tonight, but she wondered if it would have been better if he would have taken his crush. Ugh, she really needed to get a name from him so she could think of his crush as a person in her mind. She moved her hand to his back, rubbing small circles, hoping to take away some of the stress and weight from him. He straightened, sitting up and looking relaxed for the first time since they entered the car. He took the hand that she'd rubbed his back with in both of his. He looked up at her, and she smiled. Remembering how uncomfortable some of their conversations had been in front of his driver, she opted not to say anything right now, but she would mention it when they were out of the car. Turning over her hand, he brought it to his lips, kissing her palm. She stared at her palm, feeling tingles that seemed to cut off her ability to breathe. Heat lingered where he'd placed his lips. She let the moment pass. Overthinking the friendly gesture wouldn't help her. He squeezed her hand and rested their entwined hands on his knee. Addie drew in a shallow breath. Once the car pulled to a stop, Bennett took her hand and helped her out. His house was grand, even in the semi-darkness. Around them the night was still as Bennett escorted her inside. The large chandelier illuminated the staircase and the downstairs drawing room, its light warm and welcoming. Addie breathed in the moment. It felt like home. She pulled the satin shawl from off her shoulders and draped it over the arm that held her purse and program. "Thank you again for tonight. I enjoyed this, all of this." She gestured to the program and to her dress. It was nearly perfect. "Just nearly?" he asked as they climbed the stairs. Had she said those words aloud? She nodded. He was her best friend. She wouldn't lie to him. "With a gown like this, I feel like I should have been at some royal ball or something. It would be the perfect dress to dance in." He took her shawl, purse, and program and placed them gently on the side table. "I can certainly oblige." He held up his left hand. She looked at his outstretched hand, then up to his face. An invitation to complete the magical night hung in the air between them. She inhaled as she placed her right hand in his left, and he whisked her gracefully toward the large hall. Large oil portraits graced the walls between the crown molding and the chair rail. The faces in the paintings seemed to be watching them. Once in the room, he touched 2 buttons on the control pad. Without a word, the chandeliers responded by dimly lighting the hall, and music began to play from speakers hidden in the ceiling. The waltz was light, the strings playing strongly, and Bennett pulled her closer toward him. The stance was so close that Addie breathed in the smell of his cologne. Following his lead, she allowed him to spin her this way and that, completely lost in the moment. She spun out and then back into his arms, this time coming even closer. He pulled her in, and she rested her head on his shoulder, hearing the echoes of her own heartbeat under his tuxedo. She pulled back from him, looking into his eyes as he smiled at her. She held his gaze as they completed more and more steps, relishing the moment of feeling like a princess in his arms. The gown swirled around her feet, but she didn't trip. The shoes were comfortable, though she'd been wearing the heels for hours. If Cinderella's fairy godmother had made her shoes like this, they would have stayed on perfectly and without any blisters. Of course, without the lost shoe, the prince never would have found her. Addie stumbled on her next step. Comparing herself to Cinderella, just because she was in a sparkly blue dress, automatically put Bennett into the role of the prince. She shook the thought away even as she missed another step. She pulled back even as he tried to keep her steady. "Sorry," she said, heat rising to her cheeks. "I'm sure it was my fault," he said quickly. "It's been a while since I've danced." "Well, thank you for the dance," she said. He kept hold of her hand, bowing over it just slightly, just like a prince. "Thank you for doing me the honor." "I always wanted to dance with the prettiest girl at the ball," he said, his intense blue eyes searching hers. She laughed, letting her gaze roam around the empty room. "I suppose it's easy to do when I'm the only one here. It wouldn't matter if 100 people were here." He put an arm around her waist. He pressed a button on the wall, and the chandeliers darkened and the music faded behind them as they exited the room together. "Perhaps I will just take pride in the fact that you danced with no one else but me." He chuckled. "You are always so kind to me," she said. She picked up her things from the hall table and headed toward her room. Bennett walked her to her door. This moment felt different than the others they'd shared, and she found herself trying to calm her racing heart. Maybe it was just the dance. "Good night, Addie." His eyes drew her in, and he gave her a slow hug. "Good night, Bennett." "Thank you for the dance," she said, suddenly feeling a bit shy. "Thank you," he said, looking like he might say more. She turned the doorknob and opened her door slightly. "Addie?" "Yes?" "About what Chloe said." "I mean..." "It's okay, Bennett." This night was as perfect as it could be. It was so close to being from a magical fairy tale story, and she wanted to keep it that way. More words would ruin it. She'd allowed herself to think for all of 2 minutes that perhaps there could be something between her and Bennett. But no. Not the way Chloe had spoken about Bennett getting married with such conviction. He liked this mystery woman much more than he'd let on if his friend's wife was making those assumptions. She'd talk it through with him tomorrow, and get all the details on his love life, but for tonight, she didn't want it clouding her thoughts. They were best friends, and that friendship had been her lifeline so many times. "It is?" he asked. "Of course it is. We're on the same page as best friends." She kept her face neutral, not giving away her true feelings. He was always so good at knowing her thoughts, and she couldn't let him guess that the idea stung her. It wouldn't be fair to their friendship. "Chloe obviously didn't know what she was saying, and I brought it up as a joke for us to laugh about together. It's kind of like that list we made at camp of all the people who thought we were dating." Bennett cleared his throat, then let out a coughed laugh. "Right, it's just like that. What a good joke." She smiled and gave him a hug. I love what we have, she said as his arms wrapped around her. She couldn't think about the hug and how it compared to all the other hugs she'd ever received. What was with her? It was a hug, for crying out loud. Just arms, just holding. He didn't reach or grab or anything. He just held her. She squeezed his neck just a little tighter, and when she released him, she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Good night, Bennett," she said, before entering her room and closing the door.
Chapter 15. Bennett stood outside Addie's door for several minutes after she'd said goodnight. She'd kissed his cheek, and it was all he could do not to tell her how deeply his feelings ran for her. It was agony. Torture. He paced outside her door, wishing he could correct what Chloe had said. Not that it mattered, because Addie hadn't taken it seriously, called it ridiculous or silly. He scratched the back of his neck, frustrated that Chloe had mentioned anything. What was he going to do now? His heart couldn't take being where it was. Addie's last relationship almost made it to almost 6 months, and that was a record. She would need extra time to get over Tanner, and that wasn't likely to happen during her time here in London. He knew she couldn't stay longer. She had a new job she needed to get back to in New York. They only had a couple more days together in London, and he didn't want to make things awkward between them. For now, he'd just focus on them being friends. But maybe Addie would have a weekend free soon. His mind raced through several possibilities as he pulled his bow tie off and headed toward his bedroom. Once he was situated in bed, his hand automatically reached for his phone on the nightstand. A text from Addie had come through a few minutes before. "Isn't it funny that my day doesn't seem complete without texting you, even though we just said goodnight? I feel the same way. Tonight was perfect, so thanks for that. You're welcome. You're going to make some lucky woman very happy. I want to hear all the details about her tomorrow. No excuses." He stared at her text for a long time before answering. No excuses was a phrase they had used at camp, essentially a promise they couldn't get out of. He finally wrote, "I'm looking forward to tomorrow. See you next time, Adeline." He knew her full name was Addison, but he'd teased her with that name and the silly slant rhyme since the first year he'd known her. She put a rolling eyes emoji at the beginning of her text. "You think you're so clever. That joke is 16 years old. And still funny. Good night, Bennett." Night, Addie. The following day, Bennett took Addie to the Tower of London. They spent the morning looking at the crown jewels and the surrounding buildings. They posed for a picture together near the outer wall where several ravens perched next to one of the windows. "These birds really just stay here?" Addie asked, reading one of the signs talking about them. Bennett nodded, reaching out his hand to help her navigate as they climbed the stairs. "Wait until you see what's up here," he said. "Think of it as London's first zoo, for all the wild and exotic animals the royal family was given from all over the world." "A zoo?" "A primitive one, though there aren't any animals in the tower now." They entered the upper tower room located on the outside wall of the Tower of London. The circular room wasn't very large, and it was filled with large plaques and displays telling the stories of the different animals the royal family had inherited on behalf of England. Stories about families coming to the zoo and bringing their pets as food for the animals sounded exaggerated. Monkeys allowed to roam free in the room, with miniature furniture for them to use made her laugh. Animals escaping and roaming the streets of London sounded like the makings of a great fiction thriller, not something that was historically accurate, and yet, here were the accounts of wild animals getting loose. Bennett pointed to one of the signs. "One of my favorite stories is about when they would leash the polar bear and let him go fishing in the moat." Addie laughed. "That didn't really happen." Bennett nodded. "Of course it did." The idea of keeping animals from all over the world hundreds of years ago fascinated Addie. "I can't believe that the royal family is required to keep every gift they're given. Who can manage so many exotic animals? Did they come with trainers?" Addie asked as she read another sign. Bennett shrugged. "They obviously didn't know how to care for some of them. But the idea is a nice one. There's no sense in leaders snubbing gifts from other nations. And at the time, I'm sure it was a matter of bragging rights. Not many countries could boast of such elaborate gifts." "I suppose you're right." I still think seeing the jewels is my favorite part, she said. You can make your official decision on that after you see the keep. They exited the animal exhibit and navigated to the keep in the center of the Tower of London. Several of the areas in the tower were crowded, and Addie grabbed his hand more than once. It made sense to him that they wanted to stay together, but each time the crowds passed, she would drop his hand and immediately he felt the loss of her touch. They strolled past armor and wooden statues and large horses all decorated for war and jousting. Medieval artifacts and stories gave way to more modern pieces, and Addie read more than he did as they went. She pointed out some interesting tidbit he hadn't remembered, and he found that he enjoyed how much she cared about his country's history. Outside the keep, they went up another set of stairs and walked along the wall toward a beautiful view of the Tower Bridge. Wow, Addie said. It's beautiful here. A large green tree in front of the bridge added to the view. I think this calls for a picture, Bennett said, whipping out his phone before Addie could grab hers. He took a picture of her smiling in front of the bridge. Now get in a picture with me, she said. He glanced both ways on the narrow walkway. There's no one around to take it for us. She rolled her eyes. That's why you have 2 cameras on your phone, she said. We can take a selfie. It won't do the moment justice. He smiled at her. Agreed, but it's better than nothing. He put his arm around her and bent lower until their faces were close to each other. He stretched out his arm, but the picture didn't capture the background. Get closer, Addie said. The bridge has to be in here too. She moved until her cheek brushed up against his. They smiled, and he took the picture. She didn't move. Check it and see if that worked, she said. He brought the phone closer, clicking on the small preview. Addie's cheek moved against his. One more time, and I'll try not to squint so much. Though the sun was behind them, the glare from the keep in front of them made it hard to keep their eyes open. He took a picture again, and this time it turned out. Addie studied the image. I love this one a lot, she said. The lighting is perfect, and the background is exciting. The weather had been fair, no sign of rain, though puffy white clouds graced the blue sky. Bennett nodded. I'll send it to you right now, he said. With 3 clicks he texted her the picture. Addie smiled, leaning against the wall. Thanks, she said, her eyes taking in the surroundings, and breathing deeply. Bennett knew that look. It was contentment, like everything was going right in her world. Could it be because of their picture and the closeness? Curiosity won out. Penny for your thoughts, he asked. An actual penny this time? Because your pennies and mine are different. Right. I didn't think about it that first year of camp, he said. It didn't even cross my mind, and I had lots of coins in my wallet. Ha. It's okay. You know I still have that penny in a drawer at home. I call it my lucky penny. Well, I suppose I could find you an American penny if you prefer, he said. Do you even carry coins with you these days? You don't even have a British penny on you, she said. I could get one. It was just an expression. I can usually guess what you're thinking. Can you? He shrugged. It's the little things that give it away. The way you tuck your hair behind your ear when you get shy about something, that sort of thing. She smiled. I do the same. She laughed. In fact, right now I was thinking this would be a very romantic place to take someone for a date. You thought the torture chambers were romantic, he asked. She laughed. More this view. And maybe the jewels, though who knows, because it's really a toss-up between that and the armor. She'd been thinking of romance, and they'd just taken a picture together. Tanner would have really enjoyed the keep, she said. And just like that, the wind went out of his sails. He couldn't keep doing this to himself. Until she was over Tanner, really and truly over him, Bennett just couldn't say anything. Yes, well, I think you're right. This is a romantic spot. Or at least it could have been without the thought of her ex on his mind. She smiled. I'm glad you agree. He moved closer to her, the energy between them tangible. You are? Of course I am. After all, we've been friends a long time. A very long time, he said. And, well, call me crazy, but I think I know you better than you think. Do you? She nodded. Bennett, ever since last night, I've realized something, and I think as your very best friend in the world, I deserve to know the answer. He took a breath. It's true, he said. She tilted her head. What's true? You're really in love? He nodded. She whacked him on the chest with her arm. Well, then why aren't you asking her out? Bennett stopped. Her? Chloe told me a little about it. I guess I just wish I would have heard it from my best friend first. She paused and gave him a look. I'm sorry I've been so wrapped up in my own life that I didn't know. Wait. How did this conversation suddenly go so wrong? His mind went blank. Addie, it's not. An arranged marriage? I know that. I guess I just thought I would know when you were serious with someone, or at least when you liked someone enough to. She waved a hand in the air, her voice trailing off. Enough to what, Ads? He dropped his voice to a whisper. Chloe said you're planning for a spring wedding, Bennett. You're thinking of marriage to her, and I don't even know her name. We haven't talked marriage yet, Addie. In fact, I haven't even asked her out. I mean, he ran his hands through his hair. I suppose we've spent time together, but... You haven't asked her out on an official date? Her eyes widened. Bennett swallowed. The sun beating down on both of them made him feel like he was in the hot seat. It's a little complicated. She shook her head. It's never as complicated as it is in your head. Is that so? He asked. It is so, and I'm going to prove it to you, she said. How? You're going to practice asking me out. She stood in front of him. Go ahead, she said encouragingly. How could he explain the very awkward situation she was putting him in? He knew she really believed she was being helpful, but she had no idea the ramifications this would have. His pulse sped up like his Italian sports car on the Autobahn. Addie, I can't, he said finally. Sure you can. She glanced around. A few other people had joined them on the walkway. She nodded. You're right. It's the perfect setting, but it's just a little too crowded now. I suppose we could always take another picture, now that we have someone else up here to take it. No way. That selfie is perfect. I love it. You do? Yes, and I'll prove it to you. That's the one I'm going to frame and put in my office when I get back to New York. His heart danced around his chest. She had no idea the anguish she caused him. What picture will you frame? She asked. He blinked at her. How could he choose? They'd had so many memories together over the last several days, narrowing it down would be almost impossible. I haven't decided yet, he said. Well, it's been years since we've been in a picture together. I mean, we are best friends, she said. It felt like a dagger was plunging deeper into his heart. Each time she mentioned how good of friends they were, he wanted to tell her how much he wanted it to be more than that. His expression must have twisted because Addie cleared her throat. Okay, awkward. You don't have to pick a picture of us at all. She nudged him on the shoulder. Are you okay? He nodded, and they walked down the stairs and out of the Tower of London. After taking pictures in the small guard booths together, Addie grabbed his hand. Can we walk across the bridge? Warmth from Addie's hand filled him. He'd do anything for her. I'd like that. Halfway across the tower bridge, they stopped in the shade. This really is so beautiful. But perhaps it's commonplace when you live here. No, it's beautiful, he said, not taking his eyes off hers. In fact, there's no place else I'd rather be. Then this is the spot, she said triumphantly. For what? For practicing asking that girl out. He started to shake his head, but she grabbed both of his hands, not letting him turn away. Bennett, please. Let me help you. You've helped me so many times before. The least I can do is return the favor. You don't owe me any favors, Addie, he said softly. I know that, but I feel like I've been such a bad friend to not even pick up on the fact that you like someone. Come on. You're helping me to get over Tanner. Let me help you with this. Was he really helping her get over Tanner? He doubted it. Besides, how could he be coached by the person he wanted to be in a relationship with? He could handle the pressures and the stress that came along with being a well-connected billionaire in England. He could run board meetings and councils, and he always knew what to say and how to say it in a large variety of social situations. In fact, it came so naturally to him that he didn't write out his speeches anymore. He just knew them. But, to admit to his best friend that he'd been in love with her for years? Well, that had him clamming up every time. He couldn't do it. He couldn't find the right words, or the right timing. He'd failed so miserably before in trying to tell her between boyfriends. He couldn't live his life without Addie. And she had no idea what she was asking him to do.
Chapter 16. Addie studied Bennett. He was usually so calm and collected, nothing ever seemed to get to him. She glanced around. They were alone. Everyone else was on the walkway on the other side of the bridge. It was just the two of them. He was her best friend in the whole wide world, and the anguish she saw in him hurt her own heart. She wanted his happiness, and she was going to do everything she could to help him feel supported as he found his true love. It was a bittersweet situation, but it was for the best. She knew him well, and the woman that he chose to love would be very lucky. She'd known that instinctively for years, because he had been so kind and thoughtful to her, and they were just friends. Not just friends, she corrected in her mind. They were best friends. That title came with the responsibility to help each other. She squeezed his hands again, trying to infuse him with some courage. Bennett, come on. It's just me, and I'm your best friend. It's obvious you like her, so do something about it. Just ask me like I was her. Bennett drew in a deep breath. You have no idea how hard this is for me, he said. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help make it less hard. She stared into his bright blue eyes that seemed to be pleading with her. Bennett, it's just me. What do you want to say to her? You just want me to start like that? He asked. She shrugged. Start wherever you're comfortable. Is she pretty? He pierced her with a look. This isn't a conversation to have with you. She laughed, trying to ease the tension. Because I'm a girl? Okay, that was a dumb question. Of course she's pretty. Knowing you, you'd probably call her the most beautiful creature on the planet. Don't mock my English style of compliments. He raised an eyebrow, showing that he was really more amused than anything. Oh, never. I sometimes wish I was British. I mean, I wish we still had some of that formality in America. It always sounds so romantic. I think I would have liked you to be British, he said. Yes, well, I'm still just an uncivilized American, she said. You're one of the more cultured ones I've met, he said. She swallowed hard, her mouth feeling dry. Right, well, I suppose that's something. She laughed. But now we're off topic. Tell me about her. Does she have a name? Let's not go with names, he said. She rolled her eyes. Are you going to make me drag every piece of information out of you, or are you going to cooperate? Addie, it's just. Bennett, it's me. If you can't tell your best friend, who can you tell? No one, he answered quickly. So tell me. Don't give me her name if that makes it easier for you. He gave a small smile and pursed his lips slightly. It was a sign that he held his own private joke, but he was caving. Actually, that does make it easier at the moment. That's progress, she said. So she's beautiful and cultured. What else? Did I say she was cultured? He asked. She shrugged. You implied it. Besides, I know you well enough to know that's on your list of requirements. Even at camp you had this air about you. You mean I was arrogant? He asked. I never minded that, she said. Touché, he said. I suppose that first year I didn't make a very good impression on many. But you overlooked that flaw. She leaned against the rail, facing out toward the Thames. I never considered it a flaw. You weren't really arrogant, you just carried yourself differently. You were refined even at 13. I was probably a bad influence on your manners, she said. Not at all. It was quite refreshing to not be so formal. Addie blinked, knowing how easy it would be to let herself keep talking about camp and all the years they'd been through together, though most of the time together meant through phone calls or emails. So she's more on the formal side? Bennett gave a lazy smile. She's quite the character, actually. She can be formal, but she has a fun side to her that makes life exciting when I'm around her. So you have spent time together, even if you haven't gone on dates together? You could say that, he said. That's a good sign, she said. Is it? He asked. Relationships that are built from some sort of friendship beforehand seem to do well, she said. Not that she would know by actual experience. That's good to keep in mind, he said. So you know each other well enough to know she at least considers you a friend? She asked. He nodded. I'd like to think that she considers me a good friend. Your friends are lucky. I know from personal experience how much your friendship means, she said. His smile faded. Yes, well, perhaps we're too good of friends for anything to work between us. She bumped his shoulder with her own. Oh come on, Bennett, you're just getting started and you haven't even practiced asking her out yet. Don't give up before you even try. It's been so long since I've asked someone out, he said slowly. And why is that? I suppose no one I was around was the one. He paused. That sounds pretty cheesy, doesn't it? I happen to love cheesy. She cleared her throat. But regardless, you think she's in the category of the one, do you? I guess Chloe really wasn't too far off on her comments. What else did Chloe say? Addie's face heated even as her heart slammed against her chest. She couldn't repeat the words Chloe had said. Not when he was so obviously smitten with someone else. It was better to just keep to her role as best friend and not add an extra layer of weirdness to it. Just that you really liked someone. And like I already said, she thought you'd be planning a wedding soon. Bennett's face colored too. Well, Chloe can certainly talk, he said. She nodded. So, how are you going to ask this girl out? You could take her along this very bridge. Pretend you just attended the Tower of London with her, and she wasn't turned off by the torture chamber, and she loved everything about the morning. So wouldn't that mean I already asked her out? Bennett looked confused. Maybe you went with a group of clients, or something. I don't know. Just pretend you were at some event, and now for some reason you're walking together. She laughed. She's probably been on this bridge before, so maybe some of the novelty of this particular spot isn't as spectacular to a local. Perhaps she wanted to see the other side of the bridge and get something, he asked, starting to play along. Tell yourself whatever makes it natural to have a conversation with her. Just a conversation? The man was exasperating. She blew out a breath playfully. Bennett, you're making this way harder than it needs to be. You like this girl. Just ask her out. She raised her eyebrows, waiting for him to respond. Okay, fine. He took a deep breath like he was about to do something hard and finally asked, Addie, will you go out with me? She rolled her eyes. Ugh, no, that doesn't work. You can't just say the words. Think of her when you're looking at me. What would you say to her? Speak from your heart. She grabbed his hand again, playing with his fingers. That's distracting me, he said. That's good, she said. He eyed her. You need some distraction, she explained. You're way too tense about this. You're forcing me to ask someone out. Am I? I thought I was helping a friend. Maybe I'm just not ready to date someone. Bennett, it's been years since I've heard you talk about anyone. Some of that is my fault. I shouldn't have monopolized the conversation so much, and you're always such a good listener, but that's why I'm here now, to help you with this. You're ready to date someone. How do you know? He asked. She wasn't getting through to him. It had been way too long. He should be over any previous breakups. Perhaps she'd try some sarcastic humor. She laughed. Nothing gets you over the last one like the next one. That's what I'm afraid of, he muttered. She waved her hand in the air. Sometimes Bennett took everything so literally. It's just an expression. It means you can move on and it's okay. We're friends, so you have no idea how hard it is for me to tell you this, he said, pausing. Addie didn't move or interrupt. When Bennett looked up, she held his gaze, seeing the pain and anguish that were swimming through his beautiful, captivating eyes. He gripped her hand tighter. It wasn't rough, it was just strong. Her hands stilled in his, not wanting to distract him from the moment. I know you've only thought of me as a friend since we met, but I've always felt something more for you. It's hard for me to bring up my feelings, but they run deep. Addie's breath caught in her throat, and she forgot whether she was in the middle of inhaling or exhaling. I know this will come as a surprise to you, but I want to see where this goes between us. Will you go out with me? Yes, Addie whispered. Yes? Bennett tilted his head, looking confused. Addie blinked. He hadn't been asking her a question, only practicing, but her heart rate sped up like it didn't care about reality. She pushed the erratic thoughts aside and cleared her throat to clear her head. Yes. That sounds like a great way to ask her out. You think so? He asked. I do, and I'm sure she'll say yes, she said, trying to slow her breathing. You seem very confident of that, he said. How could I be otherwise? Bennett, the way you were looking at me while you're thinking of her, I couldn't help but respond. It's obvious you really like her. I can see it in your eyes. He nodded. I suppose so. Thai food? Addie asked. I thought we were going for some traditional fish and chips in a quaint pub somewhere. There will be time for that, too, Bennett said. This restaurant is a well-kept secret from the tourists. I thought you'd like to try something off the beaten path. I like that idea. I'm always up for an adventure. The restaurant wasn't crowded, and they were immediately seated at a table where small tiles were inlaid on the tabletop and decorated the interior walls. The waiter approached and introduced himself as Owen. His orangey-red hair was cut short and he spoke with an Irish accent. From the familiar way they talked, Addie assumed Bennett was a regular here. Addie took the recommendations of both Bennett and the waiter, and she and Bennett ordered quickly. Addie sighed. I'm going to miss this, she said, once Owen left their table. Which part exactly? You haven't even tried the food yet. She thought of the whirlwind of a vacation she'd had in London. It was true she'd been long overdue for a vacation, but the reason London had been so memorable was because of the company. Hadn't they grown closer these last couple of days? This vacation has been exactly what I needed. I never knew that. London could capture such a large part of me. It's the kind of place I'd never want to leave. It's good to feel that way when you're actually in London. The moment I don't feel that way is when I retreat back to the country, he said. I only have 2 days left, and she was fumbling around for the right words. What if she were to stay? What if she worked remotely or found another job? What if she and Bennett could have lunch together in the same time zone every day? Wouldn't that be something? Thoughts and emotions swirled through her head, making her dizzy. Before she could finish her thought, Owen returned with drinks and soup. You only have 2 days left, and we should plan what we're going to do so you can pack in as much as you can before you leave? Bennett asked, trying to finish her sentence for her. We could get tickets and see something at West End. You mentioned your interest in Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Seeing both parts would take a full day. We could also take some time and go to the gardens in Chelsea. They're amazing this time of year. Was that what she wanted to say? No, she wanted to stay longer so she didn't have to pack it in. Bennett watched her, and she wished that just once he could actually read her mind so she didn't have to say the words aloud. She needed him to understand. Planning is good, I just wish I had more time here, you know? He nodded. I suppose that's how you measure the success of any holiday if you enjoy it so much that you want to stay. I haven't just enjoyed my time, I've loved my time here. London has a way of doing that, he said quietly. It hasn't been just London, Bennett. It's been being with you. I've enjoyed being with you too, Addie. A muscle flexed in his jaw, like he was holding back what he wanted to say from her. She nodded. If I stayed longer, if I was here longer, if I were to extend my trip, how would that work?
Chapter 17. Bennett sat stunned at the table. What are you saying, Addie? What was going through Addie's mind? Was the stress of her new promotion looming over her as the reality of her holiday ending was setting in? It was a little warm and stuffy in here. No surprise in the middle of summer with so many windows in this restaurant. She'd been talking about staying longer, and he'd be more than happy to have that happen, but only if she wasn't avoiding her new job. Her phone lit up on the other side of the table. The blinking light caught his attention, but after seeing who was calling, he'd wished he hadn't. Tanner. He frowned. Tanner had seemed nice enough, but the whole idea of this week had been to get Addie over him. The call ended and her screen darkened. Bennett averted his eyes from her phone until a ding drew his attention back. Tanner had texted. Bennett shook his head. It was none of his business if Tanner was still calling and texting Addie, and he shouldn't care. Addie would tell him if he asked, and he left it at that. Sorry about that, Addie said, looking down at her phone. No problem, he said. Owen brought their entries out. They ate a few bites, commented on the flavors of the food, and the whole time Bennett knew their small talk was covering up something. He finally cleared his throat. So you were thinking of extending your holiday? He asked. I was thinking about that, and what it would look like if I stayed longer. She was all smiles. Of course she was on holiday. How would that work with your promotion? He asked. So, I've been thinking about that. Her phone rang again. She looked down at Tanner's picture on her screen and frowned. She swiped across the bottom of the screen, sending the call to voicemail. You can take that if you need to, Bennett said. Addie waved her hand in the air. It's not important, she said. Back to what I was saying. Dings from several text messages came through, and Addie turned her phone over on the table. It might be important, Addie, he said. She rolled her eyes. It's not important. You received a phone call and a couple of texts now. I saw who they were from. She huffed, shaking her head. Fine, I'll read them just so we can move past this. She scrolled on her phone, her expression changing. It's really nothing, she said finally. It didn't look like nothing, he said. He wants to get back together, that's all, she said, putting her phone in her purse. Curiosity pulled at him. He and Addie knew practically everything about each other, and he had to get a read on her initial thoughts about what Tanner had written. Are you going to answer him about that? He asked. I'm not going to take time away from our meal to do that. Besides, I don't even know what I'm going to say. The thought made him pause. She didn't know what she was going to say. Or she didn't know how she was going to say it. Do you want to get back together with him? She waved her hand in the air, but it didn't look like her regular dismissive gesture. I haven't thought about him all week. Back to London. He nodded. London. She seemed flustered and glanced down at her purse. Addie, if you stayed longer, how would that work with your promotion? She sighed. I haven't thought through all of that yet. I just didn't get to see everything yet. You wouldn't see everything even if you extended your holiday. There were streets he was unfamiliar with, and he'd lived on and off in London for most of his life. "You're probably right," she said, looking deflated. She glanced at her purse again. "And you should see how things go with Tanner," he said, before he could pull back the words. Why had he suggested that? She tilted her head. "You think I should get back together with Tanner?" Of course that wasn't what he thought, but as her best friend, that was probably what he should think, right? He fought to find the right words. "I think you should find your happiness." "He was the longest relationship you've had in a while," he said finally. She nodded slowly. "Perhaps I'll think about it more then," she said. She picked at her food, finishing off the last bites on her plate. "I should probably get back to my job as planned. I don't want them thinking that I'm flaky." "You're not flaky." "Thanks." She folded her napkin and laid it on her plate. "Would you ever, I know it's a long shot, but would you ever," she paused, picking up the napkin and then refolding it. "I know it's silly to ask you this, because we've been friends for so long, but—" "Yes?" he asked. He leaned forward, staring into her beautiful eyes. She blinked, shaking her head a little, but didn't respond. "What is it, Addie?" She shook her head. "It's nothing, just a passing, nothing. I'm your best friend. You can tell me anything." She nodded slowly, her gaze wandering back to his eyes. "Best friends. Right. That's what we are." She gave him a small smile, but why did her brow crinkle at that statement? Did she no longer want to be friends? The idea hit him hard. "Tell me." She glanced around. "I was just wondering if you ever wanted to come out to New York sometime. I have a spare bedroom. It's nothing like your mansion of a London house." He released the breath he'd been holding and rubbed a hand through his hair. "Oh." For a moment he thought she was going to say something else. She shook her head, rushing her words. "You don't have to. It was just a silly thought. And really of the two cities, I've fallen for London, even though I adore New York. So forget I mentioned it, but if you were ever in town, I'd be happy to give you a tour of the city. Wouldn't you be busy with work?" He asked carefully when what he really wanted to know was if Tanner or her next boyfriend would be tagging along. He shouldn't have thought that, but Tanner's multiple calls and texts had set him on edge. "I suppose my new job will keep me busy for a while, but I should have a weekend here and there," she said, her brows furrowed. He gave her a small smile, knowing that it would take some coordination, but it would be worth it. "I'd like to have you show me around." Her brow furrowed. It's not the same as London," she said, almost apologetically. "It doesn't have to be." She gave him a small smile and nodded. Bennett paid for the meal, and they left, walking in silence toward the Shakespearean Globe Theatre. Bennett hoped she was enjoying the view as they walked in and out of streets along the river. "I'd like to come to New York, but I have some work that I need to catch up on next week, and then I'll need to be in the country for a week after that. Maybe we could plan for the weekend in 3 weeks." Addie's smile brightened. "I'd like that, but only if you really want to." He nodded. Nothing would make him happier. "And just remember, anytime you're in London, you have a place to stay." "You're sure?" "Of course." "Thanks, Bennett. I want to come back. I love it here." There was that word again. Of course she loved London. She loved everything. The idea of her coming back felt magical. Maybe when she really was over Tanner, and maybe when he was brave enough to tell her how he felt about her, maybe London would be the perfect spot. 3 more phone calls came in a row. On the last one, Addie removed the phone from her purse. "I'm sorry. I should probably take this," she said. "Tanner again?" he asked, proud of himself for keeping his tone neutral and his expression normal. Addie nodded. "There might be an actual emergency." He smiled, because that was what best friends did. "I'll wait over here and give you your privacy." He pointed to an area jutting out by the river. She looked between him and the phone, seeming conflicted. Finally she said, "Thanks." She headed toward the side of a building that blocked the wind coming from the river. Bennett tried hard not to think of anything while Addie was on her call, But his brain continually ran circles around the craziness of his situation. He was in love with her, and she was talking to her ex. Why did he do this to himself? He had 2 days left with Addie, and he didn't want to worry about Tanner and Addie together. He wanted to make the most of their time. In no time Addie was back by him. She mimicked his stance, leaning her elbows on the wall ledge in front of them and looking out at the river. "Well, he won't be bugging me again while I'm here," she said confidently. "Oh, did you break it off?" "I just told him that if he had anything to say to me, he could say it when I was home in New York." Bennett nodded. "That sounds like a wise plan," he said. "So you mentioned seeing Harry Potter and the Cursed Child before I leave. Aren't tickets hard to get?" Bennett shrugged. "We can always go to the box office and see if anyone has turned in their tickets for a refund. Tickets are sold out 8 months in advance, so that's our best bet, unless you want to take a rain check for 8 months from now and come back." He laughed, wondering if that was even something that Addie would consider. "Let's try the box office then." "I don't want to wait 8 months," she said. He nodded. He would try to make Addie's holiday the very best it could be, and trying to get tickets was part of that. He'd do anything for her.
Chapter 18. Addie gave Bennett a small smile when he came back empty-handed from the theater box office. She knew how popular Harry Potter and the Cursed Child was, and though there were cancellations for other days next week, there was no availability for tomorrow night. "Sorry, I couldn't get tickets," Bennett said, looking like he'd carried the whole world on his shoulders. Addie touched his arm, reassuring him that it was just fine. "It's really okay. I knew it was a long shot. I guess money can't buy everything, can it?" she said. He laughed at her joke, and then his brows furrowed slightly before he smoothed them out again. "It's true, money definitely can't buy everything. I really don't mind. It will be a good excuse to come back once the tickets are available for new shows." Bennett nodded. "I'll have my people coordinate it and get us tickets." She bumped against his arm, laughing. "You, and your people." They walked a couple of blocks and tried for a different show at the central box office, but she'd seen every production playing that had availability, so they ended up walking up and down the streets together. "So back to the original plans for the rest of today and tomorrow?" he asked her. Addie nodded. "A walk through Holland Park behind your house sounds perfect, then touring Churchill War Rooms tomorrow morning, and soaking in the last of London before I pack and head to bed early to avoid jet lag." Traffic was noisy around them. "Are we headed in the direction of the park now?" Bennett took her hand, leading her gently down a small side street. "Let's go here first," he said. "Where are we going?" she asked. "We didn't get dessert at the Thai place, so I figured it was time for something sweet." Addie looked up at the sign. "Ice cream?" "Not just any ice cream. Gelato. I've noticed you use those words here interchangeably. You say gelato even when it's regular hard ice cream. I suppose we are confusing like that. We could do better at saying what we mean. It's a hard thing to do sometimes." Addie laughed, but the words sobered her. "But Gelato Perfetto serves real gelato, the kind you'd think of in America." "Then I'm all for it," she said, taking his arm. 15 minutes later, Addie held a waffle cone with coconut gelato, and Bennett had one with passion fruit. "How's your gelato?" he asked, taking a big bite of his own cone. "It's refreshing, but it doesn't have a strong flavor. It's more of a subtle hint of coconut." She took another bite. "How is yours?" "Passion fruit is my favorite, and this one is really good," he said. She nodded. "I should have tried it. It looked tempting." He handed her his waffle cone. "You can try mine." "I don't mind." She laughed and took a bite. "It's so delicious, I want to come back again tomorrow." He smiled. "I'm glad. Gelato Perfetto is run by Italians. They know their gelato." "Yes, they do. She took one more bite of his cone and then handed it back, offering him a bite of hers. He tried a small amount. You're right, mine is the better choice. Way to rub it in, she said, bumping him with her shoulder. Don't bump me, he said playfully. What if I drop your gelato? We'd both be sad there's no more of the good favorite left. He bumped her back as she went for a bite, leaving coconut gelato on her nose. She laughed. And here I thought all Englishmen were gentlemen. My mistake. He laughed at her joke. A low blow. Lower than getting a nose full of cold gelato? She eyed him. Touché, adds. To show there's no hard feelings, I'll trade you flavors, he said. I don't mind. Thanks, she said. She waited until Bennett was about to take a bite of the coconut gelato and she bumped his elbow, smearing the cold dessert on his face. He laughed. I deserved that. Well played. Thank you, she said, giving a slight bow and then handing him a napkin. She was going to miss this, teasing him in person and being with him. Being with him in London had been wonderful, and she didn't want to leave yet. She knew she still had one more day, but it wouldn't be the same. She wanted to freeze this moment of them walking down the lively streets eating gelato with her best friend. Richard opened the car door, allowing Addie and Bennett to get out to say their goodbyes at the airport. Her last day with him had flown by too fast. This is it, she said. I can't believe how fast this week flew by. I'm going to miss you, and London. Let's not wait this long to see each other again in person. Bennett gave her a hug. We'll see each other soon. Thankfully, video chats help with the distance. Addie nodded. I know, but video chats just aren't the same, she said. I'll come to New York in 3 weeks, Bennett promised. 3 weeks. Excitement filled her. I can't wait, she said. She'd already decided that for the next 3 weeks she wasn't going to say anything about her love life, and she was only going to focus on Bennett and helping him move his love life forward. Keep me posted on that, girl. I always keep you posted on everything important in my life, Bennett said, squeezing her hand. Addie nodded. She hated goodbyes. 3 weeks isn't long. It will be here before we know it. Bennett nodded. Safe travels, Addie. Let me know when you've landed safely at JFK. I will. Thanks for everything, Bennett. I mean it. This has been such an unforgettable holiday. It's been a brilliant time, he agreed. She gave him one last hug and then put her hand on her suitcase which Richard had pulled from the trunk and headed into the airport. 3 weeks was enough time to help him with his mystery girl and then get details when they were together in New York.
Chapter 19. The 3 weeks before Bennett arrived in New York crawled by, but he'd talked to Addie every day, or they texted pictures and memories back and forth. She hadn't once mentioned Tanner since she'd gone home, and she'd been more interested in his love life. Both were promising signs. If all went well as he toured New York with her, he was going to tell her how he felt about her once and for all and let the chips fall where they may. He just needed the weekend to gauge where she was at. His flight landed in the afternoon, but the anticipation of seeing Addie in person again so soon had kept him awake through the entire flight. Since Addie didn't have a car, he caught a cab from the airport. She suggested he come to her apartment and get some rest before they went out for dinner and then to see the sights. Addie buzzed him up and soon he was standing in front of her door. He'd barely knocked when she opened the door and squealed, giving him a huge hug. So, how have you been? She asked him, once they were in her apartment. Bennett smiled. You mean since I saw you in London? Lonely without you. He said the last line with a laugh, but he couldn't deny his feelings. She laughed, and he wished he wasn't as pathetic as he sounded. Lonely? Come on, Bennett, did you complete your assignment of asking your mystery girl out? She grabbed a bottled water from the fridge and set it on the kitchen counter for him. He cleared his throat, taking a drink of water. Not yet, but I think I'm getting closer. She rolled her eyes. I suppose closer is a good start. Just remember your lines and you'll be fine. He couldn't quite focus. My lines? From the Tower Bridge. You were telling me about her, and you practiced asking her out. You were convincing. He tilted his head. Convincing? Convincing, how? She pushed on his arm. Oh, come on, you know. He raised his eyebrows. Spell it out for me. Maybe there is a cultural difference I'm missing. Are you kidding? You know you had me practically eating out of the palm of your hand. I mean, she hesitated before continuing, I really thought you were asking me. She cleared her throat. Anyway, if you feel half the things for this girl that you told me about, well, she'd be lucky to go on a date with you. He stared at her. Was this his opening? He'd only just arrived in New York. He had planned on taking the weekend to really get a handle on their relationship before diving into this conversation. You really think she would go for it? She shook her head, then gave him an encouraging smile. You had me convinced you were in love with her. His heart pounded louder in his ears. In love? I never said those words about her. At least never aloud. She laughed. You didn't have to. Your eyes said it. The way you looked at me when you were thinking about her, it was magical. What if she likes someone else? He asked, his palms feeling warm. She raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't you rather just try? Ask her out and see what happens. It's just a little more complicated than that. She touched his arm and fire spread from her touch to his face. I just can't see how it would be complicated. She's been on your mind for a while now. That's got to be a sign, isn't it? Is that a long time? He asked. Addie shrugged. For you, it sounds like it might be. I mean, you hardly ever mention dates you go on or girlfriends or anything. I guess that's mostly been my fault though. I've monopolized that side of the conversation too much. But no more. No more what? No more monopolizing that conversation. I am serious that I want updates on this one. You have to tell me what happens. What if I can't? She held up a hand, stopping him from speaking. Nope, Bennett. I'm not going to accept that anymore. You can do it. You've helped me so many times, getting over boyfriends, getting my new promotion, showing me around London. I'm still in love with London, you know. I want to go back again. He nodded. There's still so much you didn't see. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Wait, we're getting off topic. I was saying that you've helped me with so many things, the least I can do is help you with this one thing. Ask her out and let me know how it goes. Let you know how it goes? You know, where you go on your first date. She's probably already seen all the places you've taken me to in London, but I don't know, make it magical. Take her to the Tower Bridge, or maybe go see a show together. She waved her hand in the air. Or whatever billionaires do on their dates, rent a jet and fly to Paris or something. It was the moment of truth, and Bennett knew he couldn't hesitate or he would lose his nerve and lose all thought as he looked into her eyes. What if she says no? What if things don't work out? She studied him for a minute. You're not scared of that, are you? Why would she? Besides, is not knowing better? Right now nothing will happen. At least if you have the conversation, you'll know. It's worth the risk, he asked. Addie shrugged. We never really know what is worth it and what isn't. It can't make things worse though, right? I mean, I don't have the best track record, but if you want my advice as your very best friend in the entire world, love is worth a little risk. He nodded. His throat felt dry, and he swallowed. Addie was right. Love was worth a little risk. I'll do it, he said, barely getting the words out as he took in another shallow breath. His heart pounded loudly in his ears. He wouldn't be able to wait until the end of the weekend. It was now or never. He rubbed his hands on his pants. She smiled. I'm sure you'll be happy you did. I'm happy for you. Do you want anything to eat before you rest? He shook his head. He had too much adrenaline to think about resting now. He'd end up fidgeting and his heart would explode if he didn't get the words out immediately. He grabbed both of her hands in his, squeezing them lightly, hoping to draw some strength from her. This was the scariest and most wonderful moment he'd ever experienced. He met her gaze and took a deep breath. Addie, I've planned this out so many times, and each time the words fall short.
Addie watched the intensity in Bennett's eyes and her heart almost burst from the look he gave her. She squeezed his hands. Wait, it's only a date, and you did a great job the last time. You don't have to rehearse the lines to me, just ask her. Ugh. She really needs to have a name. I can't keep calling her her. She gave him a reassuring smile, happy she'd finally gotten through to him over the last couple of weeks to gain the confidence he needed. He stepped closer to her. It's you. She's you. You're the one I want to ask out. I love you, Addie. I've loved you for years. I never seem to be able to find the words to tell you, but... Addie heard the words that came out of Bennett's mouth, but her mind swirled and the air left her lungs. She held a hand up, trying to process this turn in the conversation. Words rushed out of her. Wait, stop. Are you saying this for real? Or are you practicing on me? Because she searched Bennett's eyes and could see the sincerity in there. She could feel it. What was Bennett saying? Her heart knocked into her ribs and she drew in a shaky breath. The girl, the one you were talking about on the bridge. That was me? He nodded slowly, keeping hold of her gaze. You said to be bold. You said love was worth the risk. She paced back and forth in her small kitchen. Her best friend was in love with her. With her. She felt the blood drain from her face. I said that when I thought you were talking about someone else. She put a hand to her forehead, rubbing it, still trying to process this revelation. You've never once said this to me, or hinted at it, or anything. She was completely thrown off. Her heart and her breath seemed to be in a race, and she couldn't tell which one was winning. She tried taking a slow, deep breath, but it didn't calm her. More intensity filled his eyes. The timing has always been off. You're with someone, or you're getting over someone. I've always been here, but I want to fit into your life differently now. He took a step closer to her. Bennett, we're best friends. You're my best friend. She relied on him for everything. He was important to her. But we can be more than best friends, Addie. His words were soft and inviting. Addie paused. Bennett's look was full of love and kindness and so much that she couldn't name. Her heart fluttered and her breath caught. The panic of the earlier moments subsided as she allowed herself to pause at his last sentence. They could be more than best friends. What did that look like? In her mind it looked amazing, the best relationship she'd ever had. Dating Bennett, it far surpassed all the moments with any of her other boyfriends. Flights across the Atlantic mingled with even more video chats and text message conversations. The world would be rose-colored and wonderful. The thought made her giddy. It would be great, amazing even, until it ended. And it would end, all of her relationships ended. But the cost of losing Bennett would be too much. She'd lose her best friend when they broke up, and then what? She couldn't lose her best friend. No relationship was worth losing that, even if dating him sounded like a fairy tale. She shook her head. How would that even work? I can't lose you. You know my dating history, and it's awful. Every relationship I have turns out badly. And she was the common factor in all of them. A hint of frustration sounded in his voice. That's because you've been dating the wrong guys. She leaned against the kitchen counter, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Bennett thought he knew everything about her, but he didn't. She let out an exasperated sigh. How do you even know that? You only know what I've told you about them. He took a step closer to her and put his hands on her elbows. Confidence exuded from him. Because none of them have been me. If only that were really true, but it wasn't. It wasn't about how amazing Bennett was, he wouldn't be able to compensate for her inability to keep a relationship alive. Her throat went dry, and she whispered, "You're my best friend. I can't lose that." "You aren't going to lose that. We'll still be best friends, we'll just be moving our relationship to the next level." She shook her head, looking away from him. "I can't. I need you as my best friend." He took a step back from her, lifting her chin with a finger until she held his gaze. "You said love was worth the risk," he said softly. "You've told me to not be scared by it, why can't you do the same?" Her heart stung. She couldn't be brave the way he wanted her to be. She knew this would set them up for failure. "I gave you that advice when I thought it was about someone else. But this isn't just a little risk, Bennett. This is years of a friendship in the making. How can we lose that? Life would be wonderful with him in the short term, but in the long term she'd be out a boyfriend and a best friend in one fell swoop." Tears burned her eyes and she blinked to force the liquid back. She shook her head. "I can't." "That's your response?" Agony twisted his face, pain lined all his features. The way he looked at her made her feel like she'd taken his heart and stomped on it. She put a hand on his arm to reassure him, but his expression didn't change. "I'm not good at the relationship thing. You're too important to me to risk what we have." The brightness in Bennett's eyes was completely gone, and he ran a hand through his hair. "I suppose I was right to be hesitant about sharing my feelings after all." This time when the tears filled her eyes she didn't try to pull them back in, she let them fall. Her heart was breaking. "I'm sorry, I didn't. I never meant to push you to this." She gestured around them, feeling entirely helpless. How had she missed the signs?
Bennett nodded and took a deep breath. He knew Addie had never meant for this to happen. He could tell this conversation was causing her pain too, his feelings had caused her pain. He took a few steadying breaths. He needed to stop the pain for both of them. "I think I better go," he said. Addie's eyes widened. "But you just got here. Won't you stay for dinner?" "Bennett, you can't leave like this." Her eyes seemed to beg him to stay, but he knew that would be a mistake. He shook his head. It wasn't fair to either of them and staying only prolonged the disappointment. He had to get out of here. "I'm not sure I could eat right now, even if I did stay. It's probably best for both of us." Addie looked like she would crumple. "I'm sorry, you just caught me off guard," and she blinked rapidly, letting her sentence trail off. He didn't need her to explain it. He already knew. He knew her better than anyone. "It's okay," he said, not wanting to go through the conversation again. Nothing would change. "Will it be okay?" she asked, her eyes searching his, full of questions. Because he was a glutton for punishment, he pulled her into a hug. How could he reassure her that things would be okay after this, when he didn't believe it himself? "Of course it will be okay," he said the words into her hair, though they sounded hollow even to his own ears. She pulled back from him, looking into his eyes. A charge of energy filled the space between them. His breathing stilled as he dropped his gaze to her lips, and a moment later, his lips followed. He kissed her slowly. With one hand still wrapped around her waist from their hug, he moved his other to cradle her jaw. She didn't pull away, and he was completely lost in their kiss. Fireworks detonated around his hammering heart, spreading fire through his chest. He couldn't breathe, and he didn't want to. He dreamed of kissing her forever, and the reality of it far exceeded his expectations. He wished he could convey his love to her in a way she'd understand. He'd always pictured how their first actual kiss would be, but he never considered that their first official kiss would also be their last. He pulled her closer, and she didn't pull away. She ran her fingers through his hair, and inwardly he groaned, realizing that more kissing would only lead to more heartache. He pulled away, allowing the feel of her close to him melt. Addie opened her eyes. She looked stunned. He raked a hand through his hair. He was torturing himself to think that this would work. That one kiss might change her mind. He wasn't stupid. He knew how she thought, and before he confused their relationship more, he had to leave. He looked at her. Confusion was written on her face, the small crease between her eyebrows appeared. "For the record, you were worth the risk to me," he said. He wanted to tell her he loved her again, but all he could manage to say was, "Goodbye, Addie." She blinked a few times and looked like she might say something but then just nodded. Physical pain seemed to squeeze his chest, constricting his throat. He searched her eyes for a moment, and despite all the years he'd spent studying the flecks of green in her hazel eyes, interpreting every nuance, he couldn't read her. He left her apartment, closing the door gently behind him.
Chapter 20. Addie stood staring at her front door. Bennett was gone, and her whole body felt numb. She needed time to process what had just happened. Her fingers went to her lips instinctively, and she drew in a shallow breath. She had never been kissed like that before, and all his words came rushing back to her as she relived that moment. What she felt for Bennett, what she had always felt for Bennett, was strong. Their friendship was one of the most important things in her entire life. She couldn't risk ruining that with her track record. She would guard their friendship precisely because it was so important to her. Hours later, she knew Bennett was still in the air, so of course she would not receive any sort of text for the next couple of hours, but it still felt strange to not hear from him. She had to discuss what happened with her best friend. She was confused, worried that things might have already changed between them, and she'd never be able to get back what she had. She spent the weekend at home, doing nothing but waiting for Bennett to text her. She agonized over it, sending more text messages. He finally wrote back a brief message to let her know that he had landed safely back in London, but her other texts weren't answered. On Monday morning, Addie was still in a fog. She'd tossed and turned, getting restless sleep for the entire weekend. Her heart ached. Usually when someone is waiting for a phone call, boring a hole into the phone with your laser vision is not going to help, Sarah said. Addie put her phone down. "You're right," she said. Had he seen her messages? Had they gotten lost somewhere in the air while he'd been flying? "What's going on?" Sarah asked. "Nothing," Addie said. "It's nothing." "I know that look, Addie." "Did you?" "I mean, is it about Tanner? You told him when you got back from London that you were for sure done, right? Are you regretting that decision?" "Tanner? What?" "No, I'm not regretting that decision. Yes, I made it clear when I got back from London that things would never work." He was the furthest thing from her mind. She waved her hand in the air, as if completely dismissing the thought. "No, Tanner and I didn't ever have a lasting future." She replayed the words from talking with Bennett. He had talked about risks, but he didn't know what that would mean. Tanner and all her other exes had proved that. She couldn't bear to lose Bennett the same way. "Bennett left," Addie said. Sarah nodded. "Ah, your British boyfriend." I mean best friend," she quickly corrected. She picked up the framed picture on the back of the credenza. It held the picture of Addie with Bennett when they were on the Tower Bridge right before he'd practiced on her, before she realized he was really just looking at her. "No wonder you're sad. After spending a week in London with him, I bet having him here for just a weekend is hard." "We're just friends," Addie said automatically, but sadness welled inside of her. Were they even that anymore? Sarah didn't know that he had left so soon after he'd arrived. Sarah looked like she might say something but instead just nodded. "Of course." She looked around Addie's office. "Well, you look like you are settling in just fine. It's totally normal to have promotion jitters for a month or two." Addie let out a weak laugh. "Is that even a thing?" Sarah shrugged. "I don't know."
Chapter 21. Bennett sat in the hallway outside the conference room where he'd spent the morning and better half of the afternoon. He'd been back in London for 3 days, staying busy with meetings and trying to keep his brain off Addie. He spun his phone in his hand several times. By now she would be finished with breakfast and on her way to work. She'd written a couple of times over the last couple days. He'd received a few texts after he'd landed, and he'd texted her right away to let her know he was safe, but after that, he just didn't know what to say. A piece of him was missing. Addie was in New York, where she always was, but now things were different. He finally pocketed his phone, realizing just how much he'd relied on her communication throughout the day. Drew stood across the hallway, leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed on Bennett. Bennett blinked. "How long have you been here?" Drew walked toward Bennett. "Long enough to watch you do nothing on your phone." "I thought you stepped out to take a call, mate." Bennett sighed. Drew was a good friend, and he was aware of Bennett's feelings about Addie. But telling his friend he'd basically been dumped before he and Addie were even together felt like too raw of a conversation to have right now. "I was going to, but I decided against it." "Addie?" Drew asked. Bennett nodded. He'd kissed her, and he didn't regret it, but he knew things could no longer be the same. "Bennett, come out with me and Chloe tonight. Let's get your mind off of whatever it is." "I can't tonight." He didn't want to be the central lonely figure in a dinner out. Drew raised an eyebrow. "Sure you can." "I insist, and so does Chloe. Trust me, it will be good for you." Bennett knew Drew wouldn't take no for an answer and that eventually Drew would wear him down. He sighed loudly. "I'll join you. But I'm not going to drink this away," he said. Drew nodded. "Understood. Just dinner and conversation with friends then. Come by the house at 7 o'clock. We'll have a nice quiet dinner at home." "That sounds like something I could handle," he said. "I'll phone Chloe and let her know." "Thanks," Bennett said. "Anytime. We're here for you." Bennett arrived at precisely 7 o'clock at Drew's London residence. It wasn't far from his house, only a couple of miles. The butler opened the door and showed him into the drawing room. Chloe was sitting on a sofa but stood when Bennett entered the room. She gave Bennett a hug, followed by 2 air kisses to his cheeks. "Bennett, what is going on?" "Drew only said something dreadful happened and that you'd be coming for dinner." "You are always welcome, of course. Chef prepared your favorite, bœuf bourguignon, potatoes dauphinoise, and millefeuille for dessert." Bennett's mouth watered as she indeed named his favorites. Their chef was French, and his food never disappointed. "Thanks, Chloe. The house is well. No kitchen fire or anything like that." At that moment, Drew came into the room. "Don't pester him with too many questions, Chloe. The man is heartbroken." "I'm not heartbroken," Bennett said. "I suppose it's sort of like being dumped, but we weren't really together, so," he shrugged. "Oh, Bennett. Why did you not come sooner?" Her eyes looked at him like he was a lost animal in need of a home. "It's really nothing. I should have expected it." Chloe scared. "Of course you should not have expected this, especially not from Mademoiselle Addie. I thought she really liked you." "They're best friends," Drew reminded his wife. She waved a hand with a dramatic French flair that reminded Bennett a little of how Addie dismissed a thought. Pair. Best friends but secretly wanting more. At least that was my perspective after meeting her. She adores you, Bennett. What happened? Dinner is ready, Chloe. Perhaps we can finish this conversation over food? Drew asked his wife. Chloe nodded. Of course, where are my manners? Yes, let's eat first and then talk after. You'll feel better. Bennett nodded, though he wasn't sure he agreed. During dinner, they kept the conversation neutral. Mostly it was work-related. But when Bennett talked about his contact in New York, and how he'd meant to visit after the weekend with Addie that had ended early, he couldn't concentrate. I think you'll feel better if you just tell us the story now, Chloe encouraged. What happened? I had thought after her visit here things were going so well. Me too, said Bennett, and then related the event that occurred in New York. Chloe pushed her plate away from the edge of the table, leaving her silverware together on her plate. What are you going to do? Do? There is nothing to do, he said. You must win her back, she persisted. Bennett shook his head. No. That's exactly what I can't do right now. I need to get over whatever romantic feelings I have and just move on. She's such a huge part of every day, and it's painful to keep thinking of her that way. Then you should tell her, Chloe began. Bennett cut her off. That's what I tried to do in New York, and look where it got me. Chloe looked unconvinced, but Bennett was never good at reading the facial cues of women who weren't Addie. Drew leaned back in his chair. I think you're right, Bennett, he said. You need to get over her. Chloe began speaking in French, throwing her hands up at her husband. Drew calmed her down. Hear me out, Chloe. Bennett has loved Addie for so long, he hasn't thought about dating anyone else. Maybe now is the time to break that pattern. It will be a fresh start, and if nothing else it will keep his mind off of Addie for a little while. Drew, we're trying to help him win Addie back, Chloe said, in a loud whisper, like it had been a secret. Drew looked at Chloe. I can't just set him up with all your friends now, can I? He turned to Bennett and gave him an apologetic shrug. Actually, that's exactly what you can do, Bennett said. Do what now? Drew said, his brows drawn together. Bennett said, it's been years since I've dated, or even thought of anyone else but Addie. Which is precisely why we need to think of a way for you to get her back, Chloe interrupted. Bennett shook his head. Don't you see I can't do that? She doesn't feel the same way. He choked out the last sentence, knowing that he couldn't keep pretending that being Addie's best friend was enough for him anymore. I want to go on a real date. Several of them. I have to move on. Chloe nodded. I see where you're coming from, but the two of you are perfect together. You're best friends, Anne. I know we're perfect for each other. I know that. Bennett squeezed the chair arm to ground himself, knowing he sounded frustrated. I can't control her feelings for me though. Not even his billions of pounds were enough to make Addie want to fall in love with him. She didn't care about his money. Drew nodded. Chloe has several single friends, we'll work on filling your calendar. A new date every night for the next week. Chloe's thin eyebrows pulled together. Bennett, are you sure about this? 7 new dates in 1 week. That's a lot even for the most seasoned dater. She eyed Drew. Now, Chloe, don't go bringing that up. It all turned out to be in your favor, Drew said. Only because I knew the game you were playing. She gave him a saucy smile and blew him an air kiss. On any other night Bennett would have listened to his friends recite their whirlwind of a relationship and how they finally ended up together, but tonight his brain felt like it had been scrambled, and he couldn't keep track of where they were going. I'm sure, Chloe. I have to. You've spent years loving her, she said. That's not something you can just get over in a week. Just give yourself time, too. There's no use in rushing into a new relationship quickly. A fresh start. That was what he needed. He needed to figure out what his days looked like when they didn't revolve around phone calls and texts from Addie. He blinked, wondering just how much time that would free up in his life. What was he going to do with himself? I have to try. A full week of first dates. Bennett paused, hearing Addie's voice in his head. She'd always tried to hurry into the next relationship, and it had never worked. He shook the thought away. He had to try it himself. I need to start dating again. He ran his fingers through his hair. Drew smiled. You know, just the other day Chloe was talking about a few of her friends that had just gotten out of relationships, weren't you? He eyed his wife. Chloe looked at Drew with surprise. I was? She cleared her throat. Right, I was. And I could set you up with any of them. A blind date? Bennett asked. Knots in his stomach formed, even though it had been his idea. No, we could introduce you first, Chloe said. And Chloe and I could double with you, if you want, Drew offered. I don't think that is helpful, Chloe said. Drew shrugged. It was just an idea, of course. I will talk to my friend, Chloe said. Are you free tomorrow? Bennett nodded. He'd cleared his schedule for the next 2 weeks in case he had decided to extend his stay in New York, and now, he had nothing but time. He had to do this, he had to move on, and this seemed the only way.
Chapter 22. It was probably just a coincidence. That had to be it. Addie wasn't going to start freaking out just because the only texts she'd received from Bennett were when he landed in London and another 5 days later to let her know work was very busy and he needed to focus. She understood that. She really did. She had several weeks like that in the past. He'd already taken the week off to show her around London. And he had done that last minute. But it had been over a week now, and their only phone conversation had been short as he said he was working through his lunch. Emotions surged through her. She tried not to panic. Tried not to feel like it was her fault he was avoiding her, though she knew it was. This was how a friendship got ruined, by trying to push it to be more. This was exactly the situation she was trying to avoid. Addie hurried into her apartment. She should be able to catch him before he went to bed. She took a calming breath and started a video chat. He didn't answer and the stinging ripped through her heart. For the millionth time she wondered if she'd handled the situation with Bennett correctly. She was running on lack of sleep now, tossing and turning almost every night, unable to calm her mind and her worry about her best friend and their friendship. She sighed. At least tonight she would have some distraction. She'd offered to watch her neighbor's baby while they went to a Broadway show with friends from out of town. Addie looked up from the couch where she had been working for the last couple of hours since Mackenzie had fallen asleep. She stretched as the apartment door opened and Tyler and Liz came in quietly. "We're home," Liz whispered. "She's already in bed," Addie whispered back, packing up her laptop. "She ate all her food. Thanks again for watching Mackenzie." "No problem at all." She'd watched Mackenzie twice before. "She's so darling, and she's growing so fast." Liz laughed, her red curls bobbing up and down. "That's what babies do. They keep growing. I'm happy to watch her again if you need, just let me know." "Thanks, Addie." Her usual sitter went out of town unexpectedly, and normally we would just exchange our theater tickets for another night, but it's a little more complicated when we are doubling with another couple in the middle of the week. Addie nodded. "Next time I'll have to come and play with her when she's awake for longer." Liz smiled. "You're welcome anytime." Addie liked Liz a lot. They'd been instant friends since Liz had married Ty Lake, the New York Times best-selling author, who'd mostly kept to himself when he was single. But since marrying Liz, he'd been much more social. In fact, Addie hadn't realized until getting the wedding invitation Ty Lake was really a pen name, and his real name was Tyler Lakewood. Addie had gone to dinner with them a couple of times together, before Liz had Mackenzie. After that, they'd gotten together about once a month for dinners in each other's apartments. Addie picked up her purse and laptop, and Liz walked her to the door. "Hey, it's been so crazy lately, but I'd still love to hear more about your adventure in London," Liz said. "You did not post enough pictures on social media." "I know you took more." Addie forced a smile. Thinking of London only brought up memories with Bennett. All of it felt more confusing than clear in her mind, as she relived all the moments from his perspective of being in love with her. "We should do that soon," Addie said, trying to make her voice sound excited. Liz arched one eyebrow, but only said, "I look forward to it." Addie didn't, it would only bring up the pain. She said goodnight and made her way across the hall and unlocked her door. Confusion swirled around her. How could Bennett do this to her? How could he ruin their friendship with his feelings for her? She'd been the one to push him to share his feelings with her, and she wanted him to trust her with his feelings, but this was not what she had envisioned. He of all people should know and understand that she was not the relationship type. He'd consoled her after so many breakups, he should know she wasn't the kind that could last in a relationship. Regret at how she'd handled the situation washed over her. She paused outside her door and looked back to where she'd come from Tyler and Liz's. That was what she wanted. Marriage. A baby, eventually. Someone to have in her life all the time. Someone who wouldn't go off the rails crazy because she had a best friend she loved talking to. A knot formed in her stomach. Maybe that last one was a moot point now since she and Bennett weren't really talking anymore. Addie stared around the living room. Her apartment had never felt so empty before. She pulled on her London zip-up hoodie, wanting to feel some comfort, but it wasn't helping. It only brought back more memories of the time she and Bennett spent together. A knock sounded at the door. Addie looked through the peephole. It was Liz. Forcing a smile, Addie opened the door. Did I leave a charging cable again? Liz shook her head. I just thought you'd like to chat. She held up 2 cartons of gelato. Addie's shoulders slumped. I don't mean to be antisocial tonight, Liz, but I'm not in the mood to give you a tour through all my London pictures tonight. I promise we'll have a slideshow of them soon. Liz laughed. I caught that vibe earlier, no worries. We don't have to go through pictures. She walked into the room and made herself at home while Addie stood next to her open front door. I thought you could use some gelato. Passion fruit, right? Passion fruit had definitely been her favorite, but it was also Bennett's favorite. She smiled, trying not to let the pain of the reminder show on her face. How did you know? She asked, following Liz to where she sat down on Addie's couch. I paid attention to the pictures you did post online and bought it a few days ago, Liz said. Liz handed the gelato with a spoon to Addie. Let's eat. She opened her own salted caramel and dug in. They ate for a few moments in silence, and then Liz laughed. You know, I used to do this in college. Well, something like this. She loaded her spoon with more gelato. Addie looked up. You'd use plastic spoons to eat cold treats? Well, maybe that too, Liz said. Okay, Tyler says I need to work on my subtlety, but here it is in my usual blunt style. There's something about talking through boy troubles with ice cream in hand that just makes everything better. Addie nodded. You already know Tanner and I broke up before I left for London. And then she'd finalized it again once and for all once she'd returned home. Liz nodded, eyeing her. You mentioned it when you got back, but you weren't this sad when you told me the news. Addie dropped her gaze to her gelato, scooping another bite from the carton. You don't have to talk about it, Addie. You don't have to tell me anything. Sometimes the ice cream, the gelato fixes it. I just wanted you to know I care, and I didn't know if it was something you wanted to discuss in front of Tyler, so I thought I'd come over and share an old roommate tradition with you. Thanks, it's very thoughtful of you. Addie let her gaze wander to the windows, where the city lights shone brightly through the silky window treatments. Liz stood up. I don't want to intrude any more than I already have. It's Bennett, Addie blurted, suddenly desperate to talk. He came when you were out of town for the weekend. It had been a week and a half. It shouldn't still be this hard, but the words took time to form. Liz sat back down, bringing one foot up onto the couch and resting her chin on her knee. I'm sorry we officially missed being introduced to him while he was here. He'd planned to stay longer, at least a little longer than he did, but how could she explain all of it? Liz waited while Addie thought through everything that had happened. She wasn't one to discuss her relationships too much with her girlfriends. They only heard when things were going well, for the most part. With all her breakups and all her boyfriends, when she needed advice, she always asked Bennett. Except this time she couldn't talk to him. She needed her best friend, and all she had was silence. She ate another bite of gelato and let the cool dessert continue to numb the inside of her mouth. I need to talk to him, more than I've ever needed to talk to him, and he's not answering. Liz's eyebrows scrunched together. Maybe he's just away from his phone? Addie blinked rapidly. He's never been too busy for me, ever. He's never done this before. He wanted our friendship to change and now it's going to be ruined. Your friendship is stronger than a couple of weeks without talking to each other. Liz gave her a sympathetic smile. Addie nodded. That's true, but this time it's different. Liz set her small carton on the end table next to her. So what's different about this time? Everything is different. Addie rubbed her forehead, wishing the pain there was just a brain freeze from the gelato. She had feared this moment, the point of no return with Bennett as her best friend. What she had been trying to avoid by not starting a relationship with him happened anyway. It left her confused and frustrated. She'd lost him. And it can't go back to the way it was before. It's a much bigger problem than I originally thought, Liz mused thoughtfully. I haven't even told you what the problem is. Sure you have. Best friendship ruined. But you're pining, which can only mean one thing. Really? Addie asked. She and Liz were friends, thanks to their proximity, but Addie wasn't super close with anyone except Bennett. But she supposed of all her friends, she'd probably seen Liz regularly enough to consider her a close friend. When did he tell you? Liz asked. London? Or here? Please say he didn't tell you over a phone call when you've seen each other twice in the last 2 months. Tell me? Liz rolled her eyes. Addie, I adore you, but you're really making me work for this story. He's your best friend. Anyone who's spent 5 minutes with you knows that. When did he tell you he's in love with you? Addie was taken aback. Liz really did know. But how could that be? She and Bennett were friends. That's what she'd always thought. When he was here in New York, right before he left. 11 days, but who was counting? Liz nodded like that explained everything. Liz, you don't get it. You don't see how this wrecks everything. The last almost 2 weeks proves that. He just returned home from being out of the country. Jet lag and catching up on work could be part of why he's been distant. Addie sniffed. I'm not so needy that I don't understand that. Sometimes we go a week without texting a lot or talking. Though that had been rare. Life happens and that doesn't bother me. But this is different. It feels so permanent, like a switch. Normally we make some sort of contact every day, even if it's just texting a smiley emoji. 1 minute we're best friends, and now, she drew in a shaky breath, gulping the air. Now we're nothing. Not even friends. Liz scooted over on the couch and put her arm around Addie. The side hug unleashed the floodgates and Addie burst into tears. She'd known what would happen from the moment Bennett started telling her his feelings, even without them moving their relationship forward. She had been scared everything would change between them, that she'd no longer have him in her life. But it had happened anyway, and now she had nothing to replace it with. She let the tears fall for the first time since he'd left. Surprisingly, the emotional release loosened the knots that she'd carried in her stomach and her chest. Addie sniffled. I just want my best friend back, she said. Liz nodded and tilted her head just slightly at Addie. I know. Do you? I mean, have you ever felt anything for Bennett except friendship? That same expression on Bennett's face would have meant something totally different. Addie shook away the thought. She thought she could categorize all Bennett's facial expressions. It had been almost a game or a puzzle, a secret only she knew. But she'd missed something crucial. Something he'd never expressed on his face. That wasn't quite true. She'd seen the first glimpse of the depth of his feelings when he'd asked her out on the Tower Bridge. At the time she'd thought he was talking about someone else. Stupid her. No, I never allowed myself to go there, not really anyway, she said numbly. Okay, so the museum exhibit reveal had been magical, but she had been caught up in the moment. All of the other moments in London together she'd focused on the being with her friend, not really exploring that there could be more between them, especially not after he'd laughed off Chloe's statements about them being a couple. You never allowed yourself? Because you were anticipating this situation? Liz asked. I overheard him at summer camp when we were 14. He was so cute, even back then, and I was about to take another friend's dare and go and kiss him. Liz seemed to be trying hard to keep her face neutral. Did you kiss him? Addie blushed at the memory. Bennett's kiss in her apartment had melted her into a puddle of nothing. She'd never been kissed like that. As the thought pushed through, she brought her fingers automatically to her lips. Had she kissed him back? At camp? No, I overheard him talking to another friend. He said he'd never go for an American. She gave a small, sad smile at the memory that still stung. Looks like he voided that idea when he told you his real feelings. Addie nodded. Now the question is, do you have feelings for him? He's my best friend, Addie said automatically. Of course I have feelings for him. Do you love him? Of course I love him. We're best friends. I've just never thought about whether or not I'm in love with him. Maybe you should think about it and see what you come up with, Liz suggested. That line of thinking would ruin everything. Liz shook her head. We have a phrase for that at True Story. The hurt layer is where you find the truth. The hurt layer? It brings out more of the truth than anything. A well of sadness sunk deep in the pit of Addie's stomach. The name fit. Her hurt layer was painful and raw. I guess that's my hurt layer then. I don't want things to change between us. I like what we have. Had. But, Addie, look. You just corrected your own sentence. You like what you had. You've only seen a sliver of our friendship. It's amazing, was amazing. Liz smiled. I've seen more than you think. What do you mean? I've seen the way you are always giddy in the elevator when you text him. I've seen you walking in Central Park on your lunch break, like the world doesn't exist when you're talking to him. Addie's heart pounded harder. Had she been giddy? She was always excited to talk to Bennett. He brightened her day. Maybe I was talking to my boyfriend, she said, though she knew Liz had nailed the truth. She was always talking to Bennett. No matter who she was dating, Bennett was the one she would talk to about anything. Liz laughed. You know you can't fool me on that, right? I've seen the way you've looked at your dates when we've doubled. You never look at them the way you look at your phone when you're talking to Bennett. It's because video chats, and calls, and texts, those are the way we stay in touch. Except for the last 2 trips, we haven't seen each other in person in 3 years. And you don't want that to change, Liz said. Of course not. I look forward to talking with him and laughing with him. But whether you like it or not, and whether you realize it or not, things have already changed. Addie blinked rapidly. It was not what she wanted to hear. I know. You may not be in love with him, but him confessing his love to you changed your friendship. How could he ruin it like that? She whispered. Do you want an answer to that question, or is it rhetorical? Addie waved a hand in the air. Might as well hear what Liz had to say on the subject, though she'd been muttering that question to herself without really wanting to delve into the answer. What's the answer? He wasn't trying to ruin anything, I'm sure that was the farthest thing from his mind. Liz's words struck Addie. He had been trying to enhance their friendship, to move it to a deeper level. He'd said something to that effect. But you want what you want, and that's for things to stay the same. Addie, things did stay the same for a long time. You can't blame him for falling in love with you. He didn't have an ulterior motive to ruin your friendship in the process. That makes sense, she said, breathing easier. I still don't like it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to return his feelings, even. You just have to not blame him because he wanted something more. Wait. Your advice is to not return his feelings? Liz shrugged. I didn't say that. I'm just saying, you don't have to return his feelings. You choose your own feelings. Feelings are just that. Something you feel. You're not wrong or right based on your feelings. You can't force feelings. Maybe they're there, and maybe they aren't. Addie had been so panicked and focused on the ruined friendship side of the coin that she'd failed to even consider that. She'd wanted to hold on to what they had. What they'd always had. But Liz was right, whether or not Addie returned Bennett's feelings, things had already shifted between them. Their friendship had already changed, and maybe some of that wasn't salvageable. Addie blinked and stared straight ahead. I guess I need to figure that part out. I think that's a good idea. But when you're deciding how you feel, try to keep some of the emotion at bay when you blame him for changing your friendship. Addie tilted her head. That's part of the equation. Liz nodded. I know it is. But it goes both ways. He can also blame you for ruining your possible relationship in the same way. Just something to think about. Liz stood up and took her empty carton to the garbage. Thanks for coming, Liz, Addie said, picking up the remainder of her passion fruit gelato and replacing the lid. I needed this. She put the half-empty carton in the freezer. Liz smiled. It's amazing what gelato can solve. The gelato was good, but it was Liz and her friendship that Addie had needed tonight. I still don't know what to do. Liz nodded. I know. But first you need to know how you feel, and once you know that, the rest will be easier to figure out. Chapter 23. Addie found her way back to the couch after she let Liz out of her apartment. She pulled back the sheer curtains just a little and sat in the darkness, staring out at the city and its lights. This had always been a favorite thinking spot for her. Liz's words ran around her head. What was she going to do? Right, that wasn't the question. The question was, how did she feel? She took out her phone. She used it so often, and yet, it had seemed like it hadn't been used enough when she hadn't talked to Bennett in the past week. She pulled up the album of them in London and scrolled through the pictures. She laughed at their goofy faces next to the ravens at the Tower of London. She relived walking through Kensington Palace and riding a rented red bike through Hyde Park. Each of the moments felt far away, like too much had happened since then. She scrolled through some nighttime scenic shots of them on a bridge overlooking the London Eye. She was scared of heights, yet she'd conquered her fears that night. She paused at that thought. She was scared of heights, but not when Bennett was around. She'd been okay when he was by her side, holding her hand and reassuring her that she would be okay. It had been scary, terrifying, when she'd looked down from the capsule, but then she had calmed, and Bennett had squeezed her hand, almost like he was transferring confidence to her. And then it had happened. What was scary had been okay. Everything had been perfect in that moment. The London Eye wasn't just a perfect view of the city at night, it had been a place where she'd conquered her fear and she felt on top of the world. She scrolled through the next picture of them in the capsule together with Big Ben and Westminster in the background. What had been terrifying and big and unconquerable in her life had been possible. They'd never gone back to see that view during the day. Suddenly a strong desire to see the London Eye in the day took over. She'd faced her fears in the dark, when she could let the world fade below her, but she wanted to prove she could do it in broad daylight. A nervous thrill ran through her. Perhaps it was something to look forward to for a future trip, going on the London Eye during the day. She shook her head. She wouldn't be going on the London Eye with Bennett again. She sighed. Bennett had resigned his post as her best friend. He hadn't said the words, of course. He'd never actually say those words, but she'd felt them inside her core. They weren't the best friends they'd once been. She scrolled through more pictures, wanting more from them than the moments on the screen. She wanted her best friend back. No, not just that. She wanted him back. Life hadn't been the same without him in it. She had never realized how much those video chats, and phone calls, and short but witty text messages had meant to her until she was cut off from them. They'd been a lifeline, not just in the tough moments of life, but the joyful ones as well. Her heart ached to be back in the moments she scrolled through in the pictures. She yearned to be next to him, holding his hand and walking through the busy streets of London. London wouldn't be the same without Bennett, even if she went back. She scrolled through the moment on the Tower Bridge, the picture caught right before he'd practiced asking out the mystery girl, the same picture she'd framed. He'd been talking about her. She closed her eyes, reliving that beautiful moment. Liz had said to focus on how she felt, so she went through her feelings, not just what had been said. She had felt something in that moment. She'd recognized that the woman he loved would be lucky to have him, but more than that, she'd felt an ache, a loss for when someone was in his life and more important than she was. It wasn't just jealousy, it was more. She blinked, her thumb slipping on the screen and taking her to the moment where they'd been dressed up for the Chinese exhibit gala. They danced in the Great Hall at his house that night. She'd felt like Cinderella, and he'd acted like a prince. If only a happily ever after like that had come to her in one of her relationships. Suddenly Bennett's words made sense to her, coming at her with such force she felt like the wind was knocked out of her. He had said that none of her other relationships had worked because they weren't with him. She'd brushed off the comment originally, but now it took hold of her, not letting her go. She dropped her phone onto her lap and stared out the window. Have I really been self-sabotaging all my relationships? She asked to the empty room. Whenever she had the choice between calling a boyfriend or calling Bennett, it was a no-brainer. She always chose Bennett. When she broke up with someone, sure, there were painful moments, but it was Bennett she wanted to talk to. It was his opinion that mattered. She defended her friendship with him to all of them, and each time she chose Bennett over what she thought was a happily ever after with a boyfriend. She scrolled back to the picture of her and Bennett next to the London Eye, one of the pictures taken on the ground after they'd exited the ride. She was grinning like a giddy schoolgirl, because she'd conquered something hard, and she'd done it with Bennett. And because of Bennett. Her heart raced, pounding loudly in her ears. Her relationship with Bennett was like overcoming her fear of heights. She was on the ground, perfectly content to see their friendship from a safe place. He was asking her to trust him, to take their friendship and make it more. He wasn't really taking the foundation out of it, he was just giving them wings to lift off and see the world from a completely different view. Her fingers trembled. Could she do it? Could she be brave enough? And would she only risk it when she felt like she had no other choice? You love him. It's not that big of a risk. She drew in a breath as the words ran through her head. She did love Bennett. How had she missed that? How had she not known her own heart before it was too late? But it wasn't too late. Their friendship would make the best foundation for a lasting relationship. Her brain automatically calculated the current time in London. It was almost 6 in the morning. She called him, but it went straight to voicemail. No way was she going to leave this on a message. She turned off her screen, wondering how she was going to sleep tonight as she thought about Bennett. She would try calling him again when she woke up. Hours later, she tossed and turned, not getting any sleep. When her phone dinged with a text, she grabbed her phone off her nightstand. Bennett had written back. I'm sorry, I can't video chat right now. It's too painful. I need some space. She stared at the line of text, wishing that somehow this helped the hole in her heart, but it only made it worse. Of course he needed space. She'd pretty much heard that message loud and clear over the last week. Her hands swiped over her small keyboard on her phone, knowing she had to respond before she lost her nerve. She wasn't going to tell him she loved him over a text message. How about texting? I need space from all our digital communications for a little while. For a little while. She latched onto those last words. It wasn't a permanent shutdown of their friendship, but it was definitely multiple steps backwards. She wanted to pretend like it was okay, but this was part of her fears coming true. Bennett was just vocalizing it after both of them tiptoeing around the issue. Back to the snail mail then. He sent her a snail and an envelope emoji. At least she cracked a smile with it. She was about to respond when she received another text. I need to go. Addie stole a breath into her constricting lungs, but her heart sank. Not once had he ever said that to her.
Chapter 24. Bennett turned his phone over. He couldn't be distracted, not in this meeting. After another 30 minutes, he finally checked his phone again. She hadn't written him back, and he felt awful. Addie didn't want anything to change between them, but like it or not, things had changed when he'd opened his mouth and told her his true feelings. He didn't regret telling her, it was the truth, after all. But he still felt completely rejected by his best friend. He knew he should try to pretend they could stay best friends, but it had been almost 2 weeks since he'd left New York and he couldn't pretend anymore. He hadn't been very responsive to her calls or texts, but finally he had to tell her he needed space. He needed to be able to heal from this, and he couldn't do that if he thought every text and call was going to be from her. Last night marked date number 9. 9 different lunch or dinner dates with 9 different women. He'd taken them to his favorite restaurants, to the same places he'd taken Addie. Date number 9 was more successful than date number 5, but considering he'd called date number 5, Addie, 3 times in a row, that wasn't saying much. All the dates seemed to blend together. He remembered some of their names. At least he was pretty sure. But none of them stood out from one another. The waiter had said something funny on date number 7, and Bennett had started laughing and quoting from one of Addie's sayings, but his date hadn't found that humorous. Date number 8 had at least been sympathetic to Bennett and had been bold about saying that she didn't mind being a rebound, because she could tell he wasn't over someone. How would that be a good relationship, to be okay with being a rebound? That was exactly why he'd never pursued Addie before, and he'd listened in detail to all her breakups. He shook his head. Why was dating so hard? He'd thought single dates would be easier, but maybe he was wrong. Perhaps he should take Drew up on his suggestion of doubling with him and Chloe. Then at least there would be 2 other people to balance the conversation if it turned awkward. Drew caught up with Bennett in the hallway after the meeting. Looks like everything is going our way, he said, smiling proudly. Bennett nodded, though he'd missed all the details in the meeting since Addie had texted him. We're still on for lunch today? Drew asked. Yes. Is your wife going to join us? She is. She decided to bring a friend along, Drew said slowly. Bennett groaned. Not again. I know I said I wanted to meet as many new people as possible, but I'm not sure that I can take any more blind dates. Last night wasn't any better? Bennett shrugged. Better than some of them, I suppose. But that's not saying much. Did you call her Addie again? Please say you didn't. Drew cringed as he asked the question. No, but Giovanni called about my new suit, and then he asked about Addie. I tried to be cryptic in answering the questions, but then he finally just came out and asked when he could make her a wedding dress. Can you believe that? What did you say? There was a hint of a smile on Drew's lips, like he was enjoying the joke. I was taken off guard, not that I didn't imagine it while she was here in London, he said sullenly. Come on, Bennett, finish the story, and don't leave out the details. What did you say to Giovanni? Bennett took a deep breath. Imagining Addie in a wedding dress had thrown him off again, but he couldn't stay in that frame of mind. I couldn't just laugh it off. He'd made several comments about the 2 of us in Italian while we were in his shop after Addie had been fitted for her gown. Thankfully Addie doesn't speak Italian, so Giovanni's conversation with me was lost on her. So, I opted for that strategy again. I explained that Addie and I weren't getting married. He was of course surprised by that, and I told him I couldn't give him specifics, and then he went on about how much I love her. Italians know how to spot love, Drew said, laughing. I know that, which is why there was no use in denying it. I would have been on the phone longer. So I told Giovanni I still love Addie and hope to marry her in the future, and I would keep him posted. Drew's eyes widened. You actually said that? That's still how you feel? I wasn't going to lie to him. Yes, but did you have to be so blatantly honest? Bennett shrugged. Looking back, it was a bad idea to be that honest over the phone. Why? My date smiled at me and asked if I did a lot of business with foreign markets. I told her I did, but that it was my tailor calling to inform me of a new suit. And that's when I found out my date spoke Italian. Ouch. She stayed through the whole meal and even ordered an extra dessert to go. Drew laughed. She probably needed it after that. Probably. Bennett ran a hand through his hair. I think I was a little too ambitious? Drew supplied. Bennett nodded. Sure, ambitious. Maybe I don't really want to go on so many blind dates. Drew gripped his shoulder. Let's go to lunch. I'm sure things will get better. Perhaps Chloe was right. You just need to give yourself some time. No, time isn't helping. Let's just make them double dates from now on. Drew nodded. I'll tell Chloe we don't need 2 tables for lunch after all.
Chapter 25. Addie couldn't stay focused at work. She picked up the small Buckingham Palace statue she'd bought in London at one of the souvenir shops and spun it around in her hand. Last night she decided to go back to London, but here she was at work, feeling lost. Her assistant Sarah came in more than once to check on her. After the 3rd time, Addie knew she had to pull herself together. A knock sounded at her door before Sarah poked her head in again. Hey, I brought you some herbal tea. Thought it might help with whatever is ailing you right now. Sarah closed the door and handed Addie a steaming mug that smelled like a mix of peppermint and orange with a hint of something Addie couldn't quite identify. Ginger, maybe? You didn't believe me when I told you I was fine, huh? Addie asked. Sarah smiled. Not for a minute, though I doubt anyone else would have noticed it since you were very polished in your presentation. Addie nodded. She could chalk it up to her intro to theater class in college. She drank the herbal concoction and the warm liquid soothed her throat. Drinking tea in the summer pulled her right back to London, but she blinked the memory away. Drinking from a coffee mug wasn't the same as drinking from a delicate bone china tea set. Thank you for this, it's just what I needed. She set the mug with half of the liquid still left on a small coaster. Drink it quickly, Mr. Carlyle is on his way down here, and he wants to talk with you about your work. Thanks for the heads up, Addie said, and Sarah left the room. Mr. Carlyle came into her office almost as soon as Sarah vacated it. You're doing really well, he said. Thank you, she said. He eyed the mug, and she wondered why Sarah had warned her to drink it so quickly. It did have a medicinal smell to it, maybe that was it? There was still a few more sips in the mug. I think I need to take a few days off, Addie said out of the blue. Mr. Carlyle's eyes widened. Are you contagious? Because you just took vacation time last month. Not contagious, but I could work remotely. I just need a few days. This isn't like you at all. You were just given a promotion, mostly due to the fact that you are laser-focused on this company and you don't take time off. Addie almost spit out the tea she just sipped. What? I thought it was because I nailed the interview, and I was the most qualified. Mr. Carlyle opened and closed one of his hands, then coughed. Right, I mean, of course those are important things too. You know something else. What is it? Mr. Carlyle hadn't been the only one in her interviews. He avoided eye contact. Just what I said. You're focused on your work. You come in early, stay late when you need to, and you don't let other interests get in the way of your professional success. Addie leaned back in her overly comfortable executive chair, a chair meant to be sat in for at least 12 hours a day. I'm here because I believe in the company. And they believe in you, he said quickly. That's why you were promoted. You spend the most time here, and that makes a difference. So what? You're saying because I'm so dedicated I can't use the 17 weeks of vacation time I've accumulated? Mr. Carlyle held up his hands. No. I'm not saying you can't use them. I'm just wondering out loud how it will look since you just took off a week last month. You have to think about the perception that will create. Perception? They offered me a full 4 weeks of time off before I started my new position. They made it sound like I could use it whenever I wanted, as long as I don't have pressing deadlines. I stayed late all last week to finish up the last project, and I just gave a dynamite presentation on it this morning. I know. You really are so brilliant. It's why you deserve this new position. Addie thought through her last couple years of work. The times when she'd canceled a date or left a dinner early so she could come and solve an urgent crisis at work. She knew those things would happen, and she had just dealt with them. She'd made her dates deal with them too. Not that it had been too big of a concern for her at the time, especially not now when she'd finally realized how none of her boyfriends could hold a candle to Bennett. But still. She'd foregone being social, having hobbies, and for what? For the promotion that told her that her 17 weeks of vacation were basically worthless. What was she doing here? She needed to tell Bennett how she felt about him. He'd cut off digital communication, and as his best friend still, she would respect that. She had to respect that, even if she hated the idea. But that didn't mean that she couldn't see him face to face. She needed to go to London whether her job approved or not. The life she had worked so hard to build here meant nothing without him. She wouldn't stay caged in her beautiful window office, praised for her work and being laser-focused, all the while feeling the need to postpone her happiness because of her job. One way or another she was flying to London tomorrow. Addie stirred when the plane's interior lights came on. Her red-eye to London felt rougher than the first time, and not because they'd hit turbulence over the ocean. It was a combination of not sleeping well for the last 2 weeks and spending the first 5 hours of her flight rehearsing what she was going to say when she saw Bennett. More than once before her last-minute flight she thought of texting him, but in the end, she couldn't do it. He had been in London last weekend, and from the sound of it, he would be there for a couple of weeks. At least, she was pretty sure. She squeezed her eyes shut, her head pounding. She'd never visited his estate in the country. She had his address from when they'd send each other gifts, but there hadn't been time during her short stay to travel beyond the city. She supposed she could hire a driver to take her the 3 hours north to his estate if he wasn't in town. She disembarked with the other passengers and walked through the airport security, pulling her small carry-on behind her. She hadn't bothered checking a bag. There was a piece of her that knew she likely wouldn't be staying long. Still, she had to clear the air with Bennett in person. Addie stared at the tube schedule, wondering if she should just take the line to London. Suddenly the absurdity of her even being here hit her, and she blinked hard. Why had she even come? It was clear Bennett was avoiding her. Yes, he had mentioned he would always pick her up, but right now, she wasn't sure that would be the best idea. She'd flown here on a whim to patch things up, but now, the whole trip seemed silly. If he was in London and not in the country, he'd most likely be in meetings. That was the point of him being in town. And if he happened to be in the country, she'd be waiting hours for him to come get her, even if he left right away. Passengers who knew exactly where they were going and how to get there moved past her. The rush of people felt different from the New York crowd, but it still felt like home. She bought an Oyster card and topped up. Taking the tube in was her best option. She'd figure out the rest as she went. The tube was more crowded than she remembered when she and Bennett had taken it a few times. Thankfully she'd found a seat, sandwiched between a woman with short, dark hair who was busily typing on a laptop, and another woman who looked younger than her, with white earbuds in her ears. Neither of them was paying any attention to her. Addie pulled out her phone, tapping her thumb against it. Nervous anticipation filled her as she tried to recall all the words she had thought of last night on the plane. The sun shone through the wispy clouds that seemed to burn off as the day progressed. Dark brick houses with 2 chimneys and larger yards filled the landscape on both sides of the tube. Memories of being here flooded back to her. With each stop, more people filtered off and on. Before she could talk herself out of it, she pulled out her phone and sent Bennett a quick text. "Hey. It's been a while. Wondering if we can catch up over lunch today." She held her breath as she pushed send. What would she do if he didn't respond? She hadn't thought that far out. She'd paid for a hotel for 3 nights, close to the London Eye, but that would only be helpful if he was in town. She pushed all her emotions and fears away. Freaking out in the middle of so many people wasn't going to happen. She needed to remain calm. Something would work out. "I'm going out for lunch today in London. Won't be able to talk." Addie sighed a breath of relief. At least he was in the city. "The thing is, I just arrived in London." "You're in London? My London?" This text came through quicker this time. That was something. "Do you need a ride into the city?" "Already on the tube." She sighed, wondering if she'd been too hasty to travel to London herself, and not waiting for Bennett to offer to pick her up. "I see. Maybe we can catch up sometime while I'm in town?" What was her problem? This whole situation was going from bad to worse. Never had she felt so awkward asking for time with him. Feelings ruined everything. She shook her head. That wasn't quite true. "We'll have to talk after work. I'm in a meeting right now." Tears brimmed her eyes as her heart ached. In one fell swoop, she'd lost him.
Chapter 26. Bennett drew in a sharp breath and ignored his pounding heart. Addie was back in London. He stared at his phone. He'd told her if she ever came to London again he'd pick her up. He'd meant it, even if it was going to be painful to see her again. Had she not remembered? "Ready for lunch, mate?" Drew asked. "Chloe isn't bringing anyone today." Bennett nodded numbly. His last 2 lunch dates hadn't gone well. Doubling had not been a better choice. Chloe had looked sympathetic, and Bennett had made the mistake of telling her about his previous text exchange with Addie in front of his lunch date. Things had gone downhill from there. At least there was only one more week of meetings in London. He needed the country air, and to get away from the familiar streets that now held memories of being with Addie every time he walked down them. There was a small consolation that she'd never seen his country estate. At least that would stay free from the memories of being with her in person. "Addie is in town." Drew raised both eyebrows, scrunching his forehead into his hairline. "Your Addie?" "She's not my Addie," he said, exasperated. "Rubbish." "The American?" Drew clarified. "Yes. His best friend, former best friend." What were they now? It stung to think about what their relationship was. The pain burned inside him. "Does she want to join us for lunch?" Drew asked. "I don't know." Bennett wondered why he had mentioned she was in town before lunch. He should have waited to tell Drew when they stepped back into their meetings. "Does she? I mean, did you know she was coming back into town?" Obviously not. It was just one more thing that showed how far their friendship had fallen, how much he'd ruined things between them. But was that fair? He had to tell her his true feelings sometime. Perhaps the timing had been bad, but he never could find the right moment to say it. At least he'd finally picked a moment, and look where it had taken them. To a place where she couldn't even tell him in advance that she was going to be in town. Not that he would have listened. He was the one who had put a hold on their communication a couple of days ago. "You should see her. It's brilliant." Bennett stopped dead in his tracks and stared at his friend, then resumed walking. "Why?" "Well, besides the fact you've been miserable without her in your life, I'd say because she's in town, and you're still friends." "Are we?" They entered the small French cafe. Come on, mate, don't go down this rabbit hole again. Go meet her for lunch. Talk. Go meet whom for lunch? Chloe's voice rang from the corner of the small restaurant. No one, Bennett said at the same time Drew said, Addie is in town. Before he could even sit down, Chloe began shooing him out the door. I agree with Drew. You go talk to her. I don't even know what to say. What about lunch? Bennett asked, starting to sound desperate. Chloe smiled. Yes, you should invite her to lunch. Excellent thinking. She pulled Drew to her side, looping her arm through her husband's. Don't come back until you see her. If she's in town through the weekend, you can both come for dinner on Sunday. Cheers. Bennett nodded, heading back out to the street. He called for his car, then texted Addie. He wasn't quite sure what he wanted to say, but his fingers seemed to need no guidance from his brain. My lunch plan was unexpectedly cancelled. I have time to catch up. Where are you? Her reply came back quickly. I just arrived at my hotel. Which one? It's on the Thames, across from Big Ben. His car pulled up and he gave Richard directions. Are you on the side across from Parliament? He thought through the traffic. He could be there in 10 minutes, maybe 15. I'm next to the London Eye. I was just about to walk out there, on that small boardwalk. His heart pounded. 2 days ago, he'd wanted space from her. He'd needed space, and time. They'd already had distance. But Addie had just removed distance from the equation. Acute torture. That's what this moment was going to be. I'll meet you where we took the picture after we went on the London Eye. Okay. Bennett jumped out of the car, not wanting to wait in the traffic any longer. He walked across the bridge, heading toward the London Eye. He was halfway across the bridge when he spotted Addie in the designated spot. She was wearing dark pants and a bright pink blouse, facing away from him. Her hair was pulled up and curly, blowing in the wind. He stopped. He could only see the back of her head, her long blonde hair flying around her face. Maybe it wasn't her, just someone who looked like her. After all, she didn't like having her hair up and curly, though he'd often told her how beautiful it was and how it had suited her. He kept walking, scanning the area. No one else was alone in the area, but maybe he'd been the first to arrive. He walked toward her, and she turned. Addie. It was her. She gave a shy smile, glancing down before meeting his gaze again. Hi, she said, her voice a squeak. He took a deep breath, feeling his heart pound and his head spin out of control. He wasn't over her, not by a long shot, and this meeting wouldn't help him to get over her. It was better to keep up his guard. He slowed his pace. Hi, he finally said when he reached her. I bet you're wondering what I'm doing here, she said, rushing her words. He thought through the myriad possibilities for why she could be in London, but there were too many. Perhaps she wanted a new dress from Giovanni, or maybe her work was really opening a London office. His heart raced around that possibility. He wished she was here to see him, but he knew that didn't fit into any logical explanation. Bennett cleared his throat, trying to sound casual. Actually, I am. Her smile faltered for just a split second. It was so quick, he wondered if she'd even computed the gesture. But it was gone as quickly as it had come, and her features smoothed out. Right. I was wondering the same thing on the plane ride over here, and then again on the tube as I came into London. She paused. The thing is, we're best friends, or at least, we have been best friends in the past. There was a heartbeat of a hesitation, and Bennett, for all his years of studying Addie's face, was bewildered by her look of confusion. He nodded. True, he said. And when we ask things of each other, we respect that. Now he was really lost. I did tell you I would pick you up from the airport if you were in town, he said, trying to guess at her train of thought. Right, I know. Well, I was trying to respect your request for no digital communication. He nodded but didn't say anything. She wasn't telling him something, he could sense it. I miss you, she said. So instead of telling me ahead of time you were coming, you texted me from the tube to let me know you were in town, to tell me you miss me? Bennett rested his forearms on the rail Addie had been leaning against, staring straight ahead instead of at her. It was easier that way. Yes. No. I don't know. She laughed, but it came out almost as a cough. Did work send you here? He asked finally. Work? No. Work is complicated right now, but that's not why I'm here. Bennett drew in a slow breath, wishing he was back at lunch with Drew and Chloe. Being next to Addie was painful. And wonderful, which made it more painful. He couldn't keep putting a bandage on a wound that needed some serious stitches. That was why he'd asked for space from her. She'd respected his wishes. He just hadn't realized she would cross the Atlantic, or he would have made that a proviso too. He turned and looked at her. Addie, I'm sorry, but I can't do this right now. I'm not sure why I cancelled lunch with. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have you cancel a date, she said, looking mortified. It wasn't a date, not today. Addie nodded, seeming to catch his meaning. She bit her lip. You've been seeing someone. She shook her head. Of course you have. That's exactly what I would have done under the circumstances. He paused. It's not what you think. Thanks for letting me down gently, she said. Letting you down gently? Addie, I told you my feelings for you. You didn't return them. So yes, I've been going out on dates every night. Addie's eyes widened with a mixture of shock and hurt. I came because of you, Bennett. He looked at her, but remained quiet, needing to know what she would add. She shook her head. Wow, for all our years of knowing each other, sometimes our communication is just crummy, huh? What do you mean? His hands grew warm. You took me completely off guard, you know that? Telling me you loved me, like somehow I should have already known. He hadn't meant to catch her off guard. I'm sorry. In some ways I thought it was obvious. Oh, it was. It was obvious to everyone. Everyone but me. She took his hand in hers, playing with his fingers, then dropped it. I'm glad you're dating again. I want you to find happiness, she said finally. That's noble of you to say. Is it? Is that the way you felt giving dating advice to me all these years, all the while wishing you were giving me advice about you? Some relationships were easier to bear than others, he admitted. She stepped closer to him. I know it doesn't matter now, because you're out in the dating world, but I only slept about 2 hours on the plane and the rest of the time I've just been practicing what I was going to say to you, and so far, none of this conversation has been on script. You've been practicing? Addie drummed her fingers slightly against her dark pants, then held them still. You're my best friend, Bennett. You've always been there for me, and I've tried to always be there for you. I miss you. I miss what we've always had. Since you told me you love me and then left New York, I haven't been the same. Bennett knew how she felt. He'd felt the same way. He'd missed her too. But that was exactly why he'd needed distance. I can't take back what I said in New York, Addie. Things can't go back to the way they were. I know that. Her eyes filled her tears. I'm sorry my feelings have caused you so much pain, he said, and he meant it. She blinked hard. It's not that we're not best friends anymore, it feels like we aren't even friends. He shook his head. This hasn't been easy on me either. I know. You have a week's worth of dating stories now, and I'm not even a friend you can trust with that information. How can I talk to someone I love about other people I'm going on dates with? I know that now. I really do, but I was so mad at you for ruining what we've had that I didn't stop to process it. Moving our friendship in any direction scares me, because I love what we've had. It's just not enough for me anymore, Bennett said quietly. How could he make her understand that? And where our friendship has fallen to isn't enough for me either. She looked up at the London Eye, staring for a long moment. The thing is, I've been blind. I was the last person to know that you loved me. And I was definitely the last person to realize the other piece to that puzzle. I'm not sure I understand. Addie inhaled loudly. Did you have any clue how terrified I was, thinking about going on the London Eye? He shrugged. You told me. She nodded. But I didn't tell you about all the fear and anxiety inside of me, about all the wild thoughts I had about falling and smashing onto the sidewalk. Bennett raised his eyebrow. She'd said she'd been scared, but that was more than he had known. Then I suppose you overcame more than I realized. You know me so well. She looked up at the London Eye and took another deep breath. The thing is, I don't think I could have gone through that experience without you. We are best friends, whether we're acting like it right now or not, and I love that I can rely on you for your strength. His heart slammed against his ribs, feeling all the pain she'd felt as he'd been trying to nurse his own pain by shutting her out. I didn't mean to not act like your friend, I just... She shook her head. You don't need to explain. I get it, but I'm not finished yet. I had to realize what I've always known. We were meant to be friends. We were meant to be together. Couldn't she see what she was doing to him? He wanted more than just friendship. Yes, he was proud of her for overcoming her fears, but didn't she realize she was asking too much to just pretend that being friends was enough for him? I know where you're going with this, he said finally. Her eyes sparkled and her smile lit up her face. You do? She was beaming with happiness. He nodded. And I can't, Addie. I'm sorry. She crumpled. The light went out of her eyes, and she breathed heavily. Can things change so quickly? Did your feelings for me really fade so fast? It's because my feelings haven't faded. She tilted her head. You'd think I'd know you well enough by now, but you're not making any sense to me. She glanced up again at the wheel. Finally, she looked at him again, and he couldn't quite name what he saw in her eyes. Determination, maybe? She spoke softly, almost so quietly that he had to lean closer to her to hear her clearly over the wind that continued to blow. Whether you want to hear it or not, I have to say it. You had your chance to tell me your feelings, and now it's my turn. He nodded, resolving not to interrupt her again. She could say what she came to say, and he'd be the gentleman and her friend enough to give her that courtesy. But after today, they needed some serious ground rules for their broken best friendship going forward. She looked like she was expecting him to reply, but he just kept watching her. Her beautiful hazel eyes held more depth in them than they ever did on their small phone screens. She cleared her throat. Moving our friendship forward feels like the London Eye to me. I know most people go on and enjoy the amazing view from the top of wonderful relationships, but from the moment you told me you loved me, I've been afraid of losing all that we've gained over the last 16 years. She laughed, but it sounded like a little choking noise. I know that sounds silly, but that's where I'm coming from. His resolve vanished. He had to say something. You already explained your feelings before. I remember everything you said. Her words had been burned into his memory with a red-hot branding iron. You might remember them from before, but you're missing them now. I love you, Bennett. You're my best friend, and I love you. But I'm also in love with you, and I'm looking at the future like it's a huge London Eye. I conquered that fear because of you. I can't do this without you. I know things are supposed to grow and get better in relationships, but I've failed at them so often. Her laugh bubbled out in a sob. And you know, none of those breakups have hurt the way us not talking since you left New York has hurt. You're my perfect match and my best friend all wrapped into one, and the thought of how much it hurts to lose you, even as just a best friend in my life, scares me. Bennett stepped closer. Say that again. Had he heard her right? His mind raced through what he wished was happening and reality at the same time. Were they finally aligning? Losing you scares me. Did you say you loved me? She looked confused. Aren't you listening? Humor me, because those words from your lips come so easily about so many things. What? Addie, he said, taking her hand in his. You love everything. You love food, you love traveling, you love the color pink. The word love means something completely different to you. I love you, Bennett. I know it's too late, but I had to tell you in person. Not over a text. It's not too late, he said slowly. Not from my end. You're dating again, she said, obviously confused. That hasn't happened in years. Bennett nodded. And I've made a complete mess of it. I thought it would help me get over you, but it's only kept you in the forefront of my mind. He shifted, embarrassed. I even called one of them Addie. Her eyes widened. You didn't. I did. 3 times. She shook her head at him. That's very bad form, Bennett. He shifted closer to her. I learned something though. Oh. I can't get over you, and I don't want to. He held her gaze, her hazel eyes looked radiant. He moved closer, almost dipping down to kiss her, but paused, waiting for a sign of acceptance. A blush rose on Addie's cheeks. Are you going to kiss me now? Are you going to kiss me back? Without another breath, Addie wrapped her fingers around his lapels, drawing him down to her and kissing him. She moved her hands to his face, cradling his jaw, like she wasn't going to let him go. He drank in her kiss. Years of secretly loving her poured out in a kiss that was returned by the woman who was his best friend, and who had finally realized she loved him back. He moved his arms slowly around her, holding her close, wanting to savor this moment. She pulled back and both of them caught their breath. She smiled. I never knew my best friend was such a good kisser. Looks like that was another secret you kept. He smiled. Those were the only 2 secrets I kept from you, he said. I think there's only one thing for us to do now, she said. He tilted his head, wondering what she could mean. Lunch? She nodded. I've already made the reservation. I hope you don't mind. She pulled a beautifully decorated ticket out of her purse. It was a lunch reservation in the Cupid capsule of the London Eye. If we're going to do something scary, we might as well start by conquering something else that's scary. You're really ready for the London Eye in the middle of the day? He asked. She gave him another quick kiss. No, but I'm ready to move our best friendship up to a greater height, and I can't do that without you. He threaded his fingers through hers and they walked toward the line. I wouldn't have it any other way. And with that he kissed her again.
Epilogue. 2 months later. Addie stared at herself in the multiple mirrors that surrounded her. The spotlights made the white of her gown even more brilliant. I love it. Giovanni scoffed. Your fiancé is right. You overuse the word love, but in this case, I do approve. Addie laughed. No laughing, Giovanni said. Pins are sharp. I can handle a pinprick or 2, Addie said. Giovanni stood from where he'd been pinning up her bustle. I'm not worried about you getting poked. It's your blood on the dress. This material is not machine washable. Addie held a hand to her mouth, determined to keep her laugh silent. Giovanni rolled his eyes playfully. Here I thought you were so easy to work with last time. You do not take me seriously. Typical American. You like that I'm an American wearing your designs. He blew her an air kiss. You are right. I do. I would have been offended if you had gone anywhere else for your wedding dress. Bennett would never have heard the end of it. He clapped his hands and 2 assistants came into the room. We're finished for the moment, he said to them. Please escort her 3 bridesmaids into the room so we can see how they are coming along. The 2 women left quickly but came back in at a much slower pace. One helped Chloe into the room and the other helped Liz and Sarah. Their dresses were pinned at the bottom, making it hard to walk quickly. Don't worry, Giovanni said. We'll have a slit in the back of your dresses that will make it much easier when you walk down the aisle. Your dresses are masterful, Chloe said. Giovanni nodded. I know. He kissed her hand. Any friend of Bennett and Addie is a friend of mine. Welcome. Sarah waddled next to Chloe. Addie watched as her eyes widened when she took in Addie's dress close up. Wow. You look more elegant than a queen. Giovanni chuckled. Don't say that too loudly. You aren't in America anymore. An actual queen might get jealous. Sarah gave a nervous laugh. Well, a duchess then. Giovanni shook his head and muttered something under his breath. Addie only laughed. Sarah, Don't tease poor Giovanni. He does custom pieces for most of the royals throughout Europe. Sarah gulped, then nodded. Right. Well, I mean it as a compliment. I feel like a bona fide princess in this gown. Giovanni smiled. I will take your praise, Princess Sarah. Everyone admired the gowns. After Chloe asked about the beadwork, she, Liz, and Sarah left to change out of their bridesmaid gowns. Your future husband is in the next room, finishing his final fitting before the wedding, Giovanni said. You'll need to hurry and change. We don't want you being seen in this before the big day. I can't believe how close to the deadline you were working on this, Addie said. Giovanni only smiled. Ah, but it is better for me that way. My custom designs are highly sought after. If I work too far in advance, there is always a chance for a copycat. It's the perfect dress, she said. Giovanni nodded. The glass slippers are the perfect touch. Addie agreed. They were much more elaborate than the pair she'd worn to the museum. She'd suggested early on that she'd like to wear that same pair for her wedding, but Giovanni had only scoffed at the idea of wearing the same pair of shoes twice to major events. He told her they were fine enough shoes to wear around the house, but to be seen again in public, wearing a different Giovanni dress and the same shoes, it was not to be thought of. Addie quickly changed into the champagne-colored engagement gown Giovanni had made for her and waited for Bennett in the lobby. Her bridesmaids had already left for the garden party with Drew, and she and Bennett would be just behind them. Bennett came out in a tux complete with cummerbund and pocket square that matched her dress. He put a hand to his heart and smiled. You look beautiful. She kissed him. And you look devastatingly handsome. He raised his eyebrow at her words, and she laughed. Didn't you hear? That's what the papers are calling you. Is that so? Devastatingly handsome British billionaire finds love with an American Cinderella. I think it should read more like, British billionaire frog is turned into a prince when he finds his true love. I've never thought of you as a frog, she said. And I've never really thought of you as an American. I guess it's good that I'm getting my dual citizenship then, isn't it? He frowned at her joke. Is that really what you want? She groaned. Bennett, we've been through this a million times. Reassure me then, I need to hear it from my best friend. We went through all the options and all the scenarios, and aside from picking a random new country to live, where neither of us has ties, this one by far makes the most sense. You're going to miss New York. She shrugged. Not as much as I'd miss London. I fell in love with the city and the man who gave me my first tour of it. I suppose that's a warning for going on any tours during our honeymoon. He wiggled his eyebrows. One must watch out for the tour guide. She shoved his arm playfully. You know what I mean. I can't imagine my life without London, or without you. You won't be too upset if we spend time in the country every now and again? She tapped her chin, pretending to think hard, and said in her best British accent, well, one must have a place to go when one gets tired of the city life. She waved her hand in the air, then laughed. But I don't see myself getting sick of any place, as long as I'm with you. Rightly so, my dear Addie. He kissed her. As long as I'm with you.
Thank you for listening. This has been Her British Billionaire Best Friend. From A Falling For You romance series by Chelsea Hale. Copyright 2019 by Chelsea Hale. Production copyright 2023 by Chelsea Hale. All rights reserved. Please consider leaving a review for Her British Billionaire Best Friend on Goodreads, BookBub, and Amazon. For more information on Chelsea's books and to receive a free book, please join her newsletter. Like and subscribe to Chelsea's YouTube channel so she can continue to add more free full audiobooks for you.